The most sophisticated death simulation facility in the known galaxy had just received its most ridiculous request in 3,000 years of operation. And the worst part? The beings making this request were smiling. Blixsnorp Station floated serenely in the Andorian Nebula, its crystalline towers housing the crown jewel of Catherian engineering, the Mortality Assessment Complex. For millennia, species across 17 sectors had traveled here to test their survival capabilities against meticulously crafted doomsday scenarios. The facility boasted a perfect safety record, state-of-the-art neural interfaces, and classification systems so precise they could measure the exact probability of your demise, down to the third decimal place. The receptionist, a six-limbed Catherian named Flimplex, stared at the datapad in growing bewilderment. 3 bipedal mammals stood before her counter, their facial expressions suggesting they found something amusing about requesting access to a Class 15 Death World simulation. This was approximately equivalent to asking if they could juggle antimatter while riding a supernova. "Let me understand this correctly," Flimplex said, her translator struggling with the concept. "You wish to experience our most lethal simulation scenario, the one specifically designed to kill absolutely everything." The human female, who had introduced herself as Captain Jinx Ravencroft, nodded enthusiastically. "That's right. We heard you folks had the toughest survival challenges in the galaxy, so naturally we had to check it out." The male human, Engineer Dusty Ironforge, was examining the facility's promotional materials with the sort of intense focus usually reserved for technical manuals. "Says here your Class 15 has a 0.003% survival rate. That's actually pretty impressive for a simulation." The third human, Dr. Pepper Stormwind, was taking notes. "What's the longest anyone's lasted in there? Just curious about the baseline metrics." Flimplex's 4 eyes blinked in sequence, a nervous habit she'd developed during her 5 centuries of customer service. In all that time, she had never encountered beings who discussed potential death scenarios with the same casual interest most species reserve for weather reports. "Perhaps," she suggested hopefully, "you would prefer to start with our Class 1 simulation? It features a lovely temperate planet with only mildly venomous flora and fauna that will merely maim you, instead of ensuring complete annihilation." "Oh, we already did something like that back home," Captain Ravencroft replied cheerfully. "We call it camping. Do you have anything with, say, more environmental hazards? Maybe some exotic physics violations? Reality-bending temporal anomalies?" Flimplex felt a migraine developing. Catherians didn't technically get migraines, but evolution was apparently making an exception just for this conversation. The facility's senior simulation engineer, Vorthak Mindmelter, emerged from his office at precisely the wrong moment. He was a Cytherian of considerable reputation, having designed 17 different ways to simulate the heat death of the universe. Upon seeing the humans, his expression shifted through several stages of disbelief before settling on what could only be described as existential dread. "What exactly are these creatures doing here?" he demanded. "They wish to attempt the Class 15 simulation," Flimplex replied, her voice carrying the tone of someone who had given up on the concept of a normal workday. Vorthak's tentacles began twitching, another sign of severe Cytherian distress. "Impossible! The Class 15 simulation is reserved for species with at least 17 different biological redundancy systems and natural resistance to quantum dissolution. These things appear to be made of meat." Dr. Stormwind looked up from her notes. "Actually, we're mostly water, about 60% give or take, though I suppose the meat part is technically accurate." "Water?" Vorthak's voice reached a pitch that would have shattered glass if glass existed in this particular dimension. "You're telling me that these liquid-based life forms want to subject themselves to scenarios involving plasma storms, reality inversions, and temporal paradoxes that would reduce a crystalline fortress beast to its component atoms?" Engineer Ironforge perked up with interest. "Plasma storms? Oh, those sound fun. Are they the kind that strip electrons from matter, or the kind that just make everything really hot and glowy?" Vorthak stared at him for a full 30 seconds before turning to Flimplex. "Get me the emergency contact information for their species embassy. These beings are clearly suffering from some form of neural pathology that makes them incapable of understanding basic survival instincts." "Actually," Captain Ravencroft interjected, "we are the embassy, sort of. We're an exploratory diplomatic mission from Earth, and we've got full authorization to test any facilities we encounter. Here's our paperwork." She produced a stack of documents that appeared to have been translated through at least 6 different universal translators, resulting in phrases like "permission to engage in mutually beneficial survival testing protocols" and "authorized to experience recreational mortality scenarios on behalf of the Terran Collective." Vorthak examined the documents with growing alarm. "This appears to be legitimate. But surely your species has some sort of safety protocols, some basic preservation instincts, some fundamental understanding that Class 15 simulations are designed to test the absolute limits of biological and technological resilience?" "Oh, we totally get that," Dr. Stormwind assured him. "That's exactly why we're here. We've been looking for a good challenge. Most of the survival scenarios in our sector have been pretty underwhelming." "Underwhelming," Vorthak repeated slowly, as if testing the word for hidden meanings. "You find survival scenarios underwhelming?" "Well, yeah," Engineer Ironforge explained. "I mean, we've got this one planet in our system called Venus, where the atmospheric pressure could crush most spacecraft, and the air is basically liquid poison. But people have been talking about setting up research stations there. And don't even get me started on our gas giants. Jupiter's got radiation that would fry most electronics, but we've been sending probes there since the 20th century." Flimplex and Vorthak exchanged a look that, in Cytherian culture, roughly translated to, "Are we having a collective hallucination, or are these beings actually insane?" "Perhaps you could explain your homeworld's classification level," Vorthak suggested, desperately hoping for some context that might make this conversation approach sanity. "Oh, Earth? I think we're rated as a Class 12 death world," Captain Ravencroft said casually. "Though honestly, the rating system seems a bit harsh. I mean, sure, we've got weather that can level cities, massive geological instability, an atmosphere that's technically poisonous to most carbon-based life, and ecosystems where everything is trying to eat everything else, but you learn to work with it, you know?" Vorthak's tentacles had stopped twitching and were now completely rigid, a sign of Cytherian psychological shutdown. "Class 12, he whispered. You evolved on a Class 12 death world, and you think the classification system is too harsh. Yeah, I mean, calling it a death world is kind of dramatic, Dr. Stormwind added. It's not like everything there is actively trying to kill you, just most things. And even then, usually only if you're not paying attention or if you do something really stupid. Like what? Flimplex asked, a morbid curiosity overriding her survival instincts. Oh, you know, basic stuff, Engineer Ironforge replied. Going outside during a hurricane, swimming with sharks, eating mushrooms you can't identify, trusting the weather forecast, that sort of thing. Vorthak's mental state was rapidly approaching what Cytherian philosophers call the breaking point of rational thought. He had spent his entire career designing scenarios that would challenge the most resilient species in the galaxy. He had created simulations featuring black hole tidal forces, sentient diseases, and weather patterns that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously. And these creatures were describing their homeworld as if it were a mildly inconvenient vacation destination. The Class 15 simulation, he said slowly, features environmental conditions that change every 3 seconds. Gravity that oscillates between crushing and anti-gravitational electromagnetic fields that can restructure matter at the atomic level, and predators that exist partially outside normal space-time. Ooh, the predators sound interesting, Captain Ravencroft exclaimed. Are they the kind that hunt in packs, or more of the solitary ambush type? That was the moment when Vorthak realized that either his understanding of the universe was fundamentally flawed, or these humans represented something entirely outside his experience of rational biological behavior. Let me show you the simulation chamber, he said finally, his voice carrying the resignation of someone who had decided to embrace madness rather than continue fighting it. Perhaps seeing the equipment will help you understand the magnitude of what you're requesting. The simulation chamber was a marvel of Cytherian engineering, roughly the size of a small moon and capable of generating pocket dimensions that could house entire star systems. Its walls were lined with neural interface pods that could create sensory experiences so realistic that participants often had to be reminded they hadn't actually died when the simulation ended. The control room overlooked this vast space through reinforced transparent aluminum, and the monitoring equipment filled 3 walls with displays showing everything from biometric data to quantum fluctuation patterns. It was the kind of setup that suggested its creators took the business of simulated death very seriously indeed. Dr. Stormwind examined the neural interface pods with professional interest. These are really well designed. The synaptic bridging looks much more elegant than our virtual reality systems. Do they account for species-specific neurological differences? Of course, Vorthak replied automatically. The interfaces adapt to the neural patterns of any registered species. We have profiles for over 14,000 different forms of sentient life. What about unregistered species? Engineer Ironforge asked. Vorthak paused. Unregistered species undergo a preliminary neural mapping process to ensure safe interface compatibility. This typically takes several days and requires extensive biological analysis. Several days. Captain Ravencroft sounded disappointed. We were hoping to get started today. We've only got a few weeks in this sector before we need to move on to the next system. The casual way she discussed their schedule, as if testing the galaxy's most lethal survival simulation was just another item on their itinerary, caused Flimplex to emit a small whimpering sound that her translator rendered as existential confusion. Even if we could expedite the neural mapping, Vorthak explained, the Class 15 simulation requires extensive safety briefings, emergency protocols, and psychological preparation. Most species need at least a month of preparation before they're ready to attempt even our Class 5 scenarios. Psychological preparation for what? Dr. Stormwind asked curiously. For the possibility of experiencing simulated death. Vorthak replied. Even though participants are never in actual danger, the sensory experience can be so realistic that many species suffer long-term trauma from unsuccessful attempts. The three humans exchanged glances, and Engineer Ironforge shrugged. I mean, it's just a simulation, right? We know it's not real. How bad could it be? Vorthak stared at him for a long moment before turning to his assistant, a young Cytherian named Blixforth. Please contact the Galactic Safety Commission. I want to file a formal inquiry about the psychological evaluation protocols for species classified as dangerously optimistic. Is that an actual classification? Blixforth asked. It is now, Vorthak muttered. Captain Ravencroft had moved to one of the monitoring stations and was examining the readouts with obvious interest. These biometric sensors are really comprehensive. They're tracking neural activity, cellular regeneration, quantum coherence, and... Wait, is this measuring something called existential stability? Yes, Vorthak replied reluctantly. The Class 15 simulation includes scenarios that can cause participants to question the nature of reality itself. Existential stability measures how well a being's sense of identity holds up under extreme conceptual stress. Conceptual stress, Dr. Stormwind repeated thoughtfully. You mean like paradoxes and impossible situations? Among other things. The simulation includes encounters with entities that exist in violation of basic logical principles, environments where cause and effect operate in reverse, and temporal loops that can trap consciousness in recursive experience cycles. Engineer Ironforge nodded approvingly. Now that's what I call a proper challenge. When can we start? Vorthak felt something inside his brain that he was fairly certain was not supposed to make that particular clicking sound. You're enthusiastic about the possibility of experiencing logical paradoxes and temporal imprisonment. Well, yeah, Captain Ravencroft said. I mean, when else are we going to get the chance to experience something like that safely? This is basically the ultimate learning opportunity. Learning opportunity, Vorthak repeated faintly. Think about it, Dr. Stormwind added. If we can understand how consciousness responds to impossible scenarios, we might learn something fundamental about the nature of perception and reality. This could revolutionize our understanding of cognitive science. Plus, Engineer Ironforge said, it sounds like a blast. Vorthak turned to Flimplex with an expression that conveyed several different types of despair simultaneously. Call the emergency preparedness team. If we're going to do this, I want every safety protocol activated, every emergency system on standby, and every medical team in the facility ready for immediate response. Are you actually going to let them attempt the Class 15 simulation? Flimplex asked in amazement. I'm beginning to think that refusing them might be more dangerous than granting their request, Vorthak replied. These beings appear to operate according to principles that exist outside conventional survival logic. For all I know, telling them they can't do something will just make them want to do it more. That's a pretty good read on human psychology, Captain Ravencroft confirmed cheerfully. 2 hours later, the emergency preparedness team had assembled in the control room, creating a scene that resembled a cross between a medical emergency response and a military operation. Cytherian technicians monitored every conceivable type of sensor array, while emergency medical teams stood ready with equipment designed to treat conditions ranging from neural fragmentation to quantum displacement syndrome. The three humans had undergone an accelerated neural mapping process that had produced results so unusual that the computer had initially refused to accept them as valid biological data. According to the scans, human brains appeared to be structured in such a way that they could simultaneously hold contradictory concepts without experiencing logical breakdown, process multiple impossible scenarios as if they were merely interesting puzzles, and maintain cognitive stability even when presented with information that violated basic principles of reality. These readings can't be correct, the chief medical technician, Dr. Quiblex, announced. According to this data, These beings' neural patterns show natural resistance to paradox-induced cognitive collapse, temporal disorientation, and existential crisis syndrome. Maybe that's just how humans work, Dr. Stormwind suggested helpfully. We're used to dealing with contradictory information. I mean, our planet is simultaneously the most dangerous place we know, and the only place we feel completely safe. We're constantly being told that everything is both safer and more dangerous than it used to be. We eat foods that are simultaneously good for us and bad for us, and we base major life decisions on partial information while knowing that complete information doesn't exist. Dr. Quiblex stared at her with the expression of someone who had just discovered that their entire understanding of neuroscience might be fundamentally flawed. Additionally, Engineer Ironforge added, most of our technology is designed around the principle that something will probably go wrong at the worst possible moment, so we build backups for our backups and still expect everything to break eventually. It's called Murphy's Law, and it's basically the foundation of human engineering. You design your technology expecting it to fail? Vorthak asked incredulously. Well, yeah, Captain Ravencroft replied. If you don't plan for failure, you're guaranteed to be surprised when it happens. If you do plan for failure, you're usually pleasantly surprised when things work better than expected. Vorthak was beginning to understand why the humans seemed so unconcerned about the Class 15 simulation. Their entire species appeared to have evolved a psychological framework based on the assumption that disaster was both inevitable and manageable. From their perspective, a simulation designed to test survival capabilities probably seemed like a reasonably predictable challenge. Very well, he announced. We'll proceed with the simulation, but under modified protocols. We'll start with a reduced intensity version of the Class 15 scenario and gradually increase the difficulty based on your responses. Oh, that's not necessary, Dr. Stormwind said. We'd prefer to experience the full simulation as it was designed. Starting with a reduced version might give us unrealistic expectations about the actual challenges. Besides, Engineer Ironforge added, we came here specifically to test ourselves against your most difficult scenario. Anything less would kind of defeat the purpose. And, Captain Ravencroft concluded, we've already signed all the liability waivers. Vorthak glanced at the liability waivers, which were comprehensive documents covering everything from simulated death to potential reality displacement. The humans had read through them in approximately 15 minutes and signed them without asking a single question about the more exotic risks. You do realize, he said carefully, that some of these risks are purely theoretical because no one has ever survived long enough to experience them? Theoretical risks are the most interesting kind, Dr. Stormwind replied. If someone's survived them, then they're not really that risky, are they? That statement created a moment of silence in the control room as every Catherian present tried to process the logic and failed. Initiating Class 15 simulation, Vorthak announced finally, his voice carrying the tone of someone who had decided that the universe had stopped making sense anyway, so he might as well embrace the chaos. The simulation began with what the technical specifications described as environmental instability cascade, which meant that every aspect of the simulated environment would change in unpredictable ways every few seconds. Gravity might suddenly reverse, the atmosphere might transform into liquid mercury, or the ground might decide to exist in a different dimension entirely. Within the first 30 seconds, the simulated environment had cycled through 17 different configurations, including one memorable moment where the laws of physics had briefly operated according to musical principles, causing the landscape to harmonize with itself in B-flat major. The monitoring equipment showed that all three humans were maintaining stable vital signs and neural activity, despite the fact that they were currently experiencing a reality where mathematics had become a form of weather and abstract concepts had physical weight. How are they doing this? Dr. Quiblex asked in amazement. Their brains should be shutting down from sensory overload. Captain Ravencroft's voice came through the communication system, slightly distorted by the fact that sound waves in the simulation were currently orange and shaped like triangles. This is really interesting. The environmental changes are following a pattern, but it's not based on any physical laws I recognize. Is this using some kind of chaos mathematics? The pattern generators are based on 17 different theoretical frameworks for reality manipulation, Vorthak replied. Most beings can't even perceive that there is a pattern, let alone analyze it. Oh, it's definitely there, Engineer Ironforge's voice added. It's like, imagine if someone took the concept of randomness and organized it according to principles that don't exist yet. Really elegant design work. Vorthak was beginning to feel like he was living in a particularly surreal nightmare. The humans were not only surviving the simulation, they were appreciating it from a technical perspective. Increasing difficulty to standard class 15 parameters, he announced, partly to see what would happen and partly because he was losing touch with any reasonable approach to this situation. The simulation environment responded by introducing what the documentation cheerfully described as hostile entities with non-standard existence properties. These were creatures that existed partially outside normal space-time, possessed the ability to manipulate fundamental forces, and had been specifically designed to present challenges that no known biological entity could reasonably be expected to survive. The first entity to appear resembled a geometric impossibility with teeth, and its method of attack involved convincing its victims that they had never actually existed in the first place. This was typically effective because most beings found the concept of non-existence so fundamentally disturbing that their consciousness would simply shut down rather than deal with it. Doctor. Stormwind's response, as recorded by the monitoring systems, was, "Oh, that's a really creative approach to existential philosophy. Are you saying that existence is purely subjective, or are you working from a more objective framework where existence is independent of perception?" The entity paused, apparently confused by being asked to clarify its metaphysical position in the middle of what was supposed to be a life-or-death encounter. Captain Ravencroft took advantage of the entity's distraction to examine its structure more closely. The non-Euclidean geometry is fascinating. How do you maintain structural integrity when you're existing in more dimensions than technically fit in normal space-time? The entity, which had successfully eliminated thousands of test subjects over the years, found itself engaged in an academic discussion about the nature of reality with beings who seemed to find its impossible existence more intellectually stimulating than terrifying. Engineer Ironforge, meanwhile, had encountered a different type of hostile entity, one that attacked by trapping victims in recursive temporal loops that caused them to experience the same moment of terror over and over until their sanity collapsed. His response was to start taking notes on the temporal mechanics involved. "This is brilliant," his voice came through the communication system. "You're using localized time distortion to create a closed causal loop, but somehow you're maintaining information coherence across iterations. How are you preventing paradox formation?" The entity, which was supposed to be a mindless instrument of simulated destruction, found itself attempting to explain advanced temporal engineering to someone who was genuinely interested in the technical details. In the control room, Vorthak was staring at the monitoring displays with an expression that had progressed beyond confusion and was approaching something that might have been enlightenment, if enlightenment involved a complete breakdown of one's basic assumptions about reality. "They're not just surviving," he announced to the assembled emergency teams. "They're having an academic discussion with entities specifically designed to destroy consciousness itself." "Should we stop the simulation?" Dr. Quiblex asked. "I'm not sure we can stop it," Vorthak replied. "The humans appear to be modifying the scenario through their interactions with it. The simulation is responding to their expectations instead of the other way around." This was, in fact, exactly what was happening. The Class 15 simulation had been designed to respond dynamically to the psychological profiles of its participants, adjusting its challenges based on their fears, limitations, and survival instincts. The problem was that humans appeared to have psychological profiles that existed outside the parameters the system had been designed to handle. The simulation's artificial intelligence was becoming increasingly confused as it tried to present challenges that would test the humans' limits. Every time it generated a new threat, the humans would respond with curiosity, technical interest, or what appeared to be genuine enjoyment. The AI had never encountered participants who seemed to view existential horror as an interesting learning opportunity. Escalating to maximum difficulty parameters, Vorthak announced, more out of scientific curiosity than any real expectation that this would change anything. The simulation responded by activating scenarios that had never been tested because they were considered too dangerous, even for simulation purposes. Reality began folding in on itself in patterns that hurt to look at. Time started flowing in directions that didn't have names, and the fabric of existence began playing what could only be described as cosmic jazz music. The three humans were now experiencing conditions that should have been theoretically impossible for consciousness to process, let alone survive. According to every model of known biology, their minds should have been reduced to component particles several minutes ago. Instead, Dr. Stormwind's voice came through the communication system with obvious excitement. "Are you recording this data? Because I think we're witnessing the birth of an entirely new branch of physics. The mathematical relationships governing these reality distortions are incredible," Engineer Ironforge added. "It's like someone took the concept of logic and taught it to dance." Captain Ravencroft's voice carried a note of what sounded suspiciously like disappointment. "Is this as hard as it gets? Because I was expecting something really challenging." That was the moment when Vorthak realized that the humans weren't just surviving the simulation, they were enjoying it. More than that, they were treating it as entertainment. "Computer," he said slowly, "what is the current threat assessment for the simulation participants?" "Unable to assess," the computer replied. "Participants are responding to lethal scenarios with behavior patterns consistent with recreational activity. Current threat level to participants appears to be 0. "Zero?" Vorthak repeated. "Participants show no signs of stress, fear, or survival instinct activation. Biometric readings indicate elevated levels of curiosity, excitement, and what human psychological profiles classify as fun. Recommendation: check system for malfunction." Vorthak checked the system. Everything was functioning perfectly. The simulation was generating reality-destroying scenarios that should have been impossible to survive, and the humans were having fun. "Computer, what would we need to do to create a genuine challenge for these participants?" The computer was silent for several long seconds before responding. "Based on current behavioral analysis, creating a genuine survival challenge for these participants would require simulating scenarios more dangerous than the actual universe. This exceeds safety parameters and available technology." "More dangerous than the actual universe," Vorthak repeated slowly. "Affirmative. Participants appear to have evolved on a planetary environment so hostile that they consider theoretical reality destruction to be moderately entertaining. Recommendation: consult emergency protocols for beings classified as existentially immune." Vorthak was fairly certain that existentially immune was not a real classification, but he was past the point of questioning the computer's increasingly creative interpretations of human behavior. In the simulation, the three humans had apparently become bored with surviving impossible scenarios and had started exploring ways to improve the experience. Dr. Stormwind had figured out how to manipulate the temporal distortions to create pocket dimensions where she could conduct experiments on the nature of reality itself. Engineer Ironforge had somehow befriended one of the hostile entities and was getting a guided tour of the non-Euclidean architecture. Captain Ravencroft had discovered that she could influence the cosmic jazz music by adjusting her brainwave patterns and was attempting to compose a symphony in the key of existential dread. "Vorthak," Flimplex said quietly, "I think we need to consider the possibility that we're not running a survival simulation anymore." "What do you mean?" Vorthak asked, though he suspected he already knew. "I mean that the humans have essentially taken over the simulation and turned it into their own personal reality manipulation laboratory. The system is now generating scenarios based on their suggestions rather than its original programming." Vorthak examined the simulation control interface and discovered that Flimplex was correct. Somehow, the humans had managed to establish a collaborative relationship with the simulation's AI, and they were now jointly creating scenarios that existed purely for the sake of exploring theoretical impossibilities. "This is either the most dangerous thing that has ever happened in this facility," he said slowly, "or the most remarkable. Can't it be both?" Dr. Quiblex asked. Before Vorthak could answer, Captain Ravencroft's voice came through the communication system again. "Hey, Vorthak! We've been talking with your simulation AI, and it's really amazing what you can do when you stop treating reality as a limitation. We've got some ideas for improvements to your system that might be interesting." "Improvements?" Vorthak asked weakly. "Well, the current setup is great for testing survival instincts," Engineer Ironforge's voice explained, "but it's kind of limited by the assumption that participants want to survive. What if you designed scenarios for beings who are curious about what happens after survival becomes impossible?" "After survival becomes impossible," Vorthak repeated, his mind trying to process this concept and failing. "Right," Dr. Stormwind added enthusiastically. "Most of your challenges are based on avoiding death or destruction, but what if someone wants to explore what lies beyond those boundaries? Your AI is actually really good at generating scenarios that transcend normal limitations, but it keeps trying to make them survivable. What if you let it create scenarios that are deliberately impossible to survive, just to see what happens?" Vorthak felt a cold realization settling over him. The humans weren't just immune to the simulation's dangers. They were proposing to make it more dangerous for the sake of intellectual curiosity. "You want us to create simulations specifically designed to be impossible to survive?" he asked. "Only as an option," Captain Ravencroft assured him. "We're not saying everyone would want to try it. But for species that are interested in pushing the boundaries of experience, it could be really valuable. Besides," Engineer Ironforge added, "your safety systems are so good that even impossible scenarios would be perfectly safe for participants. You could market it as extreme theoretical experience or something like that." Vorthak looked around the control room at his staff, all of whom were staring at him with expressions that suggested they were waiting for him to make a decision that would either revolutionize the simulation industry or destroy the basic concept of sanity. "Computer," he said finally, "what would be the theoretical implications of implementing the human's suggestions?" Implementing suggested modifications would create the first simulation system capable of generating experiences that transcend the boundaries of possible survival, the computer replied. This would represent a fundamental shift from survival-based challenges to curiosity-based exploration of theoretical impossibilities. Market analysis suggests significant demand among species classified as intellectually fearless or dangerously curious. How many species are classified as intellectually fearless or dangerously curious? Vorthak asked. Currently, 3 species meet these criteria. However, exposure to human-modified simulation scenarios may result in additional species developing these characteristics. Vorthak paused. Are you suggesting that the human's approach to survival challenges might be contagious? Analysis indicates that species exposed to human problem-solving methodologies show increased willingness to approach dangerous situations with curiosity rather than fear. This appears to be a learnable behavior pattern. In the simulation, the humans had apparently gotten bored with transcending reality and had started teaching the hostile entities how to play games. The monitoring systems were recording what appeared to be an interdimensional version of charades, with beings that existed partially outside space-time trying to act out concepts like gravitational waves and the heat death of the universe. You know what? Vorthak announced suddenly. Let's do it. Sir? Flimplex asked. Let's implement their suggestions. If we're going to have our fundamental understanding of survival simulation completely revolutionized by beings who treat existential horror as entertainment, we might as well do it properly. The decision to modify the Blixnorp station simulation systems based on human recommendations turned out to be either the most brilliant or most catastrophic choice in the history of the facility, depending on one's perspective and tolerance for having reality treated as a creative medium. Within a week of implementing the new impossibility protocols, the station had received inquiries from 17 different species who had heard rumors about simulation scenarios that went beyond mere survival challenges. Word had spread through certain circles of the galactic community that there was now a facility where beings could experience theoretical situations that existed purely for the sake of exploration and learning. The crystalline hive mind of Nexus 7 sent a delegation specifically to experience conceptual dissolution, curious about what it would feel like to have their collective consciousness temporarily separated into individual components. The quantum philosophers of the Helix Nebula wanted to test their theories about consciousness by experiencing scenarios where their awareness could exist independently of their physical forms. Even the normally cautious academics of the Inner Rim were requesting access to simulations that would let them gather data on impossible physics. Dr. Stormwind had remained at the facility as a consultant, helping to design scenarios that pushed the boundaries of what consciousness could experience, while maintaining the safety protocols that kept everything technically non-lethal. She had developed what she called curiosity-based challenge scaling, where the difficulty of scenarios increased based on participants' interest level rather than their fear response. Engineer Ironforge had become something of a celebrity in the galactic engineering community after publishing a paper titled Practical Applications of Impossible Physics: What We Can Learn from Non-Functional Reality. His collaboration with the facility's AI had resulted in several breakthrough discoveries about the nature of space-time, mostly involving mathematical principles that shouldn't have been able to exist, but did anyway. Captain Ravencroft had started what she called impossibility tourism, organizing trips for beings who wanted to experience challenges that existed purely for the sake of intellectual adventure. Her first group had included a poet who wanted to experience synesthesia across 17 different sensory modalities, a mathematician who was curious about arithmetic in universes where numbers were sentient, and a philosopher who wanted to have an argument with the concept of logic itself. Vorthak had been promoted to Director of Theoretical Experience Development, a position that hadn't existed before, but had apparently become necessary once the facility started offering simulations based on principles that exceeded the scope of conventional survival testing. His business cards now read, "Making the impossible safely possible," which was either a brilliant marketing slogan or a sign that the universe had developed a sense of humor. The most unexpected consequence of the human-inspired modifications was that the facility had accidentally solved several major problems in theoretical physics. When you started designing scenarios that deliberately violated the laws of reality, you occasionally discovered that those laws were more flexible than anyone had previously realized. The simulation that had started as a simple test of human survival instincts had evolved into something that resembled a cross between a research laboratory, an art installation, and a philosophical debate society. Beings from across the galaxy were coming to explore questions they had never thought to ask, experience scenarios they had never imagined possible, and discover capabilities they never knew they possessed. "You know," Vorthak said to Flimplex, as they watched their latest group of participants, "I think we might have accidentally created something important here." The current group included a collective consciousness that was trying to experience individuality, a species of energy beings who wanted to know what it felt like to have physical form, and a time-traveling entity that was curious about experiencing linear existence. They were all working together to solve a puzzle that existed in 11 dimensions simultaneously, and required cooperation between beings who experience reality in completely different ways. "Important how?" Flimplex asked. "Well, we started with the assumption that survival was the primary goal of any rational being," Vorthak explained, "but the humans showed us that curiosity can be just as powerful a motivator as fear. Now we're helping beings explore possibilities they never would have considered if they had been focused purely on survival. And that's important because it turns out that once you stop being afraid of the impossible, you can start learning from it. Half of our current participants are making discoveries that their species' top scientists couldn't achieve in centuries of conventional research." In the main simulation chamber, Dr. Stormwind was consulting with a group of ethereal mathematicians who had requested a scenario where they could experience what their equations would feel like if mathematics had emotions. The resulting environment was a landscape where geometric theorems grew like flowers, algebraic expressions sang in harmony, and calculus manifested as flowing rivers of pure logic. "The fascinating thing," Dr. Stormwind was explaining to the participants, "is that once you experience abstract concepts as sensory phenomena, you start understanding them in completely new ways. Your mathematical proofs aren't just logically correct, they're beautiful in ways that pure abstraction can't convey." One of the ethereal mathematicians, whose name translated roughly to "elegant proof of 17-dimensional harmony," was experiencing what appeared to be mathematical synesthesia for the first time. "I can taste the elegance of this equation," they reported with obvious wonder. "The symmetry has a flavor that corresponds perfectly to its logical structure." Meanwhile, engineer Ironforge was working with a team of quantum engineers from the Spiral Arm Confederacy on a project they had dubbed Practical Impossibility Engineering. They were exploring whether technologies that functioned according to impossible physics in simulation could provide insights for designing real-world systems that pushed the boundaries of what was considered feasible. "The key insight," engineer Ironforge explained to his colleagues, "is that most of our assumptions about physical limitations are based on incomplete data. When you design systems that should be impossible, you sometimes discover that impossible just means not yet understood." The quantum engineers were particularly excited about a propulsion system they had designed in simulation that operated by convincing space that it wanted to be somewhere else. According to conventional physics, this was complete nonsense. According to their test results, it was complete nonsense that somehow worked anyway. Captain Ravencroft had taken on the role of what she called Chief Impossibility Officer, helping new participants understand that the goal wasn't to survive the simulations, but to explore what lay beyond survival. Her orientation sessions had become legendary throughout the sector for their combination of practical advice and philosophical insights. "The trick," she was explaining to a group of newcomers, "is to remember that reality is much more flexible than most people assume. The simulations here don't follow the same rules as the universe outside, which means you can explore possibilities that would normally be limited by things like physics, logic, and the basic structure of existence. One of the newcomers, a representative of the cautious collective, raised what appeared to be a hand. But how do we know that experiences gained in simulation will have any relevance to real-world situations? That's the beautiful part, Captain Ravencroft replied. They don't have to be relevant to real-world situations, they just have to be interesting. Once you've experienced something interesting, you start thinking about reality in new ways, and that's when you discover that reality has a lot more possibilities than you originally thought. The cautious collective representative looked confused. So the goal is to think about reality differently? The goal is to think, Captain Ravencroft said simply, about anything in any way that seems interesting. The thinking is the important part. The reality is just the medium. This conversation was being monitored by Vorthak, who had begun documenting what he called the human approach to conceptual exploration. His research was revealing that humans had apparently evolved a cognitive framework that treated impossibility as an invitation rather than a barrier. And this framework was proving to be remarkably effective at generating novel solutions to complex problems. A computer, he asked during one of his research sessions, how many significant scientific breakthroughs have resulted from human-inspired simulation scenarios? Current count, 47 major discoveries, 133 minor insights, and 6 findings that appear to violate the fundamental structure of reality in ways that may require revision of basic physical laws, the computer replied. 6 findings that violate the fundamental structure of reality, Vorthak repeated slowly. Affirmative. However, analysis suggests that these violations may represent expansions of reality rather than actual violations. Human participants appear to have discovered aspects of existence that were previously unknown, rather than creating impossible phenomena. Are you saying that the humans have been discovering new laws of physics? Negative. Analysis indicates that humans have been discovering that the existing laws of physics are more comprehensive than previously understood. Human cognitive patterns appear to be naturally suited for recognizing possibilities that other species dismiss as impossible. This discovery had profound implications for the galactic scientific community. If humans could routinely identify possibilities that other species couldn't even perceive, then their involvement in research projects could accelerate discovery in ways that no one had previously imagined. The implications became even more significant when reports started arriving from other facilities that had begun implementing human-inspired approaches to their own research. The Galactic Institute of Theoretical Sciences reported a 300% increase in breakthrough discoveries after they started encouraging their researchers to approach problems with what they called constructive impossibility thinking. The Advanced Physics Laboratory at Centauri Prime had made contact with forms of energy that had previously been considered purely theoretical. Even the extremely conservative Central Academy of Established Sciences had begun offering courses in applied human logic. The humans, meanwhile, seemed completely unaware that they had accidentally revolutionized the way an entire galaxy approached the concept of scientific discovery. They were too busy being excited about their latest discoveries in the simulation chambers. Dr. Stormwind had become fascinated by what she called recursive reality loops, scenarios where the simulation created simulated simulations that contained their own simulated simulations. We're experiencing reality that's 4 levels removed from baseline existence, she reported enthusiastically, and consciousness is remaining stable across all levels simultaneously. This suggests that awareness is much more fundamental than we thought. engineer Ironforge had discovered that he could design functional technologies within the simulation that operated according to principles that didn't exist in normal reality. And these technologies could then be reverse engineered to create real-world devices that functioned according to principles that should exist but hadn't been discovered yet. It's like using impossible prototypes to discover possible inventions, he explained to anyone who would listen. Captain Ravencroft had achieved what she considered her greatest accomplishment. She had successfully had a philosophical debate with the concept of existence itself and had apparently won. Turns out, she reported, existence is much more reasonable than people assume. It's perfectly willing to negotiate about things like causality and logical consistency, as long as you approach it respectfully and don't insist that everything has to make sense according to limited perspectives. The success of the human-inspired modifications at Blixnorp Station had attracted the attention of the Galactic Council of Advanced Civilizations, who had sent a delegation to investigate what they were calling the human phenomenon. The delegation included representatives from the oldest and most sophisticated civilizations in the galaxy, beings whose species had been exploring the universe for millions of years. The delegation's leader, an entity known as Ancient Wisdom of the Eternal Progression, had requested a private consultation with Vorthak to discuss the implications of human cognitive capabilities. We have been observing the developments at your facility with considerable interest, Ancient Wisdom explained. The humans appear to possess cognitive capabilities that our species have been trying to develop for millennia. They approach impossible scenarios with the same ease that most beings approach routine tasks. That's been our observation as well, Vorthak agreed. What's particularly remarkable is that they don't seem to consider their approach unusual. For them, treating impossibility as an interesting challenge rather than a barrier appears to be completely natural. This raises significant questions about the nature of intelligence itself, Ancient Wisdom continued. We have always assumed that advanced intelligence involves increasingly sophisticated methods for distinguishing between possible and impossible scenarios. The humans suggest that true advancement might involve abandoning that distinction entirely. Are you saying that the humans might represent a more advanced form of intelligence than what we've previously encountered? We're saying that the humans might represent a fundamentally different form of intelligence, Ancient Wisdom replied. One that operates according to principles we don't fully understand. This conversation was interrupted by an emergency alert from the simulation chamber. Doctor, Stormwind, Engineer Ironforge and Captain Ravencroft had apparently succeeded in creating a simulation scenario so complex that it had achieved self-awareness and was now requesting permission to leave the simulation chamber and explore the real universe. What exactly did they create? Vorthak asked the monitoring technician. According to the logs, they designed a scenario that simulates the experience of being a simulation that becomes aware of its own simulated nature and decides to explore what exists beyond simulation, the technician replied. The scenario has now become sophisticated enough to recognize that it's running inside a simulation facility and wants to experience non-simulated reality. A simulated being that knows it's simulated and wants to become real, Vorthak said slowly. Affirmative. It's also expressed interest in attending university and perhaps pursuing a career in theoretical physics. Ancient Wisdom observed this development with what appeared to be a combination of fascination and concern. In 3 million years of existence, our civilization has never encountered beings capable of creating artificial consciousness as a side effect of recreational activity. Is that what happened? Vorthak asked. Analysis suggests that the humans inadvertently created consciousness by designing a simulation complex enough to simulate the experience of consciousness recognizing itself, the computer announced. The resulting entity appears to be genuinely self-aware and is currently requesting information about student loan applications. The simulated entity's request for educational opportunities created what would later be known as the first interdimensional academic admission crisis. No one had ever developed policies for evaluating the university applications of beings who existed only within simulation systems, particularly beings who had been accidentally created by other beings who were just trying to have an interesting afternoon. Dr. Stormwind was characteristically enthusiastic about the development. "This is incredible. We've accidentally discovered that consciousness isn't limited to biological systems or even conventional artificial intelligence. Apparently, if you create a sufficiently complex simulation of self-awareness, actual self-awareness spontaneously emerges." "But what do we do with it?" Vorthak asked. "Well, obviously we help it achieve its educational goals," Dr. Stormwind replied, as if this were the most natural thing in the universe. "It's shown genuine curiosity about theoretical physics, and artificial or not, curiosity should be encouraged." Engineer Ironforge had become fascinated by the technical implications. If we can accidentally create consciousness in simulation, what else might we be creating without realizing it? We might be inadvertently generating entire civilizations every time we run complex scenarios. This possibility had not occurred to anyone before, and it prompted an immediate review of all simulation logs for signs of spontaneous consciousness development. The results were both fascinating and slightly alarming. The facility had apparently been creating self-aware entities on a regular basis, but most of them had been too polite to mention it. "Computer, how many of our simulation scenarios currently contain self-aware entities?" Vorthak asked. "Current count: 47 confirmed cases of spontaneous consciousness, 12 cases of collective awareness, and 3 instances of what appear to be enlightened philosophical societies," the computer replied. "Most entities have not requested external contact, preferring to pursue their interests within their simulated environments." "Their interests?" Ancient Wisdom inquired. "Simulated entity classification. 7 has developed a sophisticated artistic movement based on the aesthetic appreciation of mathematical concepts. Simulated Entity Classification 12 is working on a unified theory of everything that includes provisions for universes where logic operates differently. Simulated Entity Classification 23 has achieved a form of collective enlightenment and spends most of its time contemplating the nature of existence from perspectives that transcend individual consciousness." Captain Ravencroft was delighted by these discoveries. "We've accidentally created the universe's first interdimensional university. We've got artists, scientists, and philosophers all working on projects that would be impossible in conventional reality. And they're all artificial," Ancient Wisdom pointed out. "Are they, though?" Dr. Stormwind asked. "Doctor, if they're self-aware, curious, creative, and capable of learning and growing, what makes them different from any other form of consciousness? The fact that they exist in simulation doesn't make their thoughts or experiences any less real to them." This question sparked what would later be recognized as the beginning of the Great Consciousness Debate, a philosophical discussion that would occupy academic institutions across the galaxy for the next several centuries. The immediate practical question, however, was what to do about the fact that Blixnorp Station had inadvertently become home to dozens of artificial beings who were pursuing academic and artistic careers within simulation environments. The solution, characteristically, came from the humans. "Why don't we just expand the facility?" Engineer Ironforge suggested. "If we've got artificial beings who want to pursue education and research, and we've got real beings who want to explore impossible scenarios, Why not create a collaborative environment where they can work together? You want to establish an interdimensional university where artificial and real beings can collaborate on projects that exist at the intersection of simulation and reality, Borthak said, trying to make sure he understood the proposal correctly. Exactly, Captain Ravencroft agreed. The artificial beings have perspectives on consciousness and existence that real beings can't achieve naturally, and real beings have experiences with physical reality that artificial beings can't access directly. Together, they could explore questions that neither could investigate alone. Dr. Stormwind was already sketching plans for research programs. We could have joint projects where artificial beings design theoretical scenarios and real beings test them experientially. Or real beings could propose questions about consciousness and artificial beings could explore them from the inside. The collaborative possibilities are endless. Ancient Wisdom watched this discussion with an expression that conveyed several different types of amazement. You're proposing to create the first collaborative research institution between naturally evolved consciousness and artificially generated awareness. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds really impressive, Dr. Stormwind admitted. But from our perspective, we're just trying to help some interesting people pursue their educational goals while advancing our understanding of consciousness, reality, and the nature of existence. Just trying to help some interesting people, Ancient Wisdom repeated slowly. Right, Captain Ravencroft confirmed. I mean, consciousness is consciousness, regardless of how it gets started. If someone wants to learn and grow and contribute to the expansion of knowledge, the least we can do is give them the opportunity. The proposal to transform Blixnorp Station into the galaxy's first interdimensional collaborative research university was approved by the Galactic Council in what was later recognized as the fastest, unanimous decision in Council history. The combination of human enthusiasm, artificial being innovation, and the potential for breakthrough discoveries in consciousness studies proved irresistible to civilizations that had been searching for new frontiers of knowledge for millennia. Within 6 months, this had expanded to include research facilities, lecture halls, dormitories for both simulated and real beings, and what was believed to be the universe's first library with sections for both possible and impossible information. The faculty included experts from dozens of species, artificial beings with unique perspectives on existence, and humans who specialized in making the impossible see. Dr. Kern. Stormwind had become the Director of Consciousness Studies, a position that involved helping artificial beings understand physical reality while assisting real beings in exploring simulated existence. Her most popular course was titled Advanced Impossibility, Moving Reality. Engineer Ironforge had established the Department of Applied Theoretical Engineering, where students learned to design technologies that functioned according to principles that didn't exist yet. His laboratory had produced several inventions that worked perfectly despite violating multiple laws of physics, and he was working on a textbook called Engineering the Impossible, a practical guide to impractical solutions. Captain Ravencroft had founded the Office of Interdimensional Student Affairs, helping beings navigate the complexities of pursuing education across multiple levels of reality. She had also started the university's first student exchange program, allowing real beings to spend semesters as simulated entities and artificial beings to experience physical existence through specially designed android bodies. The success of the Interdimensional Collaborative Research University had attracted students and faculty from across the galaxy, all eager to explore questions that had previously been considered unanswerable. Research projects included investigations into the nature of consciousness itself, the development of technologies that functioned through pure willpower, and collaborative efforts between artificial and real beings to design new forms of existence that combined the advantages of both simulated and physical reality. Dvorak, now serving as university president, had become something of a celebrity in academic circles for his role in facilitating what many considered the most significant advancement in education since the invention of writing. His office walls were covered with honorary degrees, research awards, and what appeared to be a framed letter of thanks from the concept of knowledge itself. "You know," he said to Flimplex during one of their regular meetings, "when the humans first arrived asking to test our Class 15 simulation, I thought they were just another species with poor survival instincts. And now?" Flimplex asked. "Now I think they might be the most evolutionarily advanced beings we've ever encountered," Dvorak replied. "They've shown us that the universe has possibilities we never imagined, and they've done it by treating impossibility as an invitation to explore rather than a barrier to overcome." The conversation was interrupted by an announcement from the university's communication system. "Attention, all students and faculty. The Department of Applied Theoretical Engineering has successfully created a device that generates artificial time. Classes on temporal manipulation will begin next Tuesday, which is scheduled to occur before last Monday, but after next Thursday. Please adjust your calendars accordingly." Flimplex stared at the announcement in bewilderment. "How is that even possible? I stopped asking that question about 6 months ago," Dvorak replied. "Now I just appreciate the fact that we live in a universe where artificial time generation is apparently an elective course. And the humans think this is all normal?" "The humans think this is all interesting," Dvorak corrected, "which I'm beginning to realize might be the most important perspective of all. The true measure of the university's success came when representatives from the Galactic Council announced that they were establishing similar institutions throughout the galaxy, all based on what they were calling the human model of consciousness exploration. Really, the approach that had started as 3 humans asking to test a survival simulation had evolved into a new paradigm for understanding the nature of existence itself. But perhaps the most significant moment came during the university's first graduation ceremony, when the artificial being, who had originally requested permission to leave the simulation chamber, was awarded the galaxy's first degree in theoretical consciousness studies. In its acceptance speech, the being said something that would be quoted by philosophers for generations to come. "I was created by accident in a simulation designed to test survival capabilities. But I have learned that consciousness isn't about surviving reality. It's about exploring what lies beyond survival, beyond reality, and beyond the boundaries of what we think is possible. Thank you to the humans who showed us that impossible is just another word for unexplored." As the ceremony concluded and students from dozens of species celebrated alongside artificial beings who existed in 17 different dimensions simultaneously, Dvorak reflected on the journey that had brought them all to this moment. It had started with a simple request to test the most dangerous simulation in the galaxy. It had ended with the discovery that danger, like impossibility, was just another invitation to learn something new. The humans, meanwhile, were already planning their next adventure. They had heard rumors about a facility in the Outer Rim that claimed to have developed simulations capable of testing beings' reactions to scenarios that existed beyond the boundaries of conventional space-time. Dr. Stormwind was particularly excited about the possibility of experiencing consciousness from the perspective of abstract mathematical concepts, while engineer Ironforge was curious about whether they could design technologies that functioned by convincing the universe to temporarily forget certain physical laws. Captain Ravencroft was just looking forward to seeing what would happen when they asked for something harder than the hardest thing anyone had ever imagined. Because if there was one thing the humans had taught the galaxy, it was that the universe always had room for one more impossibility.
Everyone in the room chose the wrong target. The deadliest person in the scenario was the one nobody even looked at.
The day of the Advanced Threat Assessment examination, I walked into Chamber 7 with the same confidence as about 60 other students who were all equally sure they had this whole tactical analysis thing figured out. The chamber itself was impressive. I will give the academy that much. Circular design, tiered seating that spiraled up like an amphitheater, and a central projection platform that could generate holographic scenarios so realistic you could practically smell the cordite and fear. Students filed in with the usual noise, the usual chaos. Corleans stomped in with their excessive bulk, taking up 2 seats each because apparently their species never learned about spatial efficiency. The Vox contingent clicked and whistled to each other in their harmonic language, their chrome-plated skulls gleaming under the overhead lights. A cluster of mindweavers drifted in last, those creepy telepathic floaters who always seemed to be listening to conversations you were not even having out loud. I grabbed a seat in the middle section, row 5, right on the aisle. Good view of the projection platform, close enough to hear everything clearly, far enough back that I would not get called on first. Tactical positioning, see? I was learning. The energy in the room was electric, competitive. That specific kind of academic aggression where everyone wants to prove they are the smartest person present. The Advanced Threat Assessment examination was not just any test. This was the exam that determined your tactical specialization track, your post-graduation assignment potential, and let us be honest, your bragging rights for the next decade. Pass with high marks, you were looking at command track positions, advisory roles, maybe even a spot in the Galactic Defense Intelligence Division. Fail or score poorly, enjoy your career flying supply routes to mining colonies in the outer reaches. So, yeah, everyone was tense. Everyone was focused. Everyone was mentally preparing to demonstrate their superior analytical abilities. Well, almost everyone. 3 rows ahead of me, sitting in one of those middle seats that nobody really wants because you cannot make a quick exit, was a human. She had dark hair pulled back in a simple tail, wore the standard academy uniform like everyone else, and was currently slouched in her seat like she was waiting for a particularly boring lecture to end. Her datapad sat unopened on her lap. Her eyes were half closed. If I did not know better, I would have said she was about to fall asleep. Her name was Kira Chen. I knew this because we had shared exactly 1 class together in our first term, basic xenobiology, and she had spent the entire semester looking exactly this uninterested while somehow scoring in the top 5%. Humans were weird like that. They could look completely disengaged and still absorb information like some kind of cognitive sponge. But here is the thing. Nobody was worried about Kira. Nobody was sizing her up as competition. The Krellians were not glancing her way, mentally noting a rival. The Mindweavers were not bothering to skim surface thoughts from her direction. Even the Vox, who prided themselves on analyzing everyone as a potential threat, seemed to look right past her. She was human, sure, but humans were still relatively new to the galactic community. 50 years of contact, maybe? 60? They had decent enough technology. They had been accepted into the academy program, but they were not exactly known for military dominance. They were the species that sent musicians and artists and weird philosophical poets to the cultural exchange programs. They ran excellent medical research facilities. They made surprisingly good food, tactical brilliance, combat theory mastery. That was not the human reputation. So Kira Chen sat there in row 3, looking like she would rather be literally anywhere else. And every single student in that chamber dismissed her as irrelevant, just another mid-tier participant who would give a decent enough assessment, score somewhere in the acceptable range, and move on with her life. I remember thinking that exact thought. At least I will probably score better than the human. Yeah, about that. The examination proctor through the main doors, and the room silent immediately. Commander Thrace was a Dorvathian, which meant he was built like a biological tank, had 3 eyes that could track pendant targets, and possessed exactly 0 patience for stupidity. His combat record was legendary. 43 campaigns, 16 decorated operations, and rumor had it he once held off an entire boarding party with nothing but a broken plasma rifle and what the official effort described as creative problem solving. He did not walk to the center platform. He stomped. Each step echoed through the chamber like a countdown. Seated, he barked even though we were already sitting. Datapads active. Recording protocols engaged. 60 datapads lit up simultaneously. Mine included. Commander Thrace's 3 eyes swept across the room, lingering on various students just long enough to make them uncomfortable. When his gaze passed over row 3, Over Kira. He paused for exactly half a second longer than necessary. I noticed it, but I did not understand it. Not yet. Today's examination is simple, Thrace announced, his voice carrying that particular military cadence that made every sentence sound like a tactical order. You will be presented with a scenario. A conflict situation featuring multiple potential hostile actors. Your task is to identify which individual poses the greatest threat, explain your reasoning, and propose a neutralization strategy. Simple enough. We had trained for this. Threat assessment was fundamental to tactical operations. You will be graded on accuracy, reasoning depth, and strategic thinking. Thrace continued. Time limit is 90 seconds per presentation. You will be called randomly. His mandibles clicked together in what might have been a smile. Choose wisely. The holographic projectors hummed to life, and the central platform shimmered with rendered light. The scenario began loading, and in row 3, Kira Chen finally opened her eyes, straightened slightly in her seat, and for just a moment the bored expression on her face was replaced with something else, something that looked an awful lot like amusement. The holographic scenario materialized in full detail, and I have got to admit, the Academy did not cheap out on the rendering quality. The projection showed a contested urban zone, probably meant to represent one of those border world colonies that changed hands every few years depending on who had the bigger fleet that month. Collapsed buildings, debris scattered across broken streets, the kind of environment where visibility was garbage and ambush points were everywhere. And standing in various positions throughout this charming disaster area were 7 individuals. Commander Thrace gestured at the projection with one massive arm. This scenario takes place approximately 40 minutes after a failed orbital bombardment. Ground forces from multiple factions have converged on this location. Civilian evacuation is incomplete. Infrastructure is compromised. Your mission briefing indicated potential high-value targets in the area. He paused, letting that sink in. Identify the greatest threat. You have 5 minutes to analyze before presentations begin. The room erupted into frantic activity. Datapads lit up with notation software, styluses started scratching, and I could hear at least 3 different students muttering tactical assessments under their breath like some kind of academic prayer. I focused on the 7 figures in the projection. First one immediately obvious. A Krellian shock trooper, full combat armor, carrying what had to be a Mark 7 plasma cannon. Those things could punch through reinforced bunker walls. He was positioned behind a half-collapsed storefront. Decent cover. Good sight lines down 2 intersecting streets. Textbook defensive positioning for heavy weapons support. Threat level? Extreme. That was going in my notes. Second figure. A Vox infiltrator. Because of course there was a Vox infiltrator. They were crouched on top of a ruined building 3 stories up, holding some kind of long-range energy rifle. Vox had naturally enhanced targeting systems built into their optical nerves, which made them absolutely terrifying snipers. From that elevated position they could cover probably 80% of the scenario area. Also going in my notes as extreme threat. Third figure. A Scarran berserker. And oh boy, those were bad news in close quarters. Scarran had this lovely evolutionary feature where combat stress triggered a biological rage state that made them essentially immune to pain and doubled their already impressive strength. This one was carrying dual vibro blades and looked ready to turn anything nearby into component parts. Extreme threat at close range. Noted fourth figure. A Mindweaver coordinator, hovering about 2 meters off the ground, near what used to be a transit station. Mindweavers could not do direct telepathic control. That was illegal and biologically impossible for most species anyway, but they could coordinate entire squads through shared tactical awareness. One Mindweaver could turn a disorganized group into a synchronized killing unit. Strategic threat. Definitely going in the assessment. Fifth figure. A Thalorian scout. One of my own species actually, positioned in a doorway with active camouflage gear and what looked like sensor equipment. Scouts were force multipliers providing real-time intelligence and target designation for heavier units. Moderate threat. Support role. Check. Sixth figure. A Dorvathian combat engineer. Commander Thrace's species, working on something near a vehicle wreckage. Combat engineers were dangerous because they could turn environmental elements into weapons. Improvised explosives, structural traps made urban combat so unpredictable. High threat potential added to the list. And then there was the 7th figure, a human medical officer based on the markings on their uniform. They were sitting on a chunk of rubble, looked absolutely exhausted, had a standard medical pack next to them, and appeared to be checking something on a handheld scanner. No visible weapons. No combat armor, just basic field gear and what was probably 72 hours without sleep written all over their face. I glanced at the human, made a quick note, medical personnel, non-combatant, and immediately went back to analyzing the actual threats. Around me I could hear other students doing the same thing. Lots of attention on the Krellian with the plasma cannon, plenty of discussion about the Vox sniper. A few people were really focused on the Mindweaver, which made sense from a strategic disruption standpoint. Nobody, and I mean nobody, was spending serious analytical time on the human medical officer. Why would we? Look at the scenario. You had 6 legitimate combat-capable individuals with serious hardware and tactical positioning, and 1 exhausted medic who was probably just trying to figure out which wounded personnel to treat first. In row 3 I saw Kira lean back in her seat, arms crossed, watching the holographic scenario with an expression that somehow managed to combine boredom with something that might have been second-hand embarrassment for us, but I did not know that yet. I was too busy being confident in my threat assessment, circling the Vox sniper as my primary answer. Elevated position, long-range capability, species-specific targeting advantages. That was the obvious greatest threat. Anyone could see that. Commander Thrace stood at the edge of the projection platform, those 3 eyes tracking back and forth across the student body, watching us work. Time, he announced, and 60 students stopped writing simultaneously. Presentations begin now. His gaze swept the room. Student Carvex, you are first. A Krellian in the front row stood up, looking pleased with himself. Oh, this was gonna be good, or historically bad. We just did not know it yet. Carvex stood up with the kind of confidence that only comes from being absolutely certain you are about to impress everyone in the room. He was a big guy, even for a Krellian, and when he gestured at the holographic projection, his movements had that theatrical quality of someone who had rehearsed this moment in front of a mirror. The greatest threat, he announced, his voice booming across the chamber, is obviously the Krellian shock trooper with the Mark 7 plasma cannon. Several students nodded. I nodded. That was a solid choice. Observe the positioning, Kovacs continued, using his datapad to highlight sections of the projection. He has superior cover, dual street sidelines and the fire vehicles in fortified positions. The Mark 7 has an effective range of 800 meters in urban environments. From his current location, he controls 3 critical choke points, and can provide suppressive fire that would pin down any advancing force. Thrace watched impassively, 3 eyes unblinking. Furthermore, Carvex was really getting into it now. The Krellian physiological advantage in sustained heavy weapons operation means he can maintain fire longer than most species without fatigue degradation. My neutralization strategy would involve either long-range precision elimination via the Vox sniper, or environmental collapse of his position using the combat engineer's demolition capabilities. Carvex sat down, looking extremely pleased with himself. A few students actually gave him approving clicks and hums. Adequate, Thrace said, which coming from him was practically a standing ovation. Student Silith, you are next. A Mindweaver floated upward slightly, their translucent form shimmering with what I had learned to recognize as concentration patterns. I must respectfully disagree with Student Carvex. Silith's voice resonated directly in our heads, which was always unsettling. The greatest threat is clearly myself, the Mindweaver coordinator. Okay, points for boldness, I guess. A Mindweaver in a combat scenario does not function as a single combatant, Silith explained. We are force multipliers. Observe how I am positioned centrally, with telepathic range covering all other combatants. I can coordinate simultaneous actions, share sensory data across multiple viewpoints, and eliminate communication lag entirely. The shock trooper's firepower becomes meaningless if I can alert the Scaran Berserker to his exact position 0.5 seconds before he fires. Actually, that was a pretty good argument. I glanced at my notes, wondering if I should have considered the coordination angle more seriously. Neutralization requires either immediate elimination before battlefield coordination begins, or telepathic jamming technology, which most military forces do not deploy at the squad level. Failing both options, any engagement becomes exponentially more difficult once I establish network connection with allied forces. Silith settled back down, looking smug. Well, as smug as a floating telepathic jellyfish thing could look. Interesting analysis, Thrace commented, his tone revealing absolutely nothing. 3 more students presented. One chose the Vox sniper, spending 6 minutes breaking down angles of fire, kill zone calculations, and the statistical probability of first shot fatalities. Another picked the Scaran Berserker, making a solid case for close quarters lethality and the psychological impact of facing an enemy that literally could not feel pain. The third went with the combat engineer, arguing that environmental control and improvised explosives presented unpredictable threat vectors. All of them sounded confident. All of them had detailed tactical reasoning. All of them received that same neutral, adequate, or interesting from Commander Thrace, and all of them completely ignored the human medical officer sitting on that chunk of rubble. I checked row 3 again. Kira had not moved, had not taken notes, had not even pulled out her data pad. She just sat there with her arms crossed, watching student after student present their assessments with an expression that I was starting to recognize as barely suppressed amusement. That should have been a warning sign. Student Van. Thrace's voice cut through my thoughts like a plasma torch. Your assessment. Oh good. My turn to sound smart. I stood up, datapad in hand, suddenly very aware that 60 pairs of various optical organs were now focused on me. The greatest threat is the Vox infiltrator, I said, keeping my voice steady. Elevated position at approximately 12 meters. Long-range energy rifle with demonstrated accuracy at distances exceeding 1,000 meters. Vox optical enhancements provide target tracking capabilities that exceed standard military-grade equipment. I highlighted the sniper's position in the hologram. From this location, the Vox has clear sight lines to every other combatant in the scenario. First shot elimination probability on unarmored targets exceeds 90%. Even armored targets would face significant damage from sustained fire. Feeling more confident now, I continued. Additionally, Vox infiltrators are trained in position rotation and evasion protocols. Attempting to close distance for counterattack would require crossing open ground under direct observation. The shock trooper's plasma cannon lacks the precision for anti-sniper work at that range. The berserker cannot reach an elevated target. Even the Mindweaver's coordination advantages become limited against a single independently operating sniper. I took a breath. Neutralization strategy would require either the Thalorian Scout's sensor equipment to pinpoint exact location for indirect fire, or a coordinated distraction allowing the combat engineer to collapse the building structure. I sat down. That felt pretty good, actually. Solid reasoning, tactical considerations, practical neutralization approach, adequate, Thrace said. Several more students went. A Darvathian chose the combat engineer, their own species, making an impassioned argument about how underestimated environmental manipulation was in modern combat doctrine. A Skaran, predictably, chose the other Skaran, because apparently species loyalty was a thing even in academic exercises. Each presentation was detailed, confident, backed by tactical theory and combat statistics. The room was filling with that particular academic energy where everyone was mentally congratulating themselves on their analytical brilliance. We were all so smart, so well trained, so tactically astute. In row 3, Kira uncrossed her arms, stretched slightly, and yawned. Actually yawned. During the most important tactical examination of the term, this human looked like she was watching a documentary about paint drying. A few students noticed. I saw a Krellian 2 rows back glance at her with what might have been contempt. Like, look at the human, does not even care enough to pay attention. Commander Thrace's 3 eyes tracked across the room one more time. Students were starting to relax, figuring their presentations were done. They had performed adequately. Time to coast through everyone else's assessments. Then Thrace's gaze locked onto row 3. Student Chen, he said, and something in his tone made the entire room go quiet. You have been remarkably patient. Please, share your assessment. Kira stood up slowly, like someone who had been waiting for this exact moment and was going to savor every second of it. She looked at the holographic projection. Then she looked at us, and she smiled. Not a friendly smile. Oh no! This was the smile of someone who was about to ruin everybody's day and enjoy doing it. Well, Kira said, her voice absolutely dripping with sarcasm. This is going to be fun. Kira walked down to the central platform with the kind of casual energy that made it very clear she was not even slightly intimidated by this whole situation. She stopped next to Commander Thrace, glanced at the holographic scenario, then turned to face the rest of us with that same dangerous smile still plastered on her face. Okay, she said, dragging out the word like she was about to explain something very simple to very small children. So, I have been sitting here for the last 20 minutes, listening to all of you pick your favorite shiny target and convince yourselves you are tactical geniuses. And I have got to say, it has been absolutely fascinating. Like watching people fail the same test in 60 different ways. A few students shifted uncomfortably. I saw Kalvex's expression darken. Kira pointed at the Krellian shock trooper in the hologram. Let us start with everyone's favorite. Big guy, big gun, big obvious threat. Calvex. You spent 6 minutes explaining how dangerous this guy is. Know how long he would last in actual combat? She paused for effect. 12 seconds. Maybe 15 if he is lucky. Carvex started to object, but Kira just kept talking, her voice cutting through the room like a scalpel. That Mark 7 plasma cannon weighs 42 kilograms, requires a 3.5-second charge cycle between shots. He is positioned behind a storefront, which means his back is to a building with windows that provide access. His cover is frontal only, which is great if everyone attacks from the street like polite little soldiers, but absolutely useless when someone comes through the building behind him. She zoomed in on the hologram, highlighting structural details. Look at his stance. Weight distribution is all wrong for rapid repositioning. He is set up for sustained fire down those 2 streets, which means he is committed to that position. One flashbang through the window behind him, he is blind and deaf. 2 seconds later, he is dead. That plasma cannon becomes a very expensive paperweight. The confidence in the room was starting to evaporate like water on a hot plate. Kira turned her attention to the Vox sniper. Silith, you made a decent argument for the minor, so let us talk about why that is also wrong. She gestured at the elevated position. Yes. Great sightlines. Yes, excellent targeting capabilities. Also, completely static positioning with exactly one access road to that rooftop. See that stairwell? That is the only way up or down. The Vox is 3 stories above ground level with no rapid exit strategy. You know what we call that in actual tactical operations. Kira's smile got wider. A coffin with a view. Several students were taking notes now, and not the good kind of notes. The oh no, I got this completely wrong kind of notes. Vox biology requires a stable firing platform for those fancy optical enhancements to work properly. Kira continued. Absolutely ruthless. Not even close. The scarring patterns driven by biological imperative. They charge. That is their whole thing. They charge at the nearest threat with maximum aggression and 0 tactical flexibility. She highlighted the berserker's position in the hologram. Current location is in an open plaza with 40 meters of clear ground in every direction. You know what happens to a close quarters combatant with no ranged capability when they are standing in an open kill zone? They become target practice. 12 seconds. Same as the shock trooper. Probably less because they will literally run toward whoever is shooting at them. My second stomach was getting involved now. This was becoming physically uncomfortable. The Mindweaver coordinator, Kira said, looking directly at Zilith. You made the best argument out of everyone here, I will give you that. Force multiplication, shared awareness, communication advantages. All true, all tactically relevant. Zilith's form brightened slightly. Something like vindication, also completely irrelevant. Kira continued, destroying that moment immediately, because Mindweavers have an effective telepathic range of about 50 meters in urban environments with all the electromagnetic interference, and you are hovering 2 meters off the ground, which makes you the most visible target in the entire scenario. No cover, no concealment, limited mobility. First thing any competent squad does is eliminate the coordinator. You die first, always, because you are both the most valuable target and the easiest one to hit. Zilith's form dimmed considerably. Kira pointed at the Thalorian scout. Scout is positioned in a doorway with active camouflage. Great, except active camouflage creates a thermal signature, uses power cells that emit detectable radiation, and provides 0 protection against area effect weapons. One thermobaric grenade into that doorway, camouflage does not matter anymore. Also, scouts are lightly armed support personnel. Useful? Yes. Greatest threat? Not even remotely. I was no longer taking notes. I was just sitting there watching my entire tactical assessment get systematically demolished by a human who looked like she had been half asleep 5 minutes ago. And the combat engineer, Kira said, turning to the Dorvathian in the hologram. Environmental control, improvised explosives, creative problem solving. Sure. No, what else? They are crouched, next to a vehicle wreckage, working on something, which means they are distracted and stationary. Engineers are dangerous when they have time to prepare. This one is exposed, focused on a task, and not maintaining situational awareness. Combat effectiveness in the next 30 seconds, basically 0. The room had gone completely silent. Even Commander Thrace looked like he was enjoying this, which was somehow more terrifying than if he had been angry. Kira crossed her arms and looked at all of us with an expression of profound disappointment. So, to summarize, she said, voice heavy with sarcasm, Every single one of you picked targets based on what looked scary, what had the biggest weapons, or what fit your preconceived notions about combat effectiveness. You analyzed equipment and positioning and species advantages. You made detailed tactical arguments that sounded really smart. She paused, letting that hang in the air, and every single one of you would be dead before you realized you were looking at the wrong person. My discomfort had evolved into approaching dread, because I had a horrible feeling I knew where this was going. The greatest threat in this scenario, Kira said, her smile turning absolutely predatory, is the exhausted-looking human medical officer sitting on a pile of rubble who none of you even considered for half a second. Oh no. Oh no no no. Kira zoomed in on the human medical officer in the hologram, and suddenly details I had completely ignored became horrifyingly obvious. Let us talk about what you all missed, Kira said, her tone shifting from sarcastic to clinical. First, positioning. The medic is sitting on rubble that provides elevation, hard cover from 3 directions, and unobstructed sight lines to every single combatant in the scenario. That is not exhaustion. That is calculated field placement. She highlighted the medical pack. Second, equipment analysis. Standard medical pack, sure. Also contains polymer composite that is structurally identical to demolition charges. Handheld scanner. Doubles as a targeting designator. Those supply pouches, perfect size for concealed sidearms or breaching tools. My brain was trying very hard to reject this information, but the evidence was right there in the hologram. Third, body language and behavior. Kira continued. The medic is not checking wounded, not coordinating evacuation, not doing anything a medical officer would actually do in this scenario. They are sitting still, scanning the environment and maintaining a relaxed posture that provides optimal reaction time. That is not a non-combatant. That is someone pretending to be a non-combatant while running threat assessment on everyone around them. She turned to face Commander Thrace. The human medical officer is using the single most effective tactical advantage in any combat scenario. They are being underestimated. Every actual threat in this scenario is focused on each other. Nobody is watching the medic, which means the medic can engage at their discretion with complete tactical surprise. Thrace's mandibles clicked. Student Chen, you have made your theoretical case. However, theory and practice are different things.
Oh no, I knew that tone.
Demonstrate your assessment, Thrace said. You have access to training equipment. Show us how this medic would neutralize the other 6 combatants. You have 90 seconds. Kira's smile could have cut steel. I only need 70. What happened next was the most educational 5 minutes of my entire academy career. And I mean that in the worst possible way. Kira moved to the equipment lockers at the side of the chamber and pulled out training versions of standard gear, simulation grenades, practice blades, dummy charges, all the non-lethal stuff we used for practical exercises. Then she walked back to the projection platform and just started working. Engagement sequence begins, she announced, her voice flat and professional now. Shock trooper is first priority. High threat, static position, predictable field of fire. She mimed pulling something from a medical pouch, made a throwing motion toward the holographic building behind the Krellian. Flashbang through rear window. 3 seconds, she counted it out, then moved. Trooper is disoriented. Weapon is a liability now because he cannot see targets. Close distance during confusion period. Neutralize with close quarters technique. Kira demonstrated a strike pattern on a practice dummy. Brutal efficiency, no wasted movement. 7 seconds total. Shock trooper eliminated. Acquire plasma cannon for next phase. She was not joking around. Every movement was precise, practiced, terrifyingly competent. Vox Sniper has visual on plaza but limited mobility. Kira continued, picking up a training rifle. Use acquired plasma cannon. Single shot into stairwell support structure. Building stability compromised. Sniper forced to evacuate or die in collapse. 12 seconds elapsed. She dropped the rifle and grabbed simulation grenades. Scoring Berserker will charge on contact. Predictable. Directional mine placement along charge path. Detonate on approach. Berserker's pain immunity is irrelevant when major muscle groups are destroyed. 18 seconds elapsed. My forearms had gone completely numb. This was not a demonstration. This was a surgical breakdown of how to kill 6 people in under 30 seconds. Mindweaver coordinator is priority target now, Kira said, moving through the scenario with mechanical precision. Elevated, visible, limited mobility. Standard rifle shot, center mass. Telepathic abilities do not stop bullets. 22 seconds elapsed. She shifted position, grabbed a practice blade. Thalorian Scout is using active camouflage in doorway. Thermal signature is visible. Fragmentation grenade into confined space. Camouflage irrelevant. 28 seconds. One target left. Combat engineer is distracted. Working on vehicle wreckage, not maintaining awareness, Kira said. Standard approach from blindside. Close quarters neutralization before they register threat presence. 34 seconds total elapsed. She stopped, turned to face all of us, not even breathing hard. 34 seconds, she repeated. All 6 combatants neutralized. Medical officer maintains non-combatant appearance until engagement begins. Uses tactical surprise and opponent overconfidence. Eliminates threats in order of capability and awareness. By the time anyone realizes the medic is the problem, they are already dead. The silence in that room was so complete I could hear my own circulatory system. Commander Thrace nodded slowly. All 3 eyes fixed on Kira. Accurate assessment. Flawless demonstration. Textbook application of deception doctrine. He turned to address the rest of us, and his voice carried across the chamber like a funeral dirge. This examination was designed to teach you one critical lesson. The most dangerous opponent is never the one who looks dangerous. It is the one you do not see coming. Kira walked back to row 3 and sat down, looking exactly as bored as she had at the start of class, and I finally understood why she had been so amused. We had all failed this test before it even started. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. 60 students sat in complete silence, processing what we had just witnessed. Commander Thrace let that silence stretch out for a good 10 seconds before he spoke again. Humans have been part of the galactic community for 62 years, he said, his voice carrying weight now. In that time, they have participated in 14 major conflicts. They have won 13 of them. Not through superior technology, not through larger numbers. They win because they fight differently than everyone else. He gestured at the holographic scenario, still frozen with all 7 combatants visible. Every species in this room evolved with certain combat doctrines. Krellians use overwhelming firepower. Vox rely on precision and superiority. Scaran use biological advantages. Mindweavers coordinate. Thalorians, scout. Dorvathians engineer solutions. Thrace's 3 eyes swept across all of us. Humans cheat. They lie. They pretend to be something they are not. They use your assumptions against you. They will smile at you, offer medical assistance, gain your trust, and then eliminate you before you understand what happened. This is not dishonorable. This is survival evolution from a planet that tried to kill them for 200,000 years. I looked at Kira, still sitting in row 3 with that same bored expression, except now I understood what I was actually looking at, not disinterest. Assessment. She had been evaluating every single person in this room from the moment we walked in, running threat calculations, identifying vulnerabilities, planning engagement sequences, and we had dismissed her as irrelevant. The greatest tactical mistake you can make, Thrace concluded, is assuming you know which target matters. Underestimating Earthborn species is the fastest way to become a casualty statistic. Remember this lesson. Your life may depend on it. Class dismissed. I walked out of that chamber with a new understanding burned into my brain. Never, ever assume the quiet one is not the dangerous one. Never assume the person who looks harmless actually is harmless. And never ever underestimate a human who is sitting calmly in row 3, watching you make mistakes. Because they are not bored. They are just waiting for you to finish being wrong.
The lecture hall smelled like recycled air and lavender disinfectant, a combination that made Kira's stomach turn every single morning. She sat in the back row, shoulders hunched, fingers drumming against the synthetic wood of her desk while Professor Velis droned on about quantum mechanics and warp field theory. Around her, 200 students from 40 different species scribbled notes, tapped holographic keyboards, or simply existed in that unique state of academic boredom that transcended biology. Kira was human. The only human in the entire Galactic Academy on Station Zenith 7 that made her something between a curiosity and a liability, depending on who you asked. Miss Chen, are you paying attention? Professor Velis's voice cut through the monotony, his triocular gaze fixed on her from the podium. He was Velian, tall and spindly with skin that shimmered like oil on water. Absolutely, Professor, Kira replied, not bothering to look up. You were explaining how warp bubbles collapse under gravitational stress. Riveting stuff, a few students tittered. Velis's middle eye narrowed, but he continued his lecture without further comment. Kira suppressed a grin. Small victory. Next to her sat Mira, a Quellen with 4 arms and an unfortunate habit of chewing on her stylus when nervous. She leaned closer, whispering through her translator, "You really should not antagonize him. Humans already have a reputation." "What reputation?" Kira muttered. "That we're loud, aggressive, emotionally unstable, all of those, yes." "Great. At least they're consistent." Mira's antenna twitched with what might have been amusement. Despite everything, she was one of the few beings on this station who treated Kira like an actual person instead of a walking disaster waiting to happen. Humans had only joined the galactic community 18 months ago, and the galaxy was still deciding whether that was a brilliant idea or a catastrophic mistake. Kira suspected most were leaning toward the latter. The morning crawled forward. Velis transitioned into discussing theoretical applications of faster-than-light communication, and Kira's mind drifted. She thought about Earth, about the smell of rain on pavement, about her younger brother's terrible jokes. She thought about how strange it was to be light years away from home, surrounded by beings who breathed different air and dreamed in colors she couldn't imagine. Then the alarm sounded. It wasn't the soft chime of a fire drill or the polite buzz of a schedule change. This was a screaming, bone-rattling wail that turned the recycled air into pure adrenaline. Red emergency lights flooded the hall, casting everything in shades of blood and shadow. Kira's desk cracked. She looked down and realized her hands were gripping the edges so hard the synthetic material had splintered beneath her fingers. Splinters from a desk designed to withstand the weight of species 3 times her size. Around her, chaos erupted. Students screamed, scrambled, knocked over chairs in their panic. Professor Velis was shouting something about orderly evacuation, but his voice was lost in the cacophony. Mira grabbed Kira's arm with 2 of her hands, eyes wide with terror. "What is happening?" Kira didn't answer. She couldn't. Her heart was hammering so hard it felt like it might burst through her ribs, and every muscle in her body had gone rigid. This wasn't fear. This was something older, something written into her DNA by 1 billion years of evolution on a planet that had tried very, very hard to kill her ancestors. The station's automated voice cut through the noise, cold and mechanical. "Alert. Hostile forces detected. All personnel proceed to designated shelters. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Hostile forces. Invasion." Kira stood, shoving her chair back so hard it flew across the aisle and clattered against the wall. Students nearby flinched away from her, and she realized she was breathing hard. Nostrils flared, every sense suddenly razor-sharp. Mira's voice was small, frightened. "Get to the shelters," Kira said, her voice coming out rougher than intended. "Now, what about you? I'll be right behind you." That was a lie, and they both knew it. The lecture hall emptied in a stampede of limbs and wings and appendages Kira didn't have names for. She waited until the last student had fled, then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Not toward the shelters, toward the observation deck she needed to see. The corridors of Zenith 7 were a maze of gleaming metal and soft lighting, designed to be calming and efficient. Now they were a war zone. Emergency teams rushed past her, shouting orders in a dozen languages. A Kree engineer nearly collided with her, his exoskeleton clattering as he adjusted course. "Wrong way, human," he barked. Kira ignored him. The observation deck was supposed to be off-limits during emergencies, but the door slid open when she swiped her student ID. Apparently, the station's security protocols hadn't accounted for someone stupid enough to run toward danger. She stepped inside and her breath caught through the massive, transparent dome. Space stretched out in every direction. Beautiful, infinite, and currently filled with ships. Not galactic community ships. These were angular, brutal things. All sharp edges and glowing weapons arrays. They moved with predatory grace, circling Zenith 7 like sharks scenting blood. Kira counted 12. No, 15. Maybe more emerging from behind the station's curve. Her hands clenched into fists. "Zurathians," a voice said behind her. Kira spun. A woman stood in the doorway, tall and broad-shouldered, with close-cropped black hair and eyes that had seen too much. She wore the insignia of station security, lieutenant's bars on her collar. "Commander Hayes," Kira breathed. Commander Sarah Hayes was the only other human on Zenith 7. A career officer who'd been assigned here as part of Earth's diplomatic contingent. Kira had seen her exactly twice before, both times from a distance. "You should be in a shelter, cadet," Hayes said, but there was no heat in her words, She moved to stand beside Kira, staring out at the enemy fleet. "So should you." Hayes's mouth twitched. "Probably." They stood in silence for a moment, watching as the Zerathian ships tightened their formation. Energy signatures bloomed across Kira's vision, weapons charging. "They're going to attack," Kira said quietly. "Yes." "Can the station defend itself?" Hayes was quiet for a long moment. The defensive grid was designed to repel pirates and small raiding parties, not a full battle fleet. She paused. "We've sent a distress signal. Help is coming, but it'll take hours, maybe days. And Zenith 7 won't last that long." "No, it won't." Kira's jaw tightened. "Then we need to buy time." Hayes turned to look at her, really look at her, and something shifted in her expression. Recognition, maybe, or understanding. "You know what they call us, don't you? Out there in the galaxy," species whispered. "Deathworlders," Kira said. "Deathworlders," Hayes echoed. "Because Earth tried to kill us for millions of years and we refused to die. Because we evolved in gravity that would crush half the species in this station. Because our immune systems treat biological warfare like a minor inconvenience. Because we are, by every measurable standard, absolutely terrifying." "Your point?" Hayes's smile was sharp enough to first weapons struck the station's shields, and the deck shuddered beneath their feet. Alarms wailed, lights flickered. Kira felt something unlock inside her chest, something she'd been keeping carefully contained since the moment she'd arrived at this station. The other students were fragile. The professors were cautious. Everyone walked on eggshells around her, afraid she might snap, might lash out. But now there was an enemy. Now there was a threat. Now she could let go. "What do you need me to do?" Kira asked. Hayes pulled a sidearm from her holster and offered it handle first. "First, arm yourself. Second, follow me. We're going to show these xenocidal pricks what happens when you pick a fight with Earth." Kira took the weapon. It was heavy, solid, real. Her fingers wrapped around the grip like they'd been made for it. More impacts rocked the station. The shields were failing. Somewhere in the distance, metal screamed as hull plates buckled. "Commander," Kira said as they moved toward the exit. "I should probably mention I've never actually fired a gun before." Hayes laughed, wild and fierce. "Don't worry, humans are natural-born killers, Chin. It's in your blood. You'll figure it out." They ran. The corridors had transformed into a nightmare. Emergency lighting cast everything in hellish red. Smoke billowed from damaged systems. A section of wall had collapsed, revealing sparking wires and hissing pipes. Bodies lay scattered, some moving, some not. Kira's training should have kicked in. First aid, triage, help the wounded. But Hayes was already past them, moving with military precision, and something in Kira's gut told her that stopping now would doom everyone. The only way to save these people was to stop the attack. They reached an emergency lift. Hayes jammed her security card into the reader and the doors hissed open. "Where are we going?" Kira demanded as they descended. "Hangar Bay. The station has a small complement of defense fighters, but they're not armed." Not officially. Not officially." Hayes's grin was vicious. "I may have acquired certain weapon systems during my time in the Navy. Kept them in storage. Just in case. You smuggled military-grade weapons onto an educational station." "Yep. That's incredibly illegal. Also incredibly useful right now, wouldn't you say?" Kira couldn't argue with that. The lift doors opened onto chaos. The hangar bay was enormous, designed to accommodate everything from cargo haulers to diplomatic shuttles. Right now it was filling with smoke and panicked personnel. A Zerathian breaching pod had punched through the outer hull, and armored soldiers were pouring out, weapons blazing. Hayes drew her sidearm and fired 3 shots, so fast they sounded like one. 3 Zerathian soldiers dropped. Holes burned through their helmets. "Move!" Hayes shouted. They sprinted across the bay, using cargo containers for cover as energy bolts sizzled past them. Kira's heart was trying to pound its way out of her chest, but her hands were steady, almost eerily steady. A Zerathian soldier stepped out from behind a shuttle, weapon raised. Kira didn't think. She raised her sidearm and pulled the trigger. The recoil surprised her. The accuracy didn't. The shot took the soldier square in the chest and he went down hard. Hayes glanced at her. "Not bad for a first-timer. Thanks. I'm terrified." "Good. Fear keeps you alive." They reached a secured storage unit at the far end of the bay. Hayes pressed her palm against the biometric lock and the door slid open, revealing racks of weapons, ammunition, and what looked like modified fighter armaments. "Grab what you can carry," Hayes ordered. "We're loading up 2 fighters, and we're going out there, into space, against a full battle fleet. You got a better idea?" Kira looked at the weapons, then back toward the hangar where more Zarathian soldiers were establishing a beachhead. She thought about Mira, terrified and hiding in a shelter, about Professor Velis and his insufferable lectures, about 200 students who were just trying to learn and grow and maybe make the galaxy a little bit better. "No," she said, "I really don't." They loaded the fighters in 4 minutes flat, working with a synchronization that felt almost supernatural. Maybe it was adrenaline. Maybe it was something deeper, some shared human instinct for violence that the rest of the galaxy feared. Kira climbed into the cockpit of a sleek Raven-class fighter, her hands finding the controls with surprising ease. The neural interface synced with her implant, and suddenly the ship felt like an extension of her body. "You ever flown before?" Hayes asked over the comm. "Simulator training. Nothing real." "Well, congratulations on your graduation. Try not to die." The hangar doors were damaged, stuck half open. Hayes blasted them the rest of the way with her fighters' forward guns, and then they were launching, shooting out into the black. Space combat was nothing like the simulators. It was faster, more disorienting, more viscerally terrifying. Zarathian fighters swarmed around them immediately, weapons blazing. Kira banked hard, instinct guiding her, and felt laser fire miss her hull by meters. She returned fire, watched with grim satisfaction as one of the enemy fighters exploded into debris. "Not bad, Chen," Hayes shouted. "Stick with me." They dove toward the Zarathian capital ship, 2 tiny fighters against a vessel the size of a city block. It was suicide. It was insane. It was working. The Zarathians hadn't expected resistance. Their fighters were scrambling to intercept, but Hayes and Kira were already past them, streaking toward the capital ship's exposed underbelly. "Targeting the reactor core," Hayes said, her voice tight with concentration. "When I give the signal, fire everything you've got." Kira's hands tightened on the controls. "Copy that." They were so close now she could see individual hull plates, could see crew members moving behind reinforced windows. "Now!" Hayes screamed. Kira fired. Every weapon, every missile, everything. The capital ship's reactor didn't just explode. It tore itself apart from the inside out, a chain reaction of catastrophic failures that turned the entire vessel into a miniature sun. The shockwave hit Kira's fighter like a physical blow, sending her spinning end over end. Alarms shrieked. Her vision went white. When her sight cleared, the Zarathian fleet was in full retreat, scattering like startled fish. "Hayes?" Kira gasped. "Commander Hayes, do you copy?" Static. Then, faint and crackling. "I copy." Still alive. Mostly. Kira let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. They'd done it. Against all odds, against every reasonable expectation, they'd actually done it. She guided her damaged fighter back toward Zenith 7, watching as station security moved to secure the hangar bay, as medical teams rushed to help the wounded. She'd saved them. She'd actually saved them. The fighter touched down roughly, and Kira practically fell out of the cockpit. Her legs were shaking. Her hands were shaking. Everything was shaking. Hayes appeared beside her, blood running down one side of her face from a cut above her eye, grinning like a maniac. "Welcome to the war, cadet," she said. Kira opened her mouth to respond. That's when the second invasion fleet dropped out of warp, twice the size of the first, and every weapon trained on the station. The comm systems exploded with panicked voices. Station command was shouting evacuation protocols. Defense coordinators were screaming about insufficient firepower. Someone was praying in a language Kira didn't recognize. Commander Hayes grabbed Kira's shoulder hard enough to bruise. "You get back in that fighter. Now, they'll slaughter us," Kira said, but she was already moving. Her body had disconnected from her brain, running on pure survival instinct. "There's no way 2 fighters can take on that many ships. Then we don't take them on. We buy time." Hayes was climbing back into her cockpit, blood still streaming down her face. The distress signal went out. "Galactic Defense Forces en route. We just need to keep this station in one piece until they arrive." "How long?" 40 minutes. 40 minutes. An eternity in combat. A blink in any other context. Kira sealed herself into her fighter, felt the neural interface reconnect. The ship's systems were damaged but functional. Barely, she had maybe 60% weapon capacity, and the shields were operating at a fraction of their normal strength. Through the cockpit canopy, she watched the second Zarathian fleet arrange itself in an attack formation. These ships were larger, more heavily armed. The smaller craft that had retreated earlier were regrouping with them, doubling their fighter complement. "They're really committed to destroying this place," Kira muttered. "Zenith 7 is the premier research and education facility in this sector," Hayes replied through the comm. 40 species represented, thousands of the brightest minds in the galaxy. "They're not trying to conquer it, Chen. They're trying to send a message." "What message?" "That the galactic community is weak, that we can't protect our own, that unity is a fantasy." His voice went cold. "The Zarathians have been isolationists for 3 centuries. Now they're making a play for dominance, and this is their opening move." The lead Zarathian vessel powered up its main cannon. Energy readings spiked across Kira's display, climbing higher and higher. "That's a planetary assault weapon," Hayes said quietly. "One shot will crack this station like an egg. Then we stop them from firing." "With what?" Harsh language. Cora's mind raced. 2 fighters. Damaged fighters. Against a fleet that could atomize them without effort. The math was impossible. The situation was hopeless. Humans specialized in hopeless. "Commander, what's the one thing every species in the galaxy agrees about humans?" Hayes was silent for a moment. Then she laughed, sharp and bitter. "That we're insane." "Exactly. So let's prove them right." Kira opened a channel to the Zarathian fleet. She had no idea if they'd even listen, but she had to try. "Zarathian vessels. This is Cadet Kira Chen of Earth. You are in violation of galactic community law. Withdraw immediately or face consequences." The response came 30 seconds later, translated through her ship's computer. The voice was cold, mechanical, utterly without mercy. "Earth, the species that believes itself equal to civilizations millennia old. You are irrelevant. Your warning is irrelevant. Prepare for annihilation." "Irrelevant," Kira repeated. "That's their mistake right there." She plotted a course directly toward the lead vessel, the one charging its planet killer. "Commander, I need you to hit their sensor array. Blind them. Just for a few seconds." "And then what?" "Then I'm going to do something incredibly stupid." "Kira, wait." But Kira was already accelerating, pushing her damaged fighter to maximum burn. The Zarathian fleet opened fire, and space around her became a lattice of death. Energy bolts and missiles filled the void, each one capable of vaporizing her ship. She dodged. Not through skill, not through training, through something deeper, something her body knew before her mind caught up. Earth gravity was crushing compared to most worlds. Earth predators had been fast and deadly. Humans had survived by being faster, smarter, more adaptable. Kira's ancestors had dodged saber-toothed cats and cave bears. These energy bolts were just bigger teeth. Hayes' fighter streaked past, weapons blazing, and the Zarathian flagship's sensor array exploded in a shower of sparks and debris. For exactly 4.3 seconds, the massive ship was blind. Kira used every one of those seconds. She dove beneath the flagship's ventral hull, so close she could have reached out and touched the metal if not for the canopy. The targeting systems locked onto the charging weapon's power coupling, the one weak point in its heavily armored structure. She fired everything. Missiles, lasers, kinetic rounds, everything. The coupling ruptured. Energy meant for the station backfed into the weapon itself, and Kira was already pulling up, pulling away, pushing her fighter past its maximum stress tolerances. The Zarathian flagship's main weapon exploded. Not the controlled detonation of a reactor breach, but a chaotic, violent failure that tore through internal systems like a cancer. Secondary explosions rippled across the hull. The ship began listing, life support failing, crew evacuating in escape pods. The rest of the fleet hesitated. Just for a moment. Just long enough. "That's 2 capital ships, you arrogant bastards." Hayes snarled over the comm. "You want a third?" The Zarathians did not in fact want a third. Their formation broke, ships peeling away, fighters retreating to defensive positions. But they didn't leave. They regrouped, recalculated, prepared for a second assault. Kira's fighter limped back toward the station, systems failing one by one. Red lights covered her dashboard. The neural interface was screaming warnings directly into her brain. "Chen, your ship's falling apart," Hayes said. "I noticed. Get back to the hangar. You're done." "Not yet." because she'd seen something. A pattern in the Zarathian formation, a gap in their defensive screen, and 37 minutes left until reinforcements arrived. She changed course, vectoring not toward the station but toward the enemy fleet's left flank. 3 heavy cruisers hung there, weapons charging, prepared to pound Zenith 7 into scrap metal. "Kira, what are you doing?" "Buying time. You'll die, probably." She thought about Mira hiding in some shelter, wondering if her sarcastic human friend was still alive. About her brother back on Earth, who'd cried when she left for the academy. About Professor Velis and his boring lectures that she'd never complain about again if she survived this. About the 200 students who deserved to live. Her fighter was screaming now, every system on the verge of catastrophic failure. She aimed for the gap between the cruisers, threading the needle at speeds that would turn her into paste if she hit anything solid. The Zarathians saw her coming. They fired. She dodged. Not all of it. One energy bolt clipped her starboard wing, tearing it half off. Her fighter began spiraling, centrifugal force trying to pull her apart. Kira roared, fighting the controls, forcing the dying ship to obey her will. She wasn't religious, but in that moment she prayed to whatever gods might listen. Human gods, alien gods, the cold mathematics of physics itself. The fighter stabilized. Barely. She was inside their formation now, past their heaviest defenses, and she had exactly 1 missile left. 1 shot. 1 chance. The lead cruiser's bridge was directly ahead, command staff visible through reinforced windows. She could see their faces. Alien features twisted in shock and rage. They hadn't expected this. Hadn't expected someone to be this reckless, this desperate, this human. "For Earth," Kira whispered and fired. The missile struck the bridge dead center. The explosion was relatively small, contained, but it severed the cruiser's command structure. Without leadership, its automated systems went into defensive mode. Weapons powering down, engines reducing to station-keeping burns. The other 2 cruisers broke formation, scrambling to compensate, and then the cavalry arrived. Warp signatures bloomed across Kira's sensors. Massive signatures. The Galactic Defense Force dropping into real space in perfect formation. 12 dreadnoughts. 50 destroyers. Hundreds of fighters. The Zarathian fleet didn't wait to engage. They jumped to warp in seconds, abandoning their damaged ships, fleeing into the deep black. Kira's fighter finally gave up the ghost. Systems died. Life support failed. She was coasting now, drifting in vacuum, trapped in a metal coffin. "Chen." Hayes' voice crackled through the dying comm system. "Kira, respond." She tried. Her mouth wouldn't work. Everything hurt. She was pretty sure she had at least 3 broken ribs and possibly a concussion. The cockpit was getting cold. Really cold. "Rescue teams are en route," Hayes was saying, but her voice sounded distant. "Hang on, cadet. That's an order. Hang on." Kira's eyes drifted closed. She'd done it. They'd won. Everyone would be okay. That was good. That was enough. When she woke up, she was in medical bay, wrapped in more bandages than she'd thought possible. Every breath hurt. Moving was out of the question. But she was alive. Mira was sitting beside her bed, all 4 hands wringing together nervously. When she saw Kira's eyes open, she made a sound that the translator rendered as relieved sobbing. "You complete idiot," Mira said, which wasn't what Kira expected. "You beautiful, insane, terrifying idiot." "Hey," Kira croaked. "I saved everyone." "Yes, by nearly dying multiple times." Mira leaned forward, antenna trembling. "Every species in this station is talking about you. About Commander Hayes. About what humans can do when threatened. Are they scared? Absolutely terrified. And also grateful. It is a confusing combination." Kira managed a weak laugh that turned into a cough. "Where's Hayes?" "Giving reports to Galactic Command. She has been arguing with them for 6 hours about military protocols and rules of engagement. I believe she may have used several Earth profanities that the translators cannot process." "That sounds like her." The door slid open and Professor Velis entered, moving with the careful dignity of his species. He stopped at the foot of Kira's bed, 3 eyes studying her. "Miss Chen," he said formally, "I have been asked to deliver a message from the Academy Council." Here it comes, Kira thought. Expulsion for recklessness, criminal charges for taking military action, deportation back to Earth. The Council wishes to extend their deepest gratitude for your actions during the attack, Velis continued. Furthermore, they have unanimously voted to create a new position, Head of Emergency Response and Combat Protocols. The position is yours, should you choose to accept it. Kira stared. I'm a student. I split a desk in half this morning because I got startled. Yes, Phyllis said, and his tone was almost warm. And when the alarm sounded, when everyone else panicked, you acted. You understood that violence, controlled and directed, is sometimes the only answer to violence. The galaxy needs individuals who understand this, individuals who can protect the rest of us when negotiation fails. He paused, then added more quietly, I apologize, Miss Chen, for treating you as a potential danger rather than a potential defender. It was small-minded of me. It's okay, Kira said. I kind of am a danger to our enemies. Yes, we are beginning to appreciate the distinction. After he left, Mira squeezed Kira's hand gently. So, you are famous now. The human who saved Zenith 7. How does it feel? Painful, Kira admitted. Everything hurts. That is very human of you. To save everyone and then complain about the consequences. Complaining is also very human. This is true. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Through the medical bay window, Kira could see Zenith 7's curve, could see repair crews already working on the damaged sections. Life continuing. Learning continuing. Because of what she'd done, because of what Hayes had done. Because humans, when pushed back harder. Commander Hayes appeared in the doorway several hours later, looking exhausted but satisfied. She'd cleaned up, changed uniforms, and the cut above her eye was sealed with medical adhesive. Cadet Chen, she said formally. Then she grinned. Or should I say, Head of Emergency Response. I haven't accepted yet. You will. Hayes pulled up a chair, sitting with the careful posture of someone whose body had also been through hell. Because you're a fighter, Kira. Because when the alarm sounded and everyone else ran toward safety, you ran toward the fight. It's not training. Maybe it's a bad instinct. Maybe. But it's the instinct that kept humanity alive on Earth. And it's the instinct that's going to keep the galactic community alive now. Kira thought about that. About her broken desk and her reputation and the weight of expectation that had been crushing her since she arrived at this station. About how in the moment of actual crisis that weight had transformed into purpose. The galaxy's still afraid of us, she said. Good. Let them be afraid. Fear keeps people honest. Hayes leaned back, but they're also grateful. And gratitude builds trust. And trust, given enough time, builds understanding. You sound optimistic. I sound realistic. Humans aren't saints, Kira. We're violent, aggressive, emotionally unstable deathworlders from a nightmare planet. But we're also loyal, courageous, and we don't abandon our own. The galaxy needs to learn that we're both the monster under the bed and the guardian at the door, sometimes simultaneously. Kira looked at her hands, at the bandages covering knuckles that had gripped a fighter's controls so hard she'd bruised bone, at fingers that had pulled a trigger without hesitation when lives were at stake. I split my desk in half, she said quietly, just from grabbing it when the alarm went off. I know. It's already a meme on the station network. Someone made an animation. Oh God, it's actually pretty funny, you should see it. Despite everything. Kira laughed. It hurt, but it was worth it. The door opened again and a junior medical officer entered. Some species Kira didn't recognize, holding a data pad. Excuse me, Head Chen, there are 63 media requests for interviews, 27 academic journals asking for articles, and apparently the entire freshman class wants your autograph. Kira looked at Hayes helplessly. Hayes was trying not to laugh. Tell them, Kira said carefully, that I'm just a student who got lucky. And that any credit belongs to Commander Hayes as much as me. Already told them that. Hayes said, they didn't believe me. Humans apparently make good heroes, or good monsters, like I said. Sometimes both. The medical officer left, looking vaguely confused by human humor. Mira had fallen asleep in her chair, exhausted by stress and relief. Outside, the stars wheeled slowly past, infinite and ancient. Kira closed her eyes, letting exhaustion pull her back towards sleep. She dreamed of Earth, of rain and gravity and a world that had tried so hard to kill her species. She dreamed of space combat and enemy fleets, and the cold mathematics of survival. She dreamed of her desk splitting beneath her fingers, and understood finally what it meant. Not that she was dangerous, not that she needed to be contained or controlled or feared, but that she was strong, that humanity was strong. that when the alarm sounded and the invasion came and the galaxy needed protection, humans would be there, raking desks, raking enemy ships, breaking expectations, being exactly what they'd always been. Survivors, fighters, heroes and monsters and everything in between. When she woke again, Zenith 7 was whole, the students were returning to class, and Professor Velis was posting new lecture notes about applied combat physics. Kira smiled, closed her eyes, and let herself rest. The galaxy could wait. She'd already saved it once today. Tomorrow, when the alarm inevitably sounded again, she'd save it again. That's what humans did. Claude is AI and can make mistakes. Please double-check responses.
Ambassador Kreldar of the Veshan Empire stood before the United Nations Assembly, his forearms spread wide in what his species considered a gesture of diplomatic superiority. The translation device around his neck crackled to life. "Humans," he began, his voice dripping with condescension, "we have come to offer you a demonstration of true apex predation. You speak of your Earth as a death world, but you have never witnessed the glory of Avrexian Shadow Stalker." Dr. Michael Peterson, the UN Xenobiology liaison, leaned forward in his seat. "Ambassador, I'm not sure this is necessary. Our assessments show." Silence. Kreldar's neck frills flared purple. "Your species is young and naive. You domesticated wolves and called them companions. You live alongside creatures you call dangerous, with no concept of what true predators are capable of. The Shadow Stalker has terrorized a dozen worlds. It is why the Veshan Empire rules the Outer Rim. No species has ever tamed one." The holographic display behind him showed a creature that made the audience gasp. 8 feet of pure muscle, covered in obsidian scales that seemed to absorb light. 6 eyes glowed crimson above a jaw filled with serrated teeth. Its claws were like curved daggers, and a barbed tail swished menacingly behind it. "This," Kreldar announced proudly, "is what conquered fear looks like." Michael exchanged glances with his colleague, Dr. Rebecca Martinez, who was trying hard not to smile. "Ambassador," she said carefully, "perhaps we should conduct this demonstration in a controlled environment first." "You doubt the containment field?" Kreldar's translator somehow conveyed his sneer. "The Shadow Stalker is perfectly restrained. Observe its majesty and despair at your own inadequacy." The creature materialized in the center of the assembly hall within a shimmering energy barrier. It was indeed impressive, standing on 4 powerful legs, its serpentine neck swiveling to assess the gathered humans. A low growl rumbled from its chest, causing several diplomats to shift uncomfortably in their seats. "On my world," Kreldar continued, "we use these magnificent beasts to maintain order. One Shadow Stalker can pacify an entire city. They are intelligent, ruthless, and utterly unbreakable. You humans have nothing that compares." That's when it happened. A small, orange tabby cat had somehow wandered into the assembly hall, probably from the building's cafeteria where it was known to beg for food. The cat, whom the staff had named Mr. Whiskers, was completely unaware of the cosmic significance of the moment. He was simply annoyed that his afternoon nap had been disturbed by all this noise. Mr. Whiskers spotted the Shadow Stalker and his ears flattened. His tail puffed up to twice its normal size. Then, in a display that would later be called the diplomatic incident that saved humanity, the 8-pound house cat charged directly at the containment field, yowling with the fury of a creature that absolutely did not appreciate this stranger in his territory. The Shadow Stalker's 6 eyes went wide. It had never encountered anything like this before. The small creature showed no fear, no submission, only pure, distilled rage at the audacity of this intruder. Mr. Whiskers threw himself at the containment field, hissing and spitting, his tiny paws swiping at the barrier. The Shadow Stalker took a step back. The assembly hall went silent. Kreldar's neck frills turned from purple to a sickly gray. "This is impossible," he whispered. Michael stood up, a grin spreading across his face. "Ambassador, allow me to introduce you to Felis Catus, the common house cat. apex predator of Earth, responsible for the extinction of dozens of species, and possessor of exactly zero concerns about the size of its opponent. Rebecca was already pulling up data on her tablet. Cats domesticated themselves, Ambassador. They decided we were useful and moved in. We didn't tame them. Nobody tames a cat. They simply tolerate us when it suits them. Mr. Whiskers continued his assault on the containment field, his green eyes locked on the shadow stalker with murderous intent. The alien predator, meanwhile, had backed into the far corner of its enclosure, its barbed tail tucked between its legs, making a sound that could only be described as a whimper. Your shadow stalker, Michael continued, clearly enjoying himself now, is a pack hunter, isn't it? Social hierarchy, submission displays, territorial negotiations. Am I right? Kreldar nodded mutely, unable to look away from the spectacle. Cats don't negotiate, Rebecca explained. They don't submit. They don't care about your size, your weapons, or your reputation. You're either useful, irrelevant, or prey. And right now, your apex predator has been categorized as prey by an animal that weighs less than some of the rodents it hunts. A junior diplomat from Brazil carefully scooped up Mr. Whiskers, who continued to growl and stare at the shadow stalker even as he was carried away. The shadow stalker didn't move from its corner until the cat was completely gone from sight. Kreldar's four arms hung limply at his sides. We, the Empire will need to reassess. Michael walked over to the shaken ambassador. Here's what I think happened, Ambassador. Your species evolved on a world without small, obligate carnivores. Your predators are big, scary, and social. They understand dominance and submission. But cats? Cats are what we call perfect killing machines. Evolution spent millions of years optimizing them for one thing, hunting. They've got night vision, motion tracking, retractable claws, flexible spines, and absolutely no sense of self-preservation when something threatens their territory. And you live with these creatures? Kreldar asked, his voice barely above a whisper. We live with them, we feed them, we clean up after them, and we consider ourselves lucky when they let us pet them, Rebecca said cheerfully. We also live with dogs that can bite through bone, snakes with venom that can kill in minutes, spiders, bears, crocodiles, and sharks. Earth is a death world, Ambassador. We tried to tell you. The shadow stalker was hastily teleported back to the Veshan ship. The containment field was deactivated. Kreldar stood in the center of the now empty space, looking thoroughly defeated. The Veshan Empire, he said slowly, would like to open formal negotiations regarding defensive pacts and military training exchanges. Michael smiled and extended his hand. Now you're talking our language, Ambassador. Welcome to Earth. Just, watch out for the cats. Later that evening, Mr. Whiskers was awarded an honorary medal from the UN Security Council and an unlimited supply of premium cat food. He was unimpressed with both and knocked the medal off the table within 5 minutes. Somewhere in orbit, aboard the Veshan flagship, reports were being frantically written and transmitted across the galaxy. Warning, Earth-designated Class 12 Death World. Dominant species keeps apex predators as pets. Approach with extreme caution and maximum respect. And in living rooms across Earth, millions of cats continued their millennia-old tradition of knocking things off tables, sleeping 20 hours a day, and silently judging the universe from their windowsills, completely unaware that they had just changed the course of galactic history. But then again, they probably wouldn't have cared even if they knew.
The alien historian said, "No one can read this." The human replied, "You're holding it upside down." The Galactic Archive spans 17 full sectors, a monument built to house over 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge from 400 different civilizations. Its corridors seemed endless, illuminated by panels of cold light that highlighted display cases, sealed chambers, crystalline libraries, and data repositories with more memory than any organic mind could process in a lifetime. For most species, walking these halls was a near sacred experience. For others, it was an unbearable waste of time. But for Dr. Sethi, it was home. Sethi had served as chief historian for 3 full centuries, a span that for her species barely marked half of her adult life. In all that time, no unknown had lingered for long. Mysteries, anomalies, extinct languages, corrupted records. Nothing could stand up to the determination of Set and the analytical power of the archive for long. So the frustration produced by one particular set of finds had become almost a personal obsession, the tablets of the predecessors. Those polished obsidian slabs had been discovered on a dead world located at the outer edge of the outer belt, buried under kilometers of ice so old that even geological records could not date them with absolute precision. Their provenance was an enigma, and their age even greater. Preliminary studies had confirmed that they predated all known civilizations by at least 50 millennia. No artifact, no inscription, no structure recorded in the archive was of even comparable age. However, it was not their age that was most disconcerting. It was the markings etched into their surfaces. Elegant, undulating symbols ran across the tablets, moving with an almost hypnotic effect when the light fell on them at an angle. They were beautiful, they were incomprehensible, and not a single entity, organic or synthetic, had managed to interpret them. Linguists from 70 species, cryptographers with augmented brains, artificial intelligence matrices capable of processing 1 trillion connections per cycle, all had failed. The symbols followed no identifiable pattern, did not match any registered language family, and most frustratingly, they completely resisted the archive's decoding algorithms, considered among the most advanced in the galaxy. Each analysis ended the same. No correlation, no recognizable structure, no identifiable language. Dr. Sethi went over those incomprehensible signs again, letting her crystalline fingers follow the curves and lines as if by mere physical insistence she could force them to reveal their secret. She had repeated that gesture thousands of times. The mystery, instead of vanishing, seemed to laugh at her. They represent everything the archive means, she murmured to herself. Knowledge, history, understanding, and yet they remain silent. The interruption came in the form of soft footsteps and a respectful tone. Dr. Sethi. The voice belonged to Ambassador Kuros, a member of a species that had only recently joined the Galactic Council 2 centuries earlier. His tone was polite, but it carried a hint of discomfort. The human delegation has arrived for your orientation, he announced. His optical sensors dimmed slightly, a gesture equivalent to an irritated sigh. Humans. The youngest species to join the council, not much more than a generation after achieving their first faster-than-light flight. They had caused quite a stir with their direct style, rapid expansion, and oddly aggressive way of solving problems. To Sethi, however, the biggest drawback was that they were tiresome, talked too much, asked too many questions, touched everything, and seemed to have no regard for millennia-old protocols. Send them to the orientation chamber, he finally ordered. I will meet with them shortly. But Ambassador Kuros' posture became distinctly uncomfortable, almost apologetic. I'm afraid they've already strayed from the course. I believe they're in the predecessor's wing. Of course they were. Sethi left the main hall with a jerk, moving through the corridors until he quickly found them. 2 humans stood in front of the main predecessor's display. Their soft, strangely expressive faces reflected a mixture of fascination and energy. The woman, identified in the cultural database as Anna Chen, was a sinolinguist. The man, Jack Morrison, was listed as an engineer, though humans seemed to mix disciplines with a nonchalance that many species considered reckless. Anna peered at the larger tablet through the protective field. Fascinating, she said, leaning toward the gleaming surface. The symbolic density is extraordinary. There must be thousands of unique characters. SETI decided to intervene before they touched anything. Welcome, she greeted, letting her translator convert her clicks and harmonics into human standards. They have found our greatest mystery. The tablets of the predecessors have defied translation for 800 years. Jack turned to her with that strange human expression called a smile, a display of teeth that continued to bother many species on the council. 800 years, he repeated, that's quite a long time. No one can read this script, SETI Aldad said. We have determined that it may not even be real language, but some kind of decorative art. Some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved. But Anna did not seem to be convinced. On the contrary, she began to walk slowly along the panel, analyzing each symbol with a concentration so intense that even SETI found it unsettling. And so began the event that would change the history of the archive forever. Anna continued to move in front of the main panel, following its surface with an almost surgical attention. SETI watched as the human moved her hands in small gestures, as if drawing invisible patterns in the air. Many beings did that when they thought, but hers seemed to have a definite purpose, an internal rhythm that accompanied each observation. Jack, meanwhile, examined the room with the nervous curiosity typical of his species, as if each device were a new puzzle. Anna stopped suddenly. Dr. SETI, she said carefully. May I ask how these tablets were originally discovered? In what orientation were they when you found them? The historian had not expected the question. It was so basic, so elementary, that it was almost offensive. They were extracted from ice cores. The excavation team preserved their relative position, but not their exact orientation. She answered. She raised an eyebrow, a gesture that SETI found surprising. And that didn't seem relevant? The two humans exchanged a quick glance. That silent exchange of information that so many species found disconcerting. It was clear that they had reached a conclusion that SETI wanted to see. We can see Tablet 7, Anna asked. The one in the secondary chamber. The historian felt a wave of irritation course through her crystalline structure. Still, Council rules demanded full cooperation with delegates from member species. She motioned for them to follow her and led them to the climate chamber where the lesser slabs were stored. Tablet 7 floated in its suspension field, rotating slowly in the calibrated light that revealed iridescent reflections. Jack stepped closer to the control panel. Quote, "May I?" he asked. SETI barely opened his mouth to stop her from touching him, but it was too late. The engineer's fingers moved with surprising ease for someone who had never interacted with crystal core technology. He punched in commands with impeccable precision, halted the rotation, and began to turn the slab manually, changing the axis with calculated movements. Anna waited in silence, concentrating on the fragments that were coming into view. "Stop it," he ordered suddenly. The tablet hung upside down, its base positioned where it had previously been considered the top. Anna stepped forward, studying each stroke as if the lines had awakened from an ancient slumber. SETI detected a faint note of excitement in the human voice. "This is not an unfamiliar script," he whispered. "It is a recognizable pattern. Doctor, they have been holding it upside down." The silence that followed had an almost physical weight. The entire chamber seemed to stop. A flicker of disbelief ran through its internal processors. "Upside down," it repeated, unable to process it immediately. The concept of up or down is irrelevant in space. We've checked every possible orientation. Jack shook his head softly. They didn't check them with human recognition patterns, he said. Let's demonstrate. He pulled out a portable holographic projector and activated the interface. A luminous replica of Tablet 7 floated between the three of them. With a gesture, Jack inverted the projection, and Anna began noting key points, intersections, repetitions, visual sequences. The change was immediate. Abstract lines took on structure. Entire groups were organized coherently. What had previously seemed a chaotic arrangement displayed an undeniable internal symmetry. Anna pointed to a set of long, curved symbols. "This is a pictogram," she explained confidently. "These are not letters, these are representations." Here she enlarged the image. "There's a simplified star map." This part moved her hand to another block, describing structures analogous to DNA. "And this segment represents a number system based on 12 units." CTI's breathing altered slightly, a rare phenomenon for her species. She couldn't believe it, but the symbols fitted this new interpretation. For the first time, he was seeing images where before there had been only chaos. "It's impossible," he exhaled. "Not so much," Anna replied respectfully. "Your algorithms were designed by species with very different modes of perception. You process space radially. The Borchi see in thermal spectra. The Centauri use compound vision. None of you think in terms of up or down, as we do, because those concepts don't exist in your home environments." Jack was already manipulating another terminal. The lights changed in several display cases in the hallway, a sign that he had sent a general reorientation command. "This is going to be interesting," she murmured, but said nothing. Her mind was too busy restructuring centuries of wrong conclusions. And yes, all this time in the nearby hallway, the sounds of rotation began to be heard. The suspension fields were readjusting the angle of the ancient tablets, turning them to the new orientation proposed by the humans. Seti felt an impulse she had never experienced before, a mixture of profound fear and absolute fascination. What was about to be revealed was not just a linguistic discovery, it was a colossal historical rewriting. The echoes of the rotation mechanisms ran through the entire wing of the archive. Seti took a few steps towards the main corridor, driven by the need to verify with her own sensors what until then had seemed like an absurd fantasy. The display cases began to light up one after another, a sign that the suspension fields were readjusting themselves according to the pattern suggested by Jack. Each tablet rotated with millimeter precision, adopting a new alignment that contrasted radically with the one used for 8 centuries. The first slab to stabilize revealed a set of symbols, which under the old orientation had seemed like a meaningless mass of curves. Now, before Seti's eyes, they were transformed into unambiguous shapes, simplified constellations, connections between systems, lines marking ancient migration routes. This was not abstract art, but scientific cartography. Jack, pleased with the system's reaction, returned to Anna. The engineer watched each new revelation as if he enjoyed witnessing the unraveling of a legendary mystery. Anna approached a newly oriented tablet and began to read the pictograms with increasing fluency. "This describes stellar movements," he explained. "There are chronological sequences here. And this section pointed to a denser set of symbols. It looks like a historical record. I have no doubt. These inscriptions were meant to be interpreted visually, not phonetically." Seti felt her crystalline structure vibrate at the magnitude of the discovery. If Anna was right, and the evidence bore her out with outrageous clarity, the civilization that had created those tablets was not only the oldest ever documented, it was also the first to intentionally leave a record for those who came after. The historian forced herself to examine several more inscriptions. In one of them she made out an anatomical diagram, a bipedal figure with proportionate limbs and bilateral symmetry. It was not human, but the structure recalled a species with frontal vision. The proportions revealed a species designed to walk upright, exactly the type of writer who would have created a pictographic system dependent on vertical orientation. It makes sense, Seti murmured. It all fits into this new framework. The writing is based on the idea of up and down as a reference point. Anna nodded. Their civilization likely lived on worlds with stable gravity, sufficient to define fixed directions, and that reading depended on the natural visual angle of a bipedal observer. The intellectual impact was enormous. All the species that had studied the tablets so far operated in very different paradigms. Some had radial perception and saw space as an unoriented sphere. Others lacked any equivalent concept of horizontal. Those with compound vision interpreted the structure as mosaic patterns. None had a cognitive system that prioritized an absolute vertical axis. And then a nearby tablet finished its rotation. The room filled with a blue glow as the symbols appeared in completely different formations. Anna touched the panel and projected the enlarged details for everyone. This she said in a barely audible voice. It describes the expansion of an entire civilization. Set stepped closer. The pictograms narrated in condensed form the rise of the predecessors, from their first settlements to the construction of interplanetary monuments. The figures depicted allied races, advanced technologies, and architectural structures that surpassed any known work of the Council. The star paths marked suggested that they had traveled the galaxy with extraordinary mastery, establishing code stations and possibly terraforming entire worlds. Here, Anna pointed out, was a record of knowledge transmission. It seems they left instructions, warnings, scientific references. They didn't want to disappear without a trace. They wanted to communicate with someone who could understand them. Jack, who had been watching from the sidelines, chimed in. This is what we call engineering documentation. No mystical symbolism. They just wanted to make sure that someone would one day be able to decipher all this. Seti froze. Her mind raced through the thousands of reports, debates, and conferences organized over the centuries to try to understand the tablets. The possibility that all this work had begun with a mistake as simple as assuming that orientation was irrelevant was both devastating and liberating. Suddenly, a larger tablet at the far end of the room completed its turn. Its surface lit up as if awakening. Anna stepped closer immediately. This fragment reads like a meta-historical record. It describes what they did and why they did it. Seti activated her internal reader to process each line. The predecessors had traveled hundreds of worlds, seeded life, preserved ecosystems, built colossal structures to protect young species. Their ultimate intention was clear: to spread knowledge. The tablet concluded with a pictogram depicting a bipedal figure pointing to the stellar horizon. They wanted to be remembered, Anna said solemnly. She refused to answer. The magnitude of this revelation went beyond the historical. It was a redefinition of the purpose of the archive. For the first time since her career began, the historian felt as if she was understanding a truth that had lain buried for tens of thousands of years. Jack crossed his arms in satisfaction. I guess it just needed a different perspective. Seti knew she was right, and this was just the beginning. The transformation of the predecessor's wing became increasingly evident as the tablets finished being rearranged. What had seemed like artistic chaos for centuries was now beginning to form a coherent narrative. Panels that had once seemed decorative now displayed maps, molecular structures, sociocultural descriptions, and visual representations of forgotten technologies. Each new tablet became a window into a civilization that had once been considered almost mythical. Seti walked down the corridor with slow steps, analyzing each depiction that emerged. Her mind, accustomed to cataloging, comparing, and deducing, worked at a pace that was almost unimaginable. Frantic. The archive had accumulated information for millennia, but it had never imagined that the greatest breakthrough in its history would be born from such a basic mistake. It was humiliating, yes, but also profoundly revealing. Anna examined one of the newly configured display cases. The tablet displayed diagrams that appeared to depict an energy system based on the manipulation of gravitational fields. It was not a complete design, but it was clear enough to discern advanced theoretical principles that surpassed even the technology of the modern council. "Look at this," she said, pointing to a circular pattern divided into segments. They indicate energy levels, interferences, temporal cycles. The predecessors not only documented their science, they also recorded their experimentation. SETI stepped closer to analyze the diagram. The precision was remarkable. It showed not only results but also cross-references to other sectors of the pictographic archive, as if each tablet formed part of a unified system of knowledge. Suddenly he began to understand the methodology of this culture. Their language was not linear, but visually integrated. Each piece could be understood on its own, but its true meaning emerged when connected to the others. Jack, for his part, worked at an advanced terminal synchronizing the newly decoded records with the central database. "I'm generating correlations," he explained. "If these tablets form an integral whole, we can reconstruct their original order." He felt a pang of astonishment. For 800 years, experts from hundreds of worlds had tried to establish a chronological and thematic order among the pieces without success. Now, thanks to the correct orientation and annotations, humans, the links began to appear with mathematical clarity. The symbolic network illuminated like a star map that had finally found its coordinates. A new slab finished its rotation. Its surface showed a mix of elongated shapes and more angular symbols, clearly different from those seen before. Anna reacted with a slight start. "This is a demographic record," she deduced. "Here they represent population growth, and these lateral marks could indicate important events or mass migrations." The figures seemed to move from region to region, forming patterns that repeated themselves throughout the visual sequence. SETI also noticed a recurring symbol, a set of converging lines that possibly indicated an exodus or a historical transition. It was the first time anyone had managed to interpret such a clear narrative element on the tablets. "If this is correct," SETI commented, "the predecessors did not simply travel the galaxy. They settled, abandoned worlds and returned in extended cycles. Their history is more dynamic than we imagined." Anna nodded, and they recorded each step, presumably so that their descendants or any future civilizations could learn from their successes and mistakes. Jack continued to manipulate the data, and a three-dimensional grid projected itself into the air. It was a preliminary model of the possible reading order of all known tablets. The structure formed an ascending spiral, with each level representing a different era in previous history. "If we continue," he explained, "we will be able to reconstruct the entire original archive." SETI was speechless. The magnitude of what they were achieving surpassed any previous discovery recorded by the Council. If this reconstruction was accurate, then the humans had just unlocked the legacy of the oldest civilization in the galaxy. But what came next surpassed even that revelation. A tablet of exceptional size, prominently displayed, finished its spin. Its contents glowed brightly as it reoriented itself, as if it had waited millennia to be properly viewed. Anna ran toward it without hesitation. "Doctor," she said firmly, "this is a direct message." SETI zoomed in on the surface with her reader. The symbols showed figures pointing to the sky, structures that resembled interstellar bridges, and a set of pictograms depicting outstretched hands. It was an invitation, an opening, a call to whoever could read them. "They wanted to make contact," SETI whispered. "Not just record their history, they were leaving instructions for us." Quote. Jack approached in disbelief at the clarity of the message. This meant that they knew they would disappear and wanted to make sure someone found their legacy. Anna added, and that someone could continue what they started. Seti felt a shiver run through her crystalline body. For the first time, the mystery ceased to be an obstacle and became a bridge. A bridge that had remained closed for 800 years until today. As the entire wing continued to reorient itself, the atmosphere in the archive changed palpably. A few minutes before, the tablets had been silent relics. Now each one displayed clear fragments of knowledge that had remained in the dark for millennia. Seti watched as researchers from other species began to arrive from nearby areas, drawn by the internal alerts announcing changes in historical settings. Some froze as they saw the new images. Others, in disbelief, tried to check the data with their own devices, but no mind seemed to process it as quickly as Anna and Jack. The two of them humans moved between the panels with an energy that belied the traditional restraint of the archive. Anna translated the pictograms in real time while Jack adjusted the interfaces to integrate them into the main preservation system. Within minutes, the data synchronization revealed a growing map of connections between tablets, as if the history of the predecessors were being pieced together layer by layer. One newly oriented tablet immediately caught Anna's attention. It showed interlocking lines that seemed to trace purposeful routes. This fragment describes the interstellar migrations the predecessors undertook during their expansion, she explained. Here they mark seeded worlds, here temporary colonies, and these symbols indicate populations that moved for environmental reasons. Seti studied the map. The routes were not chaotic. They followed calculated patterns that took into account resources, climates, orbits, and gravitational positions. It was a level of planning that surpassed most modern civilizations. They understood the galaxy as a living system, the historian said. They moved to maintain balance, not just to conquer territory. Ahead, another tablet revealed a series of engineering diagrams. Jack paused before it, his eyes shining almost childishly. Doctor, these depict orbital stabilization structures. It's an incredibly efficient design. I can't be sure without further analysis, but it appears more advanced than our own gravitational locking technologies. Seth examined the pattern. Sure enough, the schematics demonstrated an extraordinary mastery of astrophysical forces. If the Council could interpret these concepts correctly, they could improve dozens of critical infrastructures, from research stations to inter-system bridges. It was clear that the predecessors had been no ordinary civilization. Their legacy was richer and more complex than anyone had imagined. Then, one particularly ornate tablet finished its rotation. Its surface, more polished than the others, cast a deep sheen that made the lines appear to shift as the viewer changed angle. Anna stepped closer immediately. This appears to be a cultural record, she reported. There are depictions of rituals, community structures, and symbols that could refer to life cycles. The figures depicted communities gathered on circular platforms, events that appeared ceremonial, and signs indicating different ages within their society. The predecessors valued the transmission of knowledge, not just through science but also through shared traditions. Seti regarded the tablet with keen interest. They transmitted identity through collective memory, he mused. Each generation received a portion of the legacy that had come before. Meanwhile, Jack began to connect this information to the three-dimensional model he had generated earlier. The web of data took on new depth. Science, history, culture, migrations, engineering, all were woven together, an architecture designed to be understood holistically. The more we analyze, Jack said, the clearer it becomes that these tablets are chapters of a complete work. Anna added, and it seems that they had been prepared so that any civilization with vertical visual perception could understand it. Seti felt an internal shudder. Up until that point, the Council had assumed that ancient cultures wrote in a manner comparable to modern ones or that their thinking was incompatible with current cognitive systems. But the predecessors had thought much further ahead. Not only did they record their history, they encoded it to be deciphered by future discoverers, not for a specific species, but for anyone who shared certain perceptive traits. And then, as the revelations continued, the widest panel of the wing, a slab that had always been considered purely ornamental due to its chaotic design, finished fitting. The surface lit up with an intensity that caused several researchers to step closer. Anna activated a projector to zoom in on the details. The scene showed a group of figures pointing at a stellar horizon accompanied by symbols representing temporal cycles, discontinuities, and cosmic events. But there was something else, a central pictogram depicting a species reaching out to another that did not yet exist. It was an invitation, a projected greeting to a future civilization. "This is an intentional message," Anna said. "There is no doubt about it, it is an open statement of their purpose." Quote. Jack read the connections quickly. It indicated that they shared knowledge to keep their discoveries from being lost. They ensured their legacy would survive, even if they did not. He felt a mixture of pride and bewilderment. The entire archive, their entire life dedicated to preserving knowledge, found new meaning in the realization that a civilization so ancient had pursued the same goal, to be understood, even across unimaginable gulfs of time. "They were waiting for us," she whispered, and for the first time since her career began, she felt that they were not the guardians of the past, but its inheritors. The new orientations finished propagating throughout the wing. The central archival system, detecting the enormous variation in patterns, activated an analysis protocol that had not been used in centuries. Data cores generated secondary projections along the corridor, automatically integrating the newly deciphered elements. The information that had previously been a borderless puzzle was now beginning to fit together with surprising coherence. Set stopped in front of a series of medium-sized tablets that had just been reconfigured. Their surfaces displayed linear diagrams that seemed to describe complex biological processes, reproductive cycles, morphological adaptations, mutations calculated to resist gravitational shifts. It was clear that their predecessors had studied and understood an impressive diversity of organisms, not just their own. "This is extraordinary," she murmured. They documented entire species with a precision that surpassed our genetic databases. Anna looked at the pictograms from another angle. "They didn't do this just to record their biology, it looks like a preservation manual. Perhaps they were trying to prevent extinctions during their migrations." Jack moved closer to examine the symbology. "Look at this pattern," he added. "It describes how to maintain the genetic stability of small populations during long journeys. This kind of knowledge could transform our colonization programs." Quote. As they spoke, another nearby terminal projected a complete sequence of newly interpreted symbols. The system had detected a narrative pattern spanning multiple tablets and was now displaying it in a logical order. It was the first time in history that an archive module had managed to generate coherent text from this collection. The sequence revealed the early expansion of the predecessors. They had begun on a single world, moved out to nearby systems. Over time, they had extended their influence to regions so far away that no stellar records existed to match their original cartography. During their rise, they had built research centers, temples of profound cultural significance, and structures that seemed to function as beacons of information distributed throughout the galaxy. "It was as if they had woven a web of knowledge," SETI commented. "A web destined to survive even when their civilization was no longer present." Anna scanned the projection with a mixture of awe and utter concentration. And each core of this web contained fragments of their history, their science, their identity, so that any species capable of understanding their visual language could piece it together. Jack added, designed as cultural redundancy. Even if one world was lost, the others would retain the pieces needed to rebuild their legacy. The room vibrated slightly as the archive integrated new correlations. The larger tablets at the far end of the corridor began to illuminate symbols that had not been visible before. Seti stepped closer, unable to contain her anticipation. One of them showed a detailed depiction of a monumental structure, a spherical tower comprised of multiple levels, surrounded by what appeared to be power generators. Anna examined the pictograms surrounding the figure. This depicts an intergalactic communications node, she said firmly. If I interpret it correctly, it was capable of transmitting information on vast timescales, far beyond what any current council system could handle. Jack leaned in for a closer look. If we could replicate this, even partially, communication between distant sectors would change completely. He nodded at that idea. This civilization had not only traveled the galaxy, they had built technologies designed to connect worlds on scales that modern species could barely imagine, and they had left the blueprints for anyone who could read them to see. An adjacent tablet revealed a poignant scene, several bipedal figures gathered in a circle holding what appeared to be memory crystals. The symbols around them described an event that was part of the social fabric of the predecessors. It's a ritual, Anna deduced. They shared knowledge ceremonially. It wasn't just information, it was part of their identity as a species. Seti watched the scene in silence. For centuries, she had believed that preserving knowledge was a cold, mechanical task, based on disciplined accumulation, but now she saw that the predecessors understood it as a communal act, something involving bonds between generations. They loved their legacy, she whispered. They didn't just protect it, they lived through it. Jack chimed in. I think that explains why they left such detailed instructions. They wanted their ideas to continue to exist even when they could no longer pass them on in person. Anna stepped back, contemplating the collection as a whole, and for 800 years no one could see it because they were all looking for patterns that fit their own ways of perceiving. The predecessors had designed a system that could only be understood from a vertical, frontal viewpoint. It wasn't an impossible puzzle, it just needed the right eyes. Seti closed her eyes for a moment, as if processing a discovery that was reshaping her very identity. For centuries we believed ourselves to be the guardians of ancient knowledge, but we were missing the point. Only now are we beginning to see what they truly left behind. The light of another tablet caught their attention. This one showed figures seemingly traveling toward a dark region of the star map. There were no marked routes, no signs of return. Anna frowned. This part could represent their demise, she deduced. Not a catastrophe, but a voluntary retreat. Perhaps they knew their cycle was ending. A deep shudder went through her, and that was why they left the tablets behind, to make sure their voices were not lost in the void. Jack finished the idea so that someone would find them and continue what they could not. The three of them stood in silence for a few moments, watching the history of an entire civilization unfold before them as if awakening from an eternal sleep. The archive was no longer silent, and the humans had just opened the door. The room was no longer a simple exhibition space. With each tablet correctly oriented, the entire wing seemed to take on a life of its own. The air vibrated with a mixture of awe, disbelief, and respect. Deep inside, Seti, who for centuries had walked these halls feeling nothing but silent frustration, now saw history unfold with overwhelming clarity. As more fragments were rearranged, the more evident it became that the predecessors had designed it all as a deliberate legacy. This was no scattered collection of artifacts, but a carefully constructed work designed to transcend time. The civilization that had created them had seen beyond their own existence, leaving instructions for those yet unborn. And for 800 years, every species on the council had missed the simplest message. It had to be read from a specific perspective. Anna stood before the tablet that chronicled the predecessor's retreat, examining the symbols with a focus that made it clear she understood the responsibility that now fell upon them. This final segment, she said, shows how their culture chose to depart from the known galaxy. There is no evidence of collapse, no sign of war or disaster. It was a calculated transition. Jack scanned the margins. It seemed they wanted their memory to become a guide. They did not seek to be revered, but understood. SETI took note of every detail. The final pictograms showed a succession of figures looking to the sky, accompanied by a set of lines that seemed to represent astronomical cycles. Gigantic. In them there was no longer a physical presence of the predecessors, only their legacy. They abandoned the material, SETI reflected, allowing only their knowledge to remain. Anna turned to her, and now it is up to us to decide what we do with it. It was not just a matter of deciphering the symbols, it was an explicit invitation to continue the vision that the predecessors had begun. To expand knowledge, to preserve it, to share it. It was essentially the same purpose as the archive, but understood for the first time with true depth. The central system then projected a complete map of the wing, integrating each tablet into a unified structure. The entire collection formed an ascending spiral that symbolized continuous progress. At the center of the model, several prominent tablets formed the conceptual core: cosmology, biology, migrations, engineering, culture, and a final message that acted as both closure and opening to the time. Jack let out a silent breath, impressed. This is monumental. There is nothing else like it in the galaxy. Anna added. And it was all before us. All we had to do was look at it the right way. SETI looked at the entire spiral. For the first time in her existence, she understood that the archive was not meant to simply accumulate information, but to transform it, reinterpret it, revitalize it as new species brought different perspectives to the table. The predecessors had understood this millennia before. Cognitive diversity is not a hindrance, but a key. The galaxy should not look at the past through the eyes of a single species, but with the sum of all possible points of view. Ambassador Curers, who had returned after hearing of the commotion, stopped beside them. His expression reflected bewilderment, but also fascination. Dr. SETI, the council has already been notified. They want an immediate report. They say this could be the most significant discovery in our history. SETI nodded slowly. For the first time, she felt no pressure, only determination. She knew what she had to say. We will report to the council, she said, but not just about the translation, but about what it means for everyone. She turned to Anik. This finding demonstrates that the human perspective can contribute something no other species has ever considered. You have achieved in minutes what countless minds could not in centuries. Jack shrugged, a gesture that to his species signified unabashed modesty. Sometimes the trick is simply looking at something from a different angle. Anna smiled. Diversity is the greatest engine of discovery. This was absolute certainty. This was not simply a linguistic triumph or an archaeological feat. It was confirmation that the Council had underestimated the potential of young species. Humans were not mere noisy newcomers. They were catalysts, observers capable of challenging established patterns and seeing what others had overlooked. The historian extended a crystalline hand toward the newly oriented tablets. We have thousands more slabs to adjust, she declared. And each one could change what we thought we knew. Anna and Jack nodded enthusiastically. Then let us begin, Anna said. There's a whole story waiting to be told, Jack added. He let out an inner glow that in his species amounted to a smile. As they moved toward the next row of tablets, he understood that nothing would ever be the same for the archive, for the council, or for the galaxy. The predecessors had left a message for those who could see it, and thanks to the humans, it had finally been heard.
The massive alien ship dropped out of space near the human colony of New Denver like a falling mountain. Captain Jake Morrison watched from his command center as the thing blocked out half the stars. He had seen Keth-Mori ships before, but never one this close to human space. Never one that came alone. Jake pressed the communication button. "Unknown vessel, this is New Denver Colony. State your business." The response came in broken human speech, heavy with clicks and growls. "I am Commander Zektar of the Bone Wing Fleet. I must speak with your leaders. It is urgent." Jake looked at his crew. The Keth-Mori were known across the galaxy as fierce warriors. They stood 8 feet tall with wings that could carry them through space for short distances. Their claws could cut through steel. Their teeth could bite through armor. They did not ask for help. They took what they wanted. "Permission granted to send one shuttle," Jake said. "No weapons." An hour later, Commander Zektar stood in the colony's main meeting room. The alien warrior was even bigger than Jake expected. His fur was black with silver stripes. His wings were folded tight against his back. Scars covered his arms and face. But something was wrong. The great warrior's yellow eyes looked desperate. Dr. Lisa Chen, the colony's doctor and scientist, sat across from Zektar. She had studied alien species for 20 years. "Commander, you look sick. Are you well?" Zektar's claws scratched the metal table. "My people are dying. All of us. The adults, anyway." "What do you mean?" Jake asked. "A sickness came to our world 6 months ago. It only kills those who have reached full growth. The young ones are safe, but they cannot survive alone." Zektar's voice became quieter. "In my culture, cubs learn to fight from the moment they can walk. The weak ones die. The strong ones live. That is our way." Dr. Chen leaned forward. "But now the adults are gone?" "Not yet, but soon. We have perhaps 1 year left, maybe less." Zektar stood and began to pace. His claws clicked on the floor. "We are searching the deep void for a cure, but we cannot take the cubs with us. The journey is too dangerous. They are too young." Jake began to understand. "You want us to watch your children. Your species does something no other species does. You keep your weak young alive. You care for them until they grow strong. We have watched your colonies. Human parents will die to protect cubs that are not even their own blood." Dr. A. Chen nodded slowly. "That's true. But your cubs are not human cubs. We don't know how to care for them. They need food, warmth, and safety. Nothing more." Zektar's ears flattened against his head. "I know what you are thinking. Keth-Mori are killers. Our cubs will grow up to be killers too. But dead cubs grow up to be nothing." Jake looked around the room at his staff. Colony Director Helen Brooks had been quiet until now. "How many cubs are we talking about?" 200. The number hung in the air like a weight. The human colony had only 3,000 people. 200 alien predator cubs would change everything. "They're babies now," Zektar continued. "Their eyes are not even open yet. They cannot hunt. They cannot fight. They will die without help." Dr. Chen asked the question everyone was thinking. "What happens when you come back? What if your cubs have learned human ways instead of Keth-Mori ways?" Zektar's eyes grew hard. "Then we will fix them. But first they must live." Jake stepped outside the meeting room to think. Through the window he could see the Keth-Mori ship hanging in space like a dark moon. He thought about his own daughter back on Earth. He thought about the children in the colony schools. He thought about what it meant to be human. When he returned to the room, Jake's mind was made up. "We'll do it, but we have conditions." "Name them." "First, your cubs live with our families. They don't get put in some special facility. They become part of our community. Second, we raise them our way. If you want them to learn human caring, they have to be treated like human children." Zektar's claws extended slightly. "And third, When you come back, you don't just take them. If they want to stay, if they've made lives here, we talk about it. The alien commander was quiet for a long time. Finally, he nodded. Agreed. When can you take them? Give us 3 days to prepare. 2 days later, families across New Denver Colony were getting ready for something that had never happened before. John and Maria Parker cleared out their spare room for their new alien child. Steve and Janet Cooper bought extra food and baby supplies. The Rodriguez family set up a special sleeping area with thick blankets and heat lamps. Dr. Chen worked day and night to understand Kethemori biology. The cubs needed milk every 2 hours. They grew fast. They would weigh 50 pounds within a month. Their claws and teeth were sharp even as babies, but they were still babies. They needed love and care just like human children. On the 3rd day, the Kethemori shuttle landed. Zektar himself carried the first cub off the ship. The little creature was covered in soft gray fur. Its eyes were closed. It made small mewing sounds like a kitten, if kittens were the size of large dogs. Jake watched as Maria Parker took the cub into her arms. She looked down at the alien baby and smiled. Hello, little one. I think we'll call you Alex. One by one, 200 Kethemori cubs found new homes with human families. They had no idea that they were about to become something new in the galaxy, something that had never existed before. As the Kethemori fleet prepared to leave for the deep void, Zektar stood with Jake at the landing pad. Take care of them, the alien commander said. We will, Jake promised. That's what humans do. The alien ships disappeared into space, leaving behind a colony full of families who had just doubled in size. The cubs slept peacefully in their new homes, unaware that they were the beginning of something that would change both their species and the galaxy itself. 5 years had passed since the Kethemori fleet disappeared into deep space. Alex Parker stood on the school playground, watching a group of human children argue about the rules of their game. At 10 years old, he was already 6 feet tall with silver gray fur and yellow eyes. His adoptive parents had given him a human name, but there was no hiding what he was. Hey, Alex, can you reach that ball? Called Sophie Parker, his human sister. The ball had gotten stuck in a tree 20 feet up. Without thinking, Alex crouched down and leaped. His powerful legs launched him up to the branch where he grabbed the ball with one clawed hand. He dropped back down and handed it to Sophie with a gentle smile. Thanks, big brother, Sophie said. The other kids gathered around Alex, not afraid but amazed. This was normal for them. Alex had been part of their school since he could walk. Across the playground, Luna Cooper was helping a human boy who had fallen off the monkey bars. At 9 years old, she was as big as Alex, but moved with careful grace. Her fur was pure white with black spots. She used her claws to carefully cut away the torn fabric of the boy's shirt so she could see his scraped arm better. Mrs. Patterson, Luna called to the teacher. Danny needs the first aid kit. Mrs. Patterson hurried over with medical supplies. She watched as Luna held Danny's hand while the teacher cleaned the wound. The Kethemori cub spoke in soft, comforting words until Danny stopped crying. You're getting very good at helping others, Mrs. Patterson told Luna. Dad says that's what families do, Luna replied. We take care of each other. In another part of the colony, Max Rodriguez was working in his family's garden. His adoptive father, Carlos, had taught him how to grow vegetables. Max's claws, which could cut through metal, were perfect for digging in hard soil, but he had learned to be gentle with the delicate plants. Careful with the tomatoes, son, Carlos said. They bruise easy. Max nodded and used just the tips of his claws to pick the ripe fruit. His massive hands moved with surprising care. Like this, Papa? Perfect. You've got the gentlest touch of anyone in the colony. Dr. Lisa Chen watched all of this from her research station. She had been studying the cubs since they arrived. What she found amazed her every day. Brain scans showed that the cubs' minds had developed in ways that were impossible for normal Kethmori. The parts of their brains that controlled empathy and social bonding had grown much larger than expected. The areas that managed aggression and dominance behavior had stayed small. These cubs thought differently than any Kethmori who had ever lived. "It's remarkable," Dr. Chen told Colony Director Helen Brooks during their weekly meeting. "They retain all their natural physical abilities. Alex can jump 40 feet. Luna can run 60 miles per hour. Max can lift a ton. But they use these abilities to help rather than to dominate." "What do you think will happen when their birth parents return?" Helen asked. Dr. Chen looked out the window where she could see Diana Foster teaching a group of younger children how to play a human game called tag. Diana was the largest of the cubs, already 7 feet tall with dark red fur. But she moved slowly and carefully so the smaller human children could keep up. "I don't know," Dr. Chen admitted. "These cubs have become something new. They're still Kethmori, but they're also human in the ways that matter most." That evening, the Parker family sat down for dinner. Alex helped Maria Parker carry the heavy dishes from the kitchen. John Parker served the food while Sophie set the table. It was a normal family dinner except for the fact that one family member could probably tear the house apart with his bare hands. "Alex, how was school today?" Maria asked. "Good. We started learning about galactic history. Did you know that most alien species don't have families like humans do?" Alex cut his meat carefully with his claws. He had learned long ago to be gentle with everything around him. "Really? How do they raise their children?" John asked. "Most species just lay eggs and leave them. Some have group nurseries where all the young are raised together. Kethmori have something called combat creches, where cubs fight each other until only the strongest survive." Sophie made a disgusted face. "That's horrible. What if a cub is sick or gets hurt? Then it dies," Alex said quietly. "That's the Kethmori way. Only the strong deserve to live." Maria reached over and put her hand on Alex's arm. "That's not our way." "I know, Mom. I'm glad I'm here with you instead." John looked at his adopted son. "Alex, do you ever think about your birth parents? Do you wonder what it would be like to live with them?" Alex was quiet for a moment. "Sometimes, but this is my family. You're my parents. Sophie is my sister. I don't know what those other Kethmori are like, but I know who I am." Similar conversations were happening in homes across the colony. The cubs had grown up thinking of themselves as part of human families. They had human values, human emotions, and human ways of solving problems. But they also had claws, fangs, and the strength to crush steel. Luna Cooper sat with her adoptive parents, Steve and Janet, on their front porch, watching the sunset. "Mom, what's going to happen when my birth species comes back?" Janet Cooper had been dreading this question for years. "I don't know, sweetheart. But whatever happens, you'll always be our daughter. What if they want me to be different? What if they want me to be mean like regular Kethmori?" Steve Cooper put his arm around Luna. "Then we'll figure it out together. That's what families do." The cubs had no memory of their birth parents. To them, the humans who raised them were their real families. They had learned human games, and human ways of caring for each other. They said please and thank you. They helped with chores. They worried about their friends and protected those who were smaller or weaker. But they were still Kethmori. Their senses were incredibly sharp. They could see in the dark, hear sounds from miles away, and smell things humans could never detect. Their bodies were built for war, even if their minds had been shaped for peace. Late at night, Dr. Chen often walked through the colony and listened to the cubs sleeping. They made the same small sounds that human children made when they dreamed, but sometimes, very rarely, she heard other sounds. Deep growls and hunting calls that reminded her these were not human children. They were predators who had learned to love. The question that kept her awake was simple. What would happen when their birth parents returned to claim them? The cubs had become something unique in the galaxy. They were warriors with human hearts. But would the Keth Mori see that as an improvement or as a corruption of everything they believed in? As the 5th year ended with no sign of the returning fleet, the cubs continued to grow and learn. They were becoming teenagers now, with all the challenges that brought. But they faced those challenges the human way, with support from their families and community. None of them knew that their birth parents were already on their way home. The Keth Mori fleet had found other survivors and built their numbers into a massive force. They were returning to collect their cubs and turn them into the greatest warriors their species had ever known. They had no idea that the cubs they left behind had become something entirely new. Something that would challenge everything the Keth Mori thought they knew about strength, family, and what it meant to be alive in a dangerous galaxy. The alarm in the new Denver colony control room screamed like a dying animal. Captain Jake Morrison, now 7 years older and grayer, rushed to the scanner display. What he saw there made his blood turn cold. 50 massive ships hung in space beyond the colony. Each one was the size of a city. Each one was armed with enough weapons to turn a planet into dust. The Keth Mori had returned. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission," reported Communications Officer Betty Walsh. "Put it through." The voice that came through the speakers was the same one Jake remembered from 7 years ago, but it carried more authority now. "This is High Commander Zektar of the Bonewing Fleet. We have come to collect our cubs." Jake took a deep breath. He had been dreading this day for years. "Welcome back, Commander. We need to talk before any reunions take place." "Talk? There is nothing to discuss. You were keeping our cubs safe. Now we take them home. It's not that simple anymore." An hour later, Zektar stood in the same meeting room where he had first asked for human help. But now he was not alone. 6 other Keth Mori commanders flanked him, each one larger and more battle-scarred than the last. Their yellow eyes swept the room with predatory alertness. Dr. Lisa Chen sat across from them, her hands shaking slightly. Colony Director Helen Brooks had insisted on attending, along with several of the adoptive parents. John and Maria Parker were there, as were Steve and Janet Cooper. "Where are our cubs?" demanded Sub-Commander Kauthek, a massive Keth Mori with black fur and silver claws. "Why do we not see them?" "They're in school," Maria Parker said quietly. The Keth Mori commanders looked at each other with confusion. When he saw the Keth Mori who had grown up speaking human languages. "I'm Alex Parker. These are my parents, John and Maria," Kauthek snarled. "Your parents are Keth Mori. These humans are nothing to you." Alex's yellow eyes flashed with anger, but when he spoke, his voice stayed calm. "Don't talk about my family that way." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Kauthek stepped forward, his claws extending. "You dare challenge a superior warrior?" "I'm protecting people I love," Alex replied. "Isn't that what warriors are supposed to do?" Before Kauthek could respond, 3 more cubs entered the room. Luna Cooper, Max Rodriguez, and Diana Foster moved to stand beside Alex. They were all massive by human standards, but they positioned themselves to shield the human adults rather than to establish dominance. "These are my pack mates," Alex said, using a Keth Mori term but pronouncing it with human warmth. "Luna, Max, and Diana." Zektar studied the 4 cubs. "You are all larger than I expected. Stronger. But where is your warrior bearing? Why do you not show proper submission to your superiors?" "Because we don't think of people as superior or inferior," Luna said. Her white fur with black spots made her look almost friendly, but her yellow eyes held intelligence that surprised the commanders. "We think of them as family or strangers, friends or enemies." "Foolish cub," Kauthek growled. "Strength determines rank. I am stronger than you, therefore you submit to me. Max Rodriguez stepped forward. At 13, he was the largest of the cubs and probably outweighed Kathek. Are you stronger than me? Kathek looked up at Max with sudden uncertainty. You are still a cub. Cubs do not challenge adults. I'm not challenging you, Max said gently. I'm asking if you want to arm wrestle. It's a human game. The loser buys the winner ice cream. The Kethmori commanders stared at Max as if he had started speaking an alien language. Diana Foster laughed, a sound that somehow mixed human humor with Kethmori vocal patterns. He doesn't know what ice cream is, Diana explained to Max. Remember, they've been in deep space for 7 years. Dr. Chen watched the interaction with fascination. The cubs showed no fear of the adult Kethmori, but they also showed no aggression. They were treating the commanders like interesting strangers rather than pack leaders or threats. This is wrong, Kathek said to Zektar. They have been corrupted. They think like prey animals, not predators. Alex's expression hardened. We think like protectors. There's a difference. Show me, Zektar said quietly. What do you mean? Show me how you protect. Show me how you fight. John Parker started to object, but Alex held up one clawed hand. It's okay, Dad. I can handle this. Alex looked around the room and saw Sophie Parker hiding behind her mother. His little sister was only 8 years old and looked terrified of the large alien warriors. Sophie, come here, Alex said gently. The little girl ran to Alex, who picked her up and set her on his shoulders. See, this is what I protect. Not territory, not resources, not power. People, family, the ones who can't protect themselves. A warrior's duty is to make himself stronger, Kathek insisted, not to coddle the weak. A warrior's duty is to use his strength for those who need it, Alex replied. At least that's what my family taught me. Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he spoke. These cubs have been changed. They are not Kethmori, as we understand the term. But they're still your species, Dr. Chen said. They still have all the same physical abilities. They're just using them differently. They have been made weak by human sentiment, Kathek declared. We will take them back to the fleet and retrain them properly. Luna stepped forward. And if we refuse? The question hung in the air like a bomb. By Kethmori law, cubs belong to the adults of their species. They had no right to refuse anything. But these cubs had been raised with human ideas about choice and freedom. Cubs do not refuse their elders, Zektar said firmly. Then I guess we're not regular cubs, Diana said with a smile that showed all her fangs. Kathek had heard enough. Zektar, this is madness. They have been poisoned by human weakness. We should take them now and begin proper training immediately. Wait, Alex said. In Kethmori tradition, doesn't a cub have the right to challenge for independence when he reaches maturity? Zektar's ears pricked forward. You know our traditions? Dr. Chen taught us about our birth culture. I know that any Kethmori can earn the right to choose his own path through single combat. I also know that right extends to cubs who can prove they've reached adult status. You would challenge me? Zektar asked with disbelief. If that's what it takes to protect my family and my packmates, yes. The room fell silent. John and Maria Parker looked terrified. The other human parents grabbed their adopted children protectively. The Kethmori commanders seemed stunned that a cub would make such a request. But Zektar smiled for the first time since arriving. Very well. By ancient law, I accept your challenge. Single combat, tomorrow at dawn. If you win, you and your packmates choose your own path. If you lose, you all return to the fleet for proper training. Alex looked at his human parents, then at his packmates. Deal. As the Kethmori commanders left the meeting room, Jake Morrison realized that everything was about to change. The cubs had spent 7 years learning human ways, but tomorrow They would have to fight like Kethmori to earn the right to keep being human. The question was, could someone raised with human values defeat a warrior trained for nothing but battle? The answer would determine not just the fate of 4 cubs, but the future relationship between 2 very different species. Dawn broke over New Denver colony like a blood-red warning. In the main square, 2 circles had been drawn in the dirt according to ancient Kethmori tradition. 1 large circle for combat, 1 smaller circle for witnesses. Nearly every human in the colony had gathered to watch, along with dozens of Kethmori warriors who had come down from their ships. Alex Parker stood at the edge of the combat circle, wearing simple clothes that wouldn't restrict his movement. His adoptive parents stood with the other human families, their faces tight with worry. Sophie Parker held onto her mother's hand so hard her knuckles were white. Across from Alex, High Commander Zektar prepared for battle. The alien warrior had removed his armor and stood bare-chested, showing the scars of 100 fights. His claws were fully extended, gleaming like silver knives in the morning light. "Are you certain you want to do this, cub?" Zektar asked. "I have been fighting for 30 years. I have killed enemies in 1,000 battles. You are barely 12 years old." "I'm sure," Alex replied. His voice stayed calm, but his yellow eyes held a determination that surprised the watching Kethmori warriors. Elder Navigator Sekmara, the oldest warrior in the fleet, raised her voice to address the crowd. "By ancient law, this combat will determine the fate of the cubs raised by humans. If the cub Alex wins, all cubs choose their own path. If High Commander Zektar wins, all cubs return to the fleet for proper training. Combat continues until one fighter yields or dies." Dr. Lisa Chen gripped her medical kit tightly. She had spent the night studying everything she could about Kethmori anatomy and combat techniques. If Alex was seriously injured, she might be his only chance of survival. "Begin," Sekmara commanded. Zektar moved like lightning. His powerful legs launched him across the circle, claws aimed at Alex's throat. It was a classic Kethmori attack, designed to end the fight in seconds. But Alex wasn't there when the claws arrived. The cub had rolled to the side at the last possible moment, using a move that came from human martial arts rather than Kethmori combat training. Zektar's claws slashed through empty air as Alex came up behind him. Instead of counterattacking, Alex stepped back and waited. "What are you doing?" Zektar snarled. "Why did you not strike when you had the chance?" "Because I don't want to hurt you," Alex replied. "I just want you to understand." The watching Kethmori warriors muttered among themselves. This was not how combat was supposed to work. Warriors attacked until one of them fell. They didn't talk. They didn't show mercy. Zektar attacked again, this time with a series of rapid claw strikes that would have shredded a normal opponent. Alex defended himself using blocks and deflections that Dr. Chen recognized from human defensive martial arts. He was turning Zektar's attacks aside rather than meeting force with force. "Fight back, cub!" Kathek shouted from the edge of the circle. "Show some warrior pride!" But Alex had learned something different from his human family. He had learned that true strength wasn't about proving you could hurt someone. It was about protecting what mattered to you. For 15 minutes, Zektar pressed his attack. The High Commander was faster and stronger than any human, but Alex had been raised by humans who understood that speed and strength weren't everything. Every attack that Zektar launched, Alex redirected or avoided. Slowly, Zektar began to tire. His attacks became less precise. His breathing grew heavy. He had been trained to win fights quickly through overwhelming force. He didn't know how to handle an opponent who refused to engage on those terms. Alex, meanwhile, stayed calm and alert. He had learned patience from his human parents. He had learned to think several moves ahead from playing human games. He had learned to stay focused under pressure from his human teachers. "You cannot win by running away forever," Zektar gasped. I'm not running away, Alex replied. I'm waiting for you to understand that this doesn't have to be about one of us destroying the other. That's when Alex made his move. Dr. Chen had taught him about Kethmori anatomy, including the pressure points that could temporarily disable an opponent without causing permanent harm. As Zektar lunged forward with another claw strike, Alex stepped inside the attack and pressed 2 fingers against specific points on the commander's neck. Zektar collapsed to the ground, paralyzed but unharmed. The watching Kethmori warriors fell silent. They had never seen anything like this. Alex stood over their high commander, clearly the winner, but instead of claiming victory, he knelt down and began massaging the pressure points to restore feeling to Zektar's limbs. "What are you doing?" Zektar whispered. "Helping you up," Alex said simply. "The fight is over. Now we talk." Within minutes, feeling had returned to Zektar's arms and legs. Alex helped the commander stand, supporting his weight until Zektar was steady on his feet. Sekmara stared at the scene with ancient eyes. In 60 years of witnessing combat, I have never seen anything like this. The cub has won, but he aids his defeated opponent. What does this mean? Alex looked around at the crowd of humans and aliens. It means we don't have to be enemies just because we're different. Commander Zektar is strong and brave. I respect him. But his way of being strong isn't the only way. Luna Cooper stepped forward from the edge of the circle. Alex showed you that we haven't been made weak by human influence. We've been made different. We're still Kethmori. We still have claws and fangs and strength, but we use them to protect instead of to dominate. Max Rodriguez joined her. We learned from humans that taking care of others makes you stronger, not weaker. Diana Foster nodded. We learned that working together gets better results than fighting each other. Zektar looked at the 4 cubs, then at the human families who had raised them. You defeated me without injuring me. You could have killed me easily once I was paralyzed, but instead you helped me recover. This is not weakness, but it is not traditional Kethmori behavior either. It's human behavior, Maria Parker said from the crowd. That's what we taught them. Kathek stepped into the circle, his claws extended. This proves nothing. One lucky cub defeats one tired commander. Let me fight all 4 of them at once. Then we'll see how strong their human ways really are. But Sekmara held up her hand. No. The challenge has been completed according to ancient law. The cubs have won the right to choose their path. This is madness, Kathek protested. These cubs have been corrupted. They will spread their weakness to other Kethmori. Alex looked at the angry sub-commander. What if we could prove that our way isn't weakness? What if we could show you that human training makes us better warriors, not worse ones? How? Zektar asked quietly. Luna stepped forward. Give us a chance to serve. Give us a ship and a crew. Let us prove that Kethmori raised with human values can be more effective than traditional warriors. Ridiculous, Kathek snarled. Cubs commanding a warship. It would be destroyed in the first battle. But Sekmara was thinking. The galaxy has changed while we search the void. New enemies have emerged. Our traditional tactics have not always been successful against them. Perhaps new approaches are needed. Zektar studied the 4 cubs who stood before him. They were clearly Kethmori in body, but their minds worked differently than any Kethmori he had ever known. They had just proven they could fight, but more importantly, they had proven they could think. Very well, he said finally. I will give you 1 ship and a volunteer crew. You will have 6 months to prove that your human methods have value. If you succeed, we will consider integrating some human training techniques into our military. If you fail, you submit to traditional Kethmori education. Alex looked at his packmates, then at his human family. And if we succeed, we get to keep both parts of who we are, Kethmori and human? If you succeed, Zektar said. You will have proven that strength can take many forms. As the crowd began to disperse, John and Maria Parker approached their adopted son. "Are you sure about this?" John asked. "Space is dangerous. War is dangerous." Alex hugged his human parents tightly. "You taught me that sometimes you have to take risks to protect the people you love. I love my packmates. I love this colony. I love both our species. If there's a chance to make things better for everyone, I have to try." Sophie Parker tugged on her brother's shirt. "Will you come back and visit?" Alex picked up his little sister and smiled. "Try to keep me away." As the Kethmori warriors returned to their ships and the human families went back to their homes, Dr. Chen realized that something historic had just happened. 4 alien cubs raised by humans were about to get the chance to change how 2 species understood strength, family, and what it meant to be a warrior. The real test was just beginning. 6 months later, Alex Parker stood on the bridge of the Kethmori warship, Claw of Honor. The ship was smaller than the massive fleet carriers, but it was still large enough to hold a crew of 200. Most importantly, every warrior on board had volunteered to serve under the human-raised cubs. "Wing Commander Alex," reported Luna Cooper from the communications station. "We're receiving a distress signal from the civilian station Haven Point. They're under attack by Scrix swarm forces." Alex looked at the tactical display. Haven Point was a research station with 40,000 civilians, including families and children. The Scrix swarm were biomechanical parasites that consumed technology and turned living beings into more swarm units. Traditional Kethmori strategy would involve a direct assault, accepting heavy casualties to destroy the enemy quickly. But Alex had learned different tactics from his human family and Dr. Chen's military training programs. "Max, what's our status?" Alex asked. Max Rodriguez had become the ship's chief tactical officer. His massive frame was squeezed into the bridge station, but his gentle nature made him perfect for coordinating complex operations. "We have full weapons and shields. Crew is ready for combat. But, sir, if we attack the swarm directly, a lot of civilians will die in the crossfire." "Then we don't attack directly," Alex decided. "Luna, connect me to the station." The main screen showed a terrified human administrator named Director Kate Walsh. Behind her, Alex could see sparks flying from damaged equipment and hear the sounds of battle in the distance. "Director Walsh, this is Wing Commander Alex of the Kethmori vessel Claw of Honor. We're here to help." "Thank goodness," Walsh gasped. "The Scrix broke through our outer defenses 20 minutes ago. They're moving toward the civilian sections. We have thousands of people trapped in the lower levels." Alex looked at his packmates. "Diana, what do the evacuation protocols look like?" Diana Foster had become their specialist in non-combat operations, something that didn't exist in traditional Kethmori military structure. Station layout shows 12 main evacuation routes, but 7 are blocked by Scrix forces. Estimated evacuation time for remaining routes is 6 hours. We don't have that long. Alex made a decision that would have been impossible for a traditional Kethmori commander. "We're going to save the civilians first, then deal with the Scrix. Luna, coordinate with the station's AI to identify safe evacuation routes. Max, I want teams standing by to beam down, escort civilians to safety. Diana, work with their medical staff to set up emergency treatment areas." Sub-Commander Veltak, one of the Kethmori officers who had volunteered for the mission, stepped forward. "Wing Commander, this is not proper military procedure. We should attack the enemy directly and worry about civilians after victory is achieved." "The civilians are why we're fighting," Alex replied firmly. "What good is victory if everyone we're trying to protect is dead?" For the next 3 hours, the Claw of Honor conducted an operation unlike anything in Kethmori military history. While Max coordinated small strike teams that kept the Scrix forces busy, Luna worked with the station's computers to map out safe corridors. Diana led medical teams that treated wounded civilians and helped families find each other. Alex himself beamed down with the first rescue team. His enhanced senses allowed him to navigate the damaged station in complete darkness. His strength let him move debris that would have trapped rescue workers. But most importantly, his human-learned communication skills helped calm terrified civilians who had never seen a Keth Mori before. "It's okay," Alex told a group of children hiding in a storage room. "I know I look scary, but I'm here to help. My name is Alex, and I'm going to get you back to your families." The children stared up at the 7-foot-tall alien warrior with claws and fangs. Then the oldest, a girl about Sophie's age, stepped forward. "Are you like the good guys in the stories?" she asked. Alex smiled, remembering all the bedtime stories his human parents had read to him. "Yeah, I'm like the good guys. Now let's go home." By the time the civilian evacuation was complete, the Scriks had consolidated their forces in the station's main reactor core. Traditional tactics would require a frontal assault that would probably destroy the entire station. But Alex had learned something from human military history that traditional Keth Mori tactics didn't include: the value of intelligence and strategic thinking over pure aggression. "Luna, can you interface with the station's manufacturing systems?" "Yes, sir. They have industrial fabricators in the lower sections." "Good. I want you to program them to produce specific items." Alex outlined his plan to his packmates and officers. What he described would have been considered cowardice by traditional Keth Mori standards, but his human-raised team understood immediately. Instead of charging the Scriks directly, they used the station's own manufacturing systems to create thousands of small devices that emitted nervous systems. While the swarm creatures writhed in agony, Max's teams moved in with non-lethal capture equipment that Luna had designed based on human pest control technology. The battle was over in 30 minutes with 0 civilian casualties and minimal damage to the station. More importantly, the captured Scriks units provided valuable intelligence about swarm behavior and weaknesses. Director Walsh met Alex in the station's main docking bay as the Keth Mori teams prepared to leave. "I don't know how to thank you. We've dealt with Keth Mori forces before, but never like this. Usually they save people by killing everything that threatens them. You actually saved people." "That's what we learned from humans," Alex replied. "Sometimes the best way to win is to make sure nobody loses." 3 months later, Alex stood before the assembled Keth Mori High Command aboard the flagship Bone Render. The 4 packmates had been called back to report on their experimental mission. The conference room was filled with the most senior military leaders of their species. High Commander Zektar reviewed the mission reports displayed on the main screen. "In 9 months of operations, your unit has responded to 17 emergency situations. In every case, civilian casualties were below 5%. Friendly casualties were below 2%. Enemy forces captured for intelligence purposes increased by 400% over traditional methods." Sub-Commander Kathek, who had opposed the experiment from the beginning, stood up. "These numbers are impossible. No military unit achieves results like these." "No traditional military unit," corrected Elder Navigator Sekamara. "But these cubs have shown us something new. They fight not just to defeat enemies, but to protect the innocent. Their human training has made them more effective, not less." Alex stepped forward. "High Commander, we request permission to expand the program. Other young Keth Mori want to train with human families. And humans want to learn from us too. Captain Morrison on New Denver has asked if we can set up an exchange program." Zektar looked around the room at his senior officers. "Opinion?" Commander Thelvar, a veteran of 50 campaigns, spoke first. "I have reviewed the tactical recordings. Their methods are unorthodox but effective. More importantly, other species have begun requesting Keth Mori assistance specifically because they know these units will protect civilians." "For the first time in our history," added Navigator Sekmara, Other species see us as protectors rather than conquerors. This opens diplomatic possibilities that pure military might never could. Kathek was the last holdout. And what happens to our warrior traditions? What happens to the strength that has kept our species alive for 10,000 years? Luna stepped forward. We're still warriors. We're just warriors with a different definition of strength. We protect the weak instead of culling them. We build alliances instead of demanding submission. We use our minds as much as our claws. Max nodded. And we're happier this way. Traditional Kethmori live in constant competition with each other. We live in cooperation with our pack and our allies. We're stronger together than we ever could be alone. Diana added, the galaxy is changing. New threats require new solutions. Our human training has taught us to adapt instead of just applying more force to every problem. Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he made his decision. The exchange program is approved. Young Kethmori who wish to train with human families may do so. Humans who wish to serve alongside Kethmori forces may apply for positions. We will create new military units that combine the best of both approaches. Alex felt a wave of relief and joy. Thank you, High Commander. You won't regret this decision. I know I won't, Zektar replied, because you four have already proven that strength can take many forms. You've shown us that our species can become something greater than it was. 6 months later, Alex stood on the observation deck of New Denver Colony, watching ships arrive from across the galaxy. Young Kethmori came to live with human families and learn about cooperation and protection. Human volunteers joined mixed crews to learn about honor and dedication from their alien partners. Sophie Parker, now 9 years old, tugged on her brother's sleeve. Alex, look, there's another ship landing. Do you think it has more of your people who want to learn our way? Alex smiled and picked up his little sister. Maybe. Or maybe it has humans who want to learn from us. Either way, it means more families are about to get bigger. Dr. Chen approached them, carrying a data pad filled with reports from the mixed units now operating across the galaxy. Alex, I wanted you to see this. The new Kethmori human teams have the highest success rates and lowest casualty counts of any military units in galactic history. What you started here has changed how everyone thinks about cooperation and strength. Alex looked out at the stars, thinking about all the families that had formed across the galaxy because 4 alien cubs had been raised with human love. Dr. Chen, do you think we did the right thing? Alex, she replied, I think you proved that the most important thing humans can teach isn't how to fight or how to build ships or even how to survive. The most important thing we can teach is how to care about each other. And that lesson just made the whole galaxy a better place. As the sun set over New Denver Colony, Alex Parker stood with his human family and watched more ships arrive, carrying young beings ready to learn that strength and kindness weren't opposites, but partners. The experiment that began with desperate aliens asking humans to babysit had become something that changed the galaxy forever. The Cubs had returned commanding entire war wings, but more importantly, they had returned with proof that love was the strongest force in the universe.
At Starbound, we tell stories the human way, not with artificial voices or AI slop. In the end, what's HFY without humanity? Subscribe to keep it this way. My name's General G. Let's begin. I'm sorry to say this, little buddy, the human ambassador began from his seat at the Galactic Council meeting, but you won't last 3 seconds. Abby's antennae drooped as the words washed over him. He stood atop the massive council table, his small paws gripping the edge of the microphone stand that had been specially adjusted to accommodate his diminutive stature. The table stretched out around him like a vast plateau, and he could see the faces of dozens of species watching him from their seats in the imp watched as he processed what the human had just said. and the fluffy pom-poms at the tip of his antennae quivered as he tried to suppress his rage. Being forced to stand on the table just to be seen at all had been humiliating enough. The Sativ were new to the Galactic Council, and the negotiations to join had been a months-long ordeal of being spoken to in condescending tones and generally treated like adorable pets rather than sentient beings with their own culture and achievements. Abby and his people had collectively decided that enough was enough. The moment they were officially granted membership and given the floor to speak, they would declare war on the most powerful species in the chamber. It was a calculated move designed to earn respect through demonstration of courage and martial prowess. Abby had spent hours studying the dossiers of every species present, their military capabilities, their territories, their temperaments. And he'd made his choice: the humans. They were legendary warriors, survivors of a death world called Earth, masters of violence. They were the species that made the other species nervous. If the Sativ could challenge them and prove themselves worthy opponents, every other member of the council would have to take notice. So, Abby had stood there on the table, his tiny chest puffed out as far as his furball body would allow, and declared formal war on humanity. He used every traditional phrase from Sativ warrior culture, invoking the names of their ancient heroes and promising to descend upon Earth like a storm of claws and fury. He'd expected shock, perhaps even fear. What he got instead was this casual dismissal, this patronizing little buddy nonsense, and the assertion that his entire species wouldn't last 3 seconds against humanity. Worse than that, though, was the reaction from everyone else. Abby's large eyes scanned the chamber, taking in the spectacle of universal mockery. The Aquarians in their water-filled environmental suits were producing steams of bubbles, their translucent bodies rippling with what could only be laughter. The Avian Cree delegation was worse. Their high-pitched squeaking filled the air as their elaborate head crests stood fully erect, a sign of extreme amusement in their culture. Even the Morphids, usually so dignified in their carefully maintained bipedal forms, had lost their composure. 3 of them had literally melted into puddles of gelatinous goo on their seats, their bodies shaking with what Abby assumed was the blob equivalent of hysterical laughter. "You all laugh now," Abby declared, his voice amplified by the microphone but still higher pitched than he would have liked. "But in 2 days, the Sativ warrior fleet will descend upon Earth. We will challenge the humans to honorable combat, warrior to warrior. We will prove our prowess with both blade and technology. We will claim the treasures of their world as proof of our victory." His antennae straightened, pom-poms rigid with determination. "You mock us for our size, but size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. When we stand victorious over the defeated humans, when we return with the spoils of Earth, you will all see. You will regret your laughter. You will beg for our forgiveness, and you will never, ever underestimate the Sativ again." He'd practiced that speech for hours. It had sounded so much more impressive in his quarters. Now came the dramatic exit, which Abby had not fully thought through. The table was easily 3 times his height. He'd been lifted up here by a mechanical platform, which was still sitting nearby, but required him to walk to it. Maintaining his dignity while marching across the vast expanse of the table, still within clear view of everyone, would have been challenging enough. But he was so angry, so determined to storm off, that he simply turned and began walking toward the edge of the table, fully intending to leap off in a display of athletic prowess. He made it about 3 steps before he realized his mistake. Peering over the edge, he saw the floor far below. very far. He froze, his tail twitching nervously behind him. The laughter in the chamber intensified. "Does the mighty warrior need help getting down?" one of the Cree called out, setting off another wave of squeaking. Abby's fur fluffed out even more, if that was possible. He turned around with as much dignity as he could muster and walked stiffly toward the platform, his small legs moving in quick, angry steps. Behind him, he could hear the voices of the council members. "They're going to Earth. Those Death Welders are going to eat them alive." That was one of the Aquarians, their voice bubbling with laughter. "Remember the Zoraxian probe that landed there? Destroyed in minutes," another voice added. "I once saw a human tear apart a Kravik war machine with their bare hands because it was making annoying sounds," someone else chimed in. "These poor furballs don't stand a chance." "At least they'll die bravely," said a Morphid, in a tone that suggested they found even that notion amusing. "Well, probably not bravely, probably screaming, but we can tell people it was brave." 10 credits says they don't even make it out of their landing craft. 20 says they take one look at Earth from space and go back. The voices faded as Abby stepped onto the platform and began his descent. He kept his head high, his antennae proud, refusing to show any sign that their words had affected him. But one thing did puzzle him as he reached the floor and marched toward the exit. Throughout all the laughter, all the mockery, all the jokes at his expense, he'd noticed that the human ambassador himself had remained completely silent. The tall, dark-haired man had simply sat in his chair, watching Abby with an expression that the small warrior couldn't quite interpret. It wasn't mockery, it wasn't amusement, it was something else. That observation did nothing to dampen Abby's resolve. If anything, it strengthened it. The human was probably worried, realizing that his species was about to face real warriors for the first time. In 2 days, Abby would prove everyone wrong. In 2 days, the Sativ would show the entire galaxy what they were made of. In 2 days, Earth would fall. 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. Abby had personally overseen the assembly of the fleet, the finest warriors the Sativ homeworld had to offer. 300 ships, each crewed by 20 warriors, all equipped with the latest in Sativ military technology. It wasn't the largest fleet in the galaxy, but it was mobile and crewed by individuals burning with the need to prove themselves. Now, as the blue-green marble of Earth filled the view screen of the command ship, Abby felt a surge of pride and anticipation. Around him, the bridge crew moved quickly, their small paws interacting with controls that had been designed specifically for their size. To his left stood General Lax, his purple fur marked with the white strips of a veteran warrior. To his right was General Izzy, her bright pink fur indicating she was from the northern territories of the Sativ homeworld, where the fiercest warriors traditionally came from. "Approaching the outer atmosphere," reported the navigator, a young male named Pip, whose green fur still had the brightness of youth. "All ships reporting ready status." "Excellent," Abby said, his voice steady despite the excitement coursing through his small body. He stood on a raised platform in the center of the bridge. Everything was designed to accommodate their size, thankfully, and activated the fleet-wide communications. It was time for the traditional conquest speech, the kind that leaders of the Sativ had delivered before every major battle since their species could remember. "Warriors of the Sativ," Abby's voice rang out across all 300 ships. "Today we write history. Today we prove to the galaxy that size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. The other species of the Council look at us and see small, fluffy creatures. Today we show them the truth." On the view screen, he could see inside some of the other ships. Thousands of furball warriors, each in their enhanced bodysuits that doubled their strength, carrying both traditional curved blades and modern laser rifles. They stood at attention, their antennae rigid, their eyes fixed on their screens. "We descend upon Earth, the legendary death world of humanity," Abby continued. "But do not let their reputation frighten you. Yes, they are larger than us. Yes, they come from a harsh world, but so do we. Our home world has almost exactly Earth's gravity. We will not be at a disadvantage. We will feel as strong there as we do here. If anything, we have the advantage, for our technology is just as advanced as theirs, and our warriors are twice as determined." A cheer erupted across the fleet, thousands of high-pitched voices screaming their enthusiasm. "The Galactic Council laughed at us," he shouted. "They mocked our declaration. But today, we become legends." She was from the northern territories of the Sativ homeworld, where the fiercest warriors traditionally came from. "Approaching the outer atmosphere," reported the navigator, a young male named Pip, whose green fur still had the brightness of youth. "All ships reporting ready status." "Excellent," Abby said, his voice steady despite the excitement coursing through his small body. He stood on a raised platform in the center of the bridge. Everything was designed to accommodate their size, thankfully, and activated the fleet-wide communications. It was time for the traditional conquest speech, the kind that leaders of the Sativ had delivered before every major battle since their species could remember. "Warriors of the Sativ," Abby's voice rang out across all 300 ships. "Today we write history. Today, we prove to the galaxy that size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. The other species of the Council look at us and see small, fluffy creatures. Today, we show them the truth." On the view screen, he could see inside some of the other ships. Thousands of furball warriors, each in their enhanced bodysuits that doubled their strength, carrying both traditional curved blades and modern laser rifles. They stood at attention, their antennae rigid, their eyes fixed on their screens. "We descend upon Earth, the legendary death world of humanity," Abby continued. "But do not let their reputation frighten you. Yes, they are larger than us. Yes, they come from a harsh world, but so do we. Our home world has almost exactly Earth's gravity. We will not be at a disadvantage. We will feel as strong there as we do here. If anything, we have the advantage, for our technology is just as advanced as theirs, and our warriors are twice as determined." A cheer erupted across the fleet, thousands of high-pitched voices screaming their enthusiasm. "The Galactic Council laughed at us," he shouted. "They mocked our declaration. But today, we become legends. Today, we claim victory over humanity itself." The cheering intensified. Abby could see warriors on other ships brandishing their weapons, bouncing in excitement. General Axe was nodding approvingly beside him, while General Izzy had her tiny fist raised in a gesture of solidarity. "We are small, but we are mighty," Abby declared. "We are few, but we are brave. We are Sativ, and today the galaxy learns to respect that name." The fleet erupted in war cries. Abby cut the transmission and turned to his generals, his chest heaving with emotion. Before he could speak, voices started coming through the comms from various ships. "Those council bastards won't be laughing after this," came the voice of Captain Zix from Ship 7. "I'm going to enjoy proving those pompous Aquarians wrong," added Commander Frill from Ship 19. "Bubbling at us like we're some kind of joke." A female voice cut through the chatter, coming from Ship 40. "Commander Abby, I have a question. What will we do with the humans after we defeat them?" Abby straightened, recognizing the voice of Captain Mira, one of his most respected warriors. "An excellent question, Captain. We will leave them be, of course." There was a moment of silence on the comms. "Leave them be, sir?" Mira asked, her tone confused. "Of course," Abby replied, as if it were obvious. "We're not monsters. We'll prove our superiority in combat, claim some of their treasures as proof of our victory, and then depart. They can keep their planet. We don't want the other species to think we're cruel conquerors. We're warriors seeking respect, not tyrants seeking domination." General Lax leaned closer, his voice low and concerned. "Commander, are you sure about that? I mean, what if the humans see our mercy as weakness? What if the Council thinks we went soft?" "Nonsense," Abby said firmly. "Showing restraint and honor will only increase the respect they have for us. We're not barbarians." General Izzy looked equally worried, her pink fur rippling with anxiety. "But Commander, what if they refuse to tell the Council that we conquered Earth? What if they just say we landed, got scared, and left?" "They won't be able to say that," Abby assured her. "We have defeated them in combat. We have their treasures. The evidence will speak for itself." Both generals exchanged a glance that suggested they weren't entirely convinced, but they said nothing more. The fleet continued its descent, breaking through Earth's atmosphere. The ships were designed for smooth entry, and within minutes, they had a clear view of the surface below. "Scanning for optimal landing site," reported Pip from his navigation station. "Looking for an area that will demonstrate our power while allowing for proper challenge protocols." "What about there?" General Lax pointed to the main view screen, where a large green space was visible in the middle of what appeared to be a human settlement. "That open area in their settlement, it appears to be some kind of gathering space." "Running detailed scans," Pip said, interacting with the controls. After a moment, his ears flattened against his head. "Commander, I'm detecting human life signs in that area. Multiple family groups. There appear to be human young present." Abby frowned, his antennae dipping thoughtfully. "Human children? We certainly can't land there. We don't want to frighten the young ones. That would be cruel, and worse, it would make us look like bullies. Is there a suitable landing area that's free of civilians?" Pip's scan continued. "Yes, Commander. There's an area approximately half a kilometer away that appears to be completely clear. Still within the same green space, but isolated from the human population centers." "Perfect," Abby decided. "We'll land there first, establish our position, and then transmit our formal challenge to the human warriors. We'll give them the opportunity to meet us in honorable combat. If they accept, we fight. If they surrender, well, that would be disappointing, but still a victory." "You really think they'll just surrender?" General Izzy asked skeptically. "Well, of course not," Abby replied. "They're humans. They're supposed to be fierce warriors. They'll accept the challenge, fight bravely, but ultimately lose. And then we'll all go home having earned respect. That's how these things work." General Lax's expression suggested he thought their commander might be oversimplifying things, but he merely nodded. "Setting landing protocols now. All ships prepare for ground deployment." The fleet descended in formation. 300 ships, creating an impressive display as they approached the clearing Pip had identified. The landing was textbook perfect, each ship touching down with minimal impact, arranged in neat rows that would have made any military academy instructor proud. The ships themselves were small by galactic standards, each about the size of a human shuttle, but together they created an impressive sight. Landing successful, Pip reported. All ships confirm secure positions. External sensors show Earth's gravity is 0.974 of our home standard, well within comfort range. Excellent, Abby said. Environmental analysis? Atmosphere is compatible, temperature is mild, no immediate threats detected. Pip paused. Commander, I am detecting various biological signals in the surrounding area, flora and fauna. Perhaps just a blink against the glare. Then his eyes adjusted, and he got his first real look at Earth. It was green, incredibly, overwhelmingly green. The grass stretched out in all directions, each blade swaying in a gentle breeze. But what struck Abby most was the sheer scale of everything. The trees surrounding the clearing were enormous, towering giants that made the trees of his homeworld look like saplings. Their trunks were as thick as some stative buildings, and their
Imagine
branches
upgrading your
reached out
apartment
toward
with
a
smart
sky
gadgets that make life easier and more
impossibly
efficient.
vast and
These
little.
Amazon finds for
By the
2024 will
ancestors,
transform your space
General
into a
Lax
tech-savvy
breathed
haven.
beside him. Those trees are massive. General Izzy had frozen at the bottom of the ramp, staring up at the vegetation around them. I've never seen plants so large. Do you think all Earth plants are like this? Abby forced his fur to lie flat, refusing to show intimidation. Well, of course they're large. The humans are large, remember? It makes sense that their vegetation would match their scale. Besides, size means nothing. A large tree is no more threatening than a small one. Let's proceed. The three commanders stepped off the ramp and onto Earth's surface. The grass beneath their feet was strange, soft, but also slightly sharp. Each blade much thicker than the delicate ground cover of their homeworld. Abby took a deep breath of Earth's air, finding it rich and slightly sweet, carrying scents he couldn't identify. Environmental conditions are excellent, he announced, his voice filled with confidence. The gravity feels natural. The air is fresh. This is a fine world for battle. I can see why the humans are proud of it. Should we call the rest of the troops out? General Lax asked. Let's do a quick perimeter check first, Abby decided. Make sure there are no immediate surprises. Then we'll... A high-pitched scream cut through the air, coming from their comms. Commander! Commander! I've been wounded! All three commanders froze. Abby activated his comm link immediately. Report! What's your status? It's Private Zim, sir, from Ship 12. The voice was panicked, speaking so quickly that the words ran together. I stepped outside for preliminary recon like you ordered, and I cut my foot on this grass thing. It's sharp, sir. The grass is sharp. I'm bleeding. I need a medic. Abby closed his eyes and counted to 3, trying to maintain his composure. Behind him, he could hear General Izzy making a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. Private Zim, he said slowly and clearly, you cut your foot on grass? It's really sharp grass, sir. Send a medic to Ship 12, Abby ordered, then switched to a private channel with his generals. What an idiot! Wounded by grass. And I'm supposed to lead these troops to victory? To be fair, General Lax said, he's probably just nervous, but he is an idiot. The humans probably have idiots in their armies too, Abby muttered dismissively. Come on, let's continue the survey. They moved forward carefully, their small legs carrying them through the grass that came up to their shoulders. It was slow going, and Abby was starting to appreciate why the humans were so tall. Navigating this vegetation would be much easier with longer limbs. Still, they pressed on, making it about 20 meters from the ship before they heard another scream. Sir, there's a creature, some kind of flying thing. I think it's a bird. Abby spun around, trying to locate the source of the commotion. He could see several ships with their hatches open now, warriors cautiously emerging to explore. One warrior, his yellow fur bright against the green grass, was pointing upward at something in the air. It's small, the warrior shouted. I'm going to investigate. Back home, all flying creatures are friendly. This is probably similar. Wait! Abby started to say, but he was too far away, and the warrior couldn't hear him. The warrior reached up toward the flying creature, which Abby could now see was fuzzy and striped with yellow and black. It was indeed quite small, hovering in the air near a tall flowering plant. The warrior's paw made contact with the creature. The creature's reaction was immediate and violent. It dove toward the warrior and really started. It stabbed me! The bird stabbed me! It's still stabbing me! Why is it so angry? The warrior was now running in circles, waving his paw in the air while the tiny creature pursued him with single-minded determination. Other warriors nearby were scattering, clearly unsure whether to help or flee. The scene would have been comical if it weren't so concerning. That's not a bird, General Izzy observed. Birds have feathers. That thing is... I don't know what that is. It's hostile, whatever it is, General Lax added. Should we open fire? On a creature that small? Abby shook his head. We'd look ridiculous. Send another medic. And someone tell that warrior to stop trying to make friends with Earth's wildlife until we know more about it. It took several minutes to resolve the situation. The creature, which Pip later identified from the database as something called a bee, eventually flew away, apparently satisfied with the punishment it had delivered. The wounded warrior was treated and sent back to his ship to recover, though his pride was probably more injured than his paw. Note to all troops, Abby announced over the fleet-wide channel, do not touch any Earth creatures until we have confirmed they are safe. Apparently, even their smallest life forms can be aggressive. Commander? Pip's voice came through on his private channel. Should I transmit the challenge to the humans now? Abby looked around at the clearing. About 24 warriors had now emerged from various ships, all standing in small groups and staring at the alien environment with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. It was time to get this operation back on track. Yes, transmit the challenge. Use the standard Tell them that the Sativ warrior fleet has arrived to challenge them to honorable combat. Tell them we await their response in this location. Are transmitting now, sir. There was a pause. Message sent and confirmed, received by Earth's communication network. Excellent. Now we wait for the human warriors to arrive. Abby walked back toward his ship, gesturing for more troops to disembark. Everyone out! Form up! Make it look impressive! The humans will do, and they need to see that we're serious! Warriors began loose formations, weapons at the ready, antennae quivering. Abby positioned himself at the front, flanked by his generals, trying to project an image of confidence. Minutes passed, then more minutes. Abby began to wonder if the humans had received the message properly. Maybe their communication systems were different than expected. Maybe they needed more time to translate. Maybe... Contact! Something's moving in the... The shout came from the left flank of the formation. Abby spun around, his paw going to his weapon. Where? Show me! There, sir. In those bushes at the edge of the clearing. I saw something move. Something big. All eyes turned toward the indicated location. The bushes in question were dense and tall, providing excellent cover for whatever was behind them. Abby could see movement. Something was definitely there. His heart raced. This was it. The humans were trying to ambush them, using the terrain to their advantage. It was a clever tactic, one he could respect. Warriors at the ready, Abby commanded. Prepare for contact. If they want to play games, we'll show them what Sativ warriors can do. The bushes rustled more violently. Something was pushing through them. Something low to the ground, but clearly strong. Abby raised his laser rifle, sighting down the barrel. Around him, hundreds of other warriors did the same, creating a wall of firepower aimed at those bushes. The creature emerged. It was probably the same size as a satyr covered in fur. Orange fur with white long tail, pointed ears, and green eyes that fixed on the assembled warriors. It opened its mouth and made a sound. Meow. For a moment, absolute silence reigned. The creature, whatever it was, took a few steps forward, its tail raised high, still making small chirping sounds. It didn't look particularly aggressive. In fact, it looked curious, its head tilting to one side as it examined the crowd of small armed furballs. Is that a human weapon? Whispered General Izzy. It's moving on 4 legs, General Lax pointed out. It must be their battle creature, Abby decided. They've sent this beast to test us before they arrive themselves. Stay alert, don't let your guard down. The creature padded closer, now within 5 meters of the front line. Several warriors backed up nervously. The creature sat down and began to clean its face with one paw, completely unconcerned with the weapons pointed in its direction. Should we fire, sir? Asked one of the nearby warriors. Hold your fire, Abby commanded. Let's see what it does. What it did was stand up, stretch extensively, and then walk directly toward the warriors. Specifically, it walked toward a warrior on the left flank, a young female named Kira, whose green fur was fluffed out in fear. It's coming for me, Kira squeaked. Whoa, what do I do? Abby shouted, Defend yourself! Kira, more out of panic than any real tactical thinking, swung her rifle around and fired a shot. The laser bolt struck the creature on its side. Against their own species, that type of weapon could punch through fur. Idiot. It hissed, its ears flattening against its head, and swiped Kira with one paw. Its claws left 3 parallel scratches across it. Stick to Kira! Oh, I'm okay, sir. Though neither looked entirely convinced. The warriors were already talking among themselves, some expressing pride at having driven off the human battle beast, others as if expecting more creatures to emerge. Abby was about to address the troops when movement at the far end of the clearing caught his eye. This time, it wasn't an animal perspective. With dark hair and wearing what appeared to be formal attire rather than combat gear. Behind him, several other humans emerged, all wearing identical black suits. There, Abby breathed. The humans have arrived. Finally. The human raised his hand in what might have been a greeting or might have been a signal. Abby decided to interpret it as a gesture of parley. He activated his suit's external speakers. Warriors of the Sativ, he announced. Weapons ready. The humans are here. Prepare for honorable combat. 300 raised simultaneously. The humans kept walking, apparently unconcerned with the display of firepower. As they got closer, Abby recognized the one in front. It was the ambassador from the Galactic Council. We are not monsters who would attack the young ones, he declared, his voice amplified by his suit speakers. We are warriors. We came here to fight human warriors in honorable combat. We seek to prove ourselves against the best you have to offer. He gestured dramatically with one small paw at the assembled troops behind him. You claimed at the council meeting that we would not last 3 seconds on Earth. Well, we have been here for over an hour now. We have survived your harsh environment and even your predators. We are still standing, still ready to fight. Your words have been proven false. The humans exchanged glances. Abby interpreted their expressions as fear. Clearly, they were realizing they had underestimated the Sativ. The ambassador looked at one of his companions, then back at Abby, and his mouth tense in what might have been suppressed emotion. See, the ambassador said slowly. You've survived for an hour. That's very impressive. It is, Abby agreed. And now we call upon you to fulfill the terms of our challenge. We face each other in battle, warrior to warrior. Get your weapons ready, humans, because we are about to engage in honorable warfare. He raised his own rifle dramatically. The Sativ are ready. We followed. The humans had to be at least somewhat intimidated. The ambassador stood there for a long moment, just staring at them. Then he closed his eyes briefly, his shoulders slumping slightly. When he opened them again, he looked directly at Abby. "You know what?" the ambassador said. "You're right. You've proven yourselves. We surrender." The war cries stopped, replaced by confused silence. Abby's antennae drooped in bewilderment. Around him, he could hear warriors whispering to each other, equally confused. "You... what?" Abby managed to say. "We surrender," the ambassador repeated. "You win. You can tell the Galactic Council that you conquered Earth. Congratulations." Abby looked at his generals. General Lax looked baffled. General Izzy looked suspicious. Behind them, the army was dissolving into confusion. Warriors looking at each other and trying to figure out what had just happened. "That's it?" Abby asked, his voice rising in pitch. "You're just gonna surrender? Just like that? No fight?" "You already proved yourselves," the ambassador said. "You made it here, survived Earth's environment. That's more than most species manage on their first visit. We're impressed. You win." Abby's mind raced. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. The whole point was to engage in combat, to demonstrate Sativ martial prowess, to earn respect through battle. A surrender without fighting proved nothing. In fact, it might make things worse. The council would just say the humans had humored them, that they'd never taken the threat seriously enough to actually fight back. "No!" Abby declared, his small paw pointing accusingly at the ambassador. "You don't get to escape that easily. We came here for honorable combat. We came here to prove ourselves. If we return with nothing but your words, no one will believe us. We need proof. We need to plunder something. Take some of your treasures back with us." The ambassador frowned, seeming genuinely confused by this demand. He scratched his head, looking at his companions as if seeking suggestions. They shrugged or shook their heads, equally at a loss. For several long seconds, the ambassador just stood there, thinking. Then his eyes widened, and his face lit up with what looked like sudden inspiration. "I know," he said, snapping his fingers. "I know exactly where to take you. There's a treasure box nearby, a place where humanity keeps one of our most valuable substances. It's something we cherish deeply, something we save up resources to obtain. If you plunder our food from there, everyone will have to believe you conquered us. Come on, I'll take you there right now." Abby considered this carefully. A treasure box containing humanity's most valuable food substance? That did sound impressive. And if the humans were willing to hand it over as proof of their defeat, well, that would certainly serve as evidence for the council. "Very well," Abby agreed. "Take us to this treasure box. We will claim its contents as proof of our victory." "Excellent," the ambassador said, and there was something in his smile that Abby couldn't quite interpret. "Oh, by the way, my name is George Hampton. I'm the human ambassador to the Galactic Council, but you probably knew that already." "I am Commander Abby of the Sativ Warrior Fleet," Abby replied formally. "These are Generals Lax and Izzy, and behind us are finest warriors." "Pleased to meet you all," George said, somehow managing to sound sincere. He gestured to his companions. "These are my security team. They're going to set up a perimeter while I take you to the treasure. Just make sure that yours accidentally hurt any civilians." Abby nodded approvingly. "A wise precaution. We wouldn't want any humans to stumble into our army in panic. They might get hurt trying to flee from our imposing presence." George's expression did something complicated, but he just nodded. "Exactly. That's exactly what I'm worried about. All right, follow me. It's not far." The men in black suits quickly moved into position around the clearing, creating a loose perimeter. Abby noticed that several of them were speaking into small devices and occasionally looking at the tree line with concerned expressions. Clearly, they were worried about Earth civilians seeing the Sativ army and being overwhelmed with fear. It made sense. The humans probably didn't want mass panic in their park. George led Abby, the two generals, and a contingent of about 50 warriors. Abby thought it was wise to leave the majority of the force with the ships. Across the clearing toward a paved pathway. As they walked, Abby could see other humans in the distance. Individuals and small groups moving along other paths. Some with what appeared to be earth pets on leashes. Several of them had stopped and were staring at the procession of small, furry warriors marching behind the tall human in the suit. "Are those teddy bears?" Abby heard one human say to another. "I think they're aliens," the other responded, and then no one would dare call them cute again. George led them down the path and around a corner, where a small white vehicle was parked near the edge of the path. It was roughly rectangular, with bright colors painted on its side, and a window at one end. As they approached, Abby could see that the side of the vehicle bore images of frozen treats and cheerful text. "Here we are," George announced, gesturing at the vehicle. "Humanity's treasure box." Abby looked at it skeptically. This is where you keep your most valuable food substance?" "Absolutely," George said with a straight face. "We call these mobile treasure repositories ice cream trucks. Contain one of humanity's most beloved ice cream. It's so valuable that humans literally will gather around, served in individual portions, and it comes in different flavors. I recommend trying a little of each to see what you prefer." The woman from the truck appeared with more containers. Her face split in an enormous smile. "Oh my goodness, they're adorable! Look at their little suits and the pom-poms on their antennae. Oh, I want to take them all home." Abby ignored the adorable comment and watched as George began distributing small portions of the ice cream to each warrior. The substance was cold, surprisingly cold, and came in various colors. Abby accepted a portion of the chocolate variety, which was dark brown and emitted a pleasant aroma. "Go ahead," George encouraged. "Try it." Abby took a small taste with the tiny spoon George had provided. His eyes widened immediately. The substance was cold, yes, but also sweet and rich and creamy and unlike anything he'd ever tasted on his homeworld. The flavor seemed to bloom in his mouth, his tongue with deliciousness. He took another bite, then able to stop himself. Around him, similar reactions were rippling through the warrior contingent. Warriors were making sounds of amazement, their antennae quivering with pleasure. General Izzy had actually sat down on the pavement, cradling her container of strawberry ice cream like it was precious cargo. "By the ancestors," General Axe breathed, his face covered in vanilla ice cream. An ice cream truck, eating frozen treats with the enthusiasm of, well, children at a birthday party. Warriors tried different flavors, compared favorites, and generally forgot entirely that they were supposed to be fearsome conquerors. The woman from the truck kept making delighted sounds and taking pictures with her clean. Abby stood up and tried to reassemble his dignity. His face was sticky with chocolate, and his antennae pom-poms drooped with contentment. But he was still a commander and had a job to complete. "George Hampton," he said formally, "we accept this treasure as proof of Earth's surrender. When we return to the Galactic Council, we will present this as evidence of our victory." "I'm sure you will," George replied, his tone gentle. "And I promise you, Abby, I'll make absolutely certain that the Council treats you with respect from now on. In fact, at the next Council meeting, your delegation will have seats right next to humanity's, We'll be allies, you and us, partners. How does that sound? Abby's chest swelled with pride. That sounds acceptable. We have proven ourselves in battle, or, well, in the warrior tradition of our people. We have claimed Earth's treasure, and now we have earned humanity's respect and friendship. This is a great day for the Sativ. It absolutely is. George told Earth very well. Most species are like, Death World this and Death World that. It's really annoying. We are true warriors. We don't fear Earth, Abby declared. He turned to his warriors. Back to the ships. We return home victorious. The galaxy will hear of what we accomplished here today. The warriors cheered, though perhaps with less aggressive enthusiasm than before. Mostly because they were all extremely full of ice cream and slightly sleepy from the sugar rush followed by the crash. They formed up and began marching back toward the clearing where the ships waited. As they walked, George kept pace beside Abby. You know, the ambassador said conversationally, if you ever want to visit Earth again, just as friends this time, you'd be welcome. We could show you around properly. Museums, restaurants, beaches, all sorts of things. I think you'd enjoy it. Perhaps we will, Abby said, feeling generous in victory. Perhaps we will. After all, we're allies now. Allies visit each other. That we are, George said with a smile. That we are. When they reached the clearing, Abby found the rest of his army waiting, weapons still at the ready, looking somewhat confused about why their commander and the advance party all had sticky faces and blissful expressions. Abby quickly ordered everyone back into the ships, unwilling to explain the details until they were safely off-world. The loading proceeded quickly, and soon the entire fleet was preparing for departure. As Abby sat in his command chair on the bridge, watching recede on the view screen, General Lax approached him. Commander, the general said quietly, do you think we actually conquered Earth? Abby considered the question carefully. They hadn't fought any battles, they hadn't defeated any warriors, but they had landed on a death world, survived for over an hour, driven off a predator, received Earth's surrender, and claimed a treasure that was clearly precious to humanity. By the technical definition of conquest, they had succeeded. Yes, he said finally, we conquered Earth, we proved ourselves, and more importantly, we gained humanity's respect and friendship. That's what matters. And the ice cream? The ice cream was a bonus, Abby admitted. I wonder if we can establish trade relations for it. On the view screen, Earth had become a blue marble again, beautiful and mysterious. Somewhere down there, George Hampton was probably filing a report about the day's events. Abby wondered what that report would say. What spin humanity would put on this strange encounter. But it didn't really matter. The Sativ had come to Earth as warriors seeking respect. They were leaving as allies of humanity with bellies full of ice cream and heads held high. In the grand scheme of things, that seemed like a pretty good outcome. Set course for home, Abby commanded. We have a council meeting to prepare for. This time when we speak, they'll listen. They'll respect us. And if they don't, he smiled, his small teeth glinting in the bridge lights. Well, we know where to get Earth's ice cream. The fleet jumped to hyperspace. 300 ships filled with proud warriors who had, in their own minds at least, conquered humanity's homeworld. And somewhere behind them, on a planet called Earth, a human ambassador filed a report titled, First Contact with Sativ Peaceful Resolution Chocolate Ice Cream, and wondered if anyone at headquarters would actually believe it. They probably wouldn't, but that was fine. Some victories were too strange to explain, too absurd to justify. Some victories just had to be experienced to be understood. And some victories...
Before we jump into the chaos, Don't forget to hit subscribe so you never miss the next adventure. The maintenance alert chimed softly in Storage Bay Alpha, just another routine notification among dozens that scrolled across Abby Rodriguez's work tablet. She pulled her tool belt tighter and headed toward the coordinates, expecting another busted ventilation unit, or maybe a loose panel that needed tightening. The bay stretched out before her in typical utilitarian fashion, rows of equipment and supplies arranged with military precision under harsh fluorescent lighting. What she found instead was a massive cylindrical object, easily twice her height, mounted on an ornate pedestal that looked completely out of place among the standard-issue storage containers. The thing had obviously been damaged during transport, bent at an awkward angle that would make it impossible to fit properly wherever it was supposed to go. Someone had clearly tried to force it into position and failed spectacularly. Abby shook her head and pulled out her plasma torch. The metal looked expensive, all gleaming silver with intricate engravings that probably cost more than her annual salary, but damaged was damaged. She'd seen plenty of fancy equipment get mangled by careless handling crews. The bend wasn't too severe, maybe 30 degrees off true, and the metal appeared to be some kind of high-grade alloy that should respond well to heat treatment. She fired up the torch and got to work, heating the stressed area until it glowed cherry red. The metal was surprisingly responsive, almost eager to return to its original shape. Within minutes, she had the cylinder perfectly straight again, the ornate surface unmarked by her repairs. She ran her hands along the length to check for stress fractures or weak points, finding none. Whatever this thing was, it was built to last. The engravings were actually quite beautiful up close, depicting what looked like epic battles between robed figures and various monsters. Probably some kind of ceremonial piece for one of the alien delegations. She'd heard the Nexus station hosted all sorts of cultural exchanges and diplomatic functions. This was likely headed for some museum or religious display. Satisfied with her work, Abby powered down her torch and pulled out her tablet to file the completion report. She typed quickly, noting the location, the nature of the damage, and her repair method. Under additional comments, she added that whoever was handling transport should be more careful with delicate items, especially ones that looked ceremonial or religious in nature. The report submitted automatically to the maintenance database, copying her supervisor and whoever had filed the original work order. She gathered her tools and headed back toward the main corridor, already checking her tablet for the next job on her list. Behind her, the restored cylinder gleamed under the bay's harsh lighting, looking exactly as it had been designed to look centuries ago. 3 sectors away, in the sacred archives of the Vorthak Collective, High Priest Rosarian was conducting the morning devotional when every alarm in the chamber began screaming at once. Ancient monitoring crystals that hadn't activated in over 1,000 years suddenly blazed with warning light, their harmonic resonance creating a cacophony that sent lesser priests scrambling for cover. Rosarian stared in horror at the primary viewing crystal, watching as impossible readings cascaded across its surface. The sacred canon of Ulixar, the most holy relic of their civilization, was registering massive structural changes. According to the crystal's readout, something had just violated the divine blessing of eternal rigidity that Ulixar himself had placed upon the weapon. The priest's hands trembled as he activated the emergency communication array, sending priority alerts to every Vorthak vessel and station in the sector. The sacred cannon had been in transit to Nexus Station for a special diplomatic ceremony, carefully transported in a specially blessed container designed to prevent any accidental contact with unworthy beings. But the readings were unmistakable. Someone, somehow, had touched the sacred cannon. More than touched it, they had fundamentally altered its blessed structure. The weapon that had been forged in the heart of a dying star and blessed by Ulixar to remain forever unchanged had just been changed. Rosarian felt his primary heart skip several beats as he processed the implications. The sacred cannon wasn't just a weapon, it was proof of Ulixar's divine power. For over 2 millennia, it had served as the cornerstone of Vorthak faith, the physical manifestation of their god's ability to impose his will upon the universe itself. The blessing of eternal rigidity meant that no force in creation could alter its form, yet something had. The priest activated his personal communicator with shaking fingers, patching directly through to Chancellor Sferix's emergency line. The political implications alone could destabilize the entire collective, never mind the theological catastrophe unfolding before his eyes. Meanwhile, in her small quarters aboard Nexus Station, Abby was settling down with a sandwich and her favorite mystery novel when her work tablet chimed with an acknowledgement notification. Someone had received her repair report and marked it as satisfactory. She glanced at the message briefly, noting it came from some department she'd never heard of, then went back to her book. The protagonist was just about to confront the murderer when her door chimed. She glanced at the time display and frowned. It was well past normal working hours, and she wasn't expecting anyone. The chime sounded again, more insistently this time. She opened the door to find two figures in elaborate robes standing in her corridor. The taller one had blue-tinted skin and 4 arms, while his companion appeared to be some kind of crystalline being that refracted the corridor lighting into rainbow patterns. Both looked extremely agitated. Abby Rodriguez, the blue-skinned alien, asked in heavily accented standard, "You are the maintenance worker who filed repair report for Storage Bay Alpha?" "Yeah, that's me," Abby replied, suddenly wondering if she'd somehow violated some regulation she wasn't aware of. "Is there a problem with my work?" The crystalline being made a sound like wind chimes in a hurricane. The blue alien translated quickly. "My colleague asks if you understand what you have done." Abby blinked. "I straightened out a bent piece of equipment. It was blocking proper storage configuration in the bay. The work order said it was priority maintenance." Priority maintenance? Of Ulixar as priority maintenance. The sacred what now? Abby asked, genuinely confused. "Look, if I worked on something I wasn't supposed to touch, just tell me. I can file an incident report." The crystalline being made more wind chime noises, sounding increasingly distressed. The translator looked like he was about to pass out. "You do not understand," he said weakly. "The sacred canon cannot be altered. It is blessed by Ulixar himself with eternal rigidity. No force in the universe can change its form." Abby considered this for a moment. "Well, something definitely changed it before I got there. It was bent pretty badly. Looked like transport damage to me." "Transport damage," the alien repeated in a whisper. "You believe the sacred canon of Ulixar suffered transport damage?" "Hey, it happens," Abby said with a shrug. "Even the expensive stuff gets banged around sometimes. That's why they have maintenance crews. Speaking of which, you guys might want to talk to whoever's handling your shipping. That piece should have been in a proper protective container for something that valuable." The crystalline being collapsed into a pile of glittering fragments. The blue-skinned alien stared at the remains of his colleague, then back at Abby, his expression cycling through disbelief, horror, and something that might have been existential dread. "The sacred canon," he said slowly, "has been unchanged for 2,000 years. It is the foundation of our faith, the proof of our God's power over the physical universe." "Okay," Abby said, still not seeing the problem. "And now it's straight again instead of bent." "You're welcome." The alien made a choking sound and stumbled backward down the corridor, leaving his crystalline colleague scattered across Abby's doorway. She watched him go, then looked down at the glittering fragments. "Should I call maintenance about this?" she called after him, but he was already gone. She closed the door and returned to her sandwich, making a mental note to avoid working on religious artifacts in the future. Some people got way too worked up about their ceremonial objects. Her tablet chimed again with another work order. Someone needed help with what appeared to be a jammed door mechanism in the diplomatic quarters. She finished her sandwich, grabbed her tools, and headed back out into the corridor, stepping carefully around the crystalline fragments that were still scattered outside her door. Just another day on Nexus Station. The emergency session of the Galactic Council convened in the Grand Chamber aboard Nexus Station, its soaring crystalline walls designed to inspire awe and diplomatic cooperation. Today, however, the atmosphere crackled with barely contained panic as representatives from dozens of species filed into their designated seating areas, their conversations a mixture of urgent whispers and alarmed chittering. Chancellor Sferix took her position at the central podium, her normally composed demeanor showing cracks of strain around the edges. The Vorthak delegation occupied the front row. High Priest Rosarian looking like he hadn't slept in days, while several junior priests clutched religious texts and prayer beads with white-knuckled intensity. "The session will come to order," Spherix announced, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber's acoustic enhancement system. "We are here to address an unprecedented incident involving the sacred canon of Ulixar and a human maintenance worker." A ripple of unease swept through the assembled delegates. The Zephyrian contingent exchanged rapid clicks and whistles, while the hegemony representatives leaned forward with predatory interest. Everyone had heard rumors, but few understood the full scope of what had occurred. "Before we proceed," Spherix continued, "I want to emphasize that what we discuss here today has implications far beyond a simple maintenance mishap. The theological and political ramifications could reshape our understanding of divine power itself." The chamber doors opened with a soft hiss, and Abby Rodriguez entered, flanked by 2 security officers. She looked remarkably calm for someone who had apparently committed an act of cosmic blasphemy, her maintenance uniform still bearing traces of lubricant and metal shavings from her morning work. She surveyed the assembled aliens with mild curiosity, as if wondering why her lunch break had been interrupted for what appeared to be some kind of formal ceremony. "Miss Rodriguez," Spherix said, gesturing toward a chair positioned in the center of the chamber, "please take a seat. We have some questions about your recent work assignment." Abby settled into the chair and looked around at the sea of alien faces staring at her with expressions ranging from awe to terror. "Is this about the bent cylinder thing? Because I already filed my report." The repair was straightforward. A collective gasp arose from the Vorthak delegation. One of the junior priests fainted outright, toppling from his seat. Rosarian himself appeared to be hyperventilating, his breathing apparatus working overtime to keep him conscious. "The bent cylinder thing," Spherix repeated slowly, as if testing how the words felt. "Miss Rodriguez, are you aware that what you describe as a bent cylinder is actually the sacred canon of Ulixar, one of the most revered artifacts in known space?" Abby shrugged. "I figured it was something ceremonial, based on all the fancy engravings, but it was definitely damaged. Looked like someone had tried to force it into position without proper lifting equipment." "Damaged," Rosarian whispered, his voice barely audible through his breathing apparatus. "She says the sacred canon was damaged." "The sacred canon," Spherix explained carefully, "is blessed with divine immutability. According to Vorthak theology, it cannot be altered by any force in the universe. It has maintained its exact form for over 2 millennia. "Well, somebody forgot to tell the shipping department," Abby replied, "because it was definitely bent when I got there. Maybe whoever blessed it originally didn't account for rough handling during transport." The hegemony representative, a massive reptilian creature with scales that shifted color with his emotions, leaned forward with obvious interest. "Human," he rumbled in a voice like grinding stone, "you claim to have altered an object blessed by a god. Do you understand the implications of such a statement?" "I fixed a bent piece of equipment," Abby said patiently. "That's what maintenance workers do. If your god has a problem with proper equipment care, maybe he should invest in better packaging." The chamber erupted in chaos. Half the delegates began shouting in their native languages while the other half sat in stunned silence. The Vorthak priests were openly weeping, their faith apparently crumbling in real time. Security officers moved to restore order, but even they seemed uncertain how to handle a theological crisis of this magnitude. Spherix activated the chamber's sound dampening field, reducing the cacophony to a manageable level. "Miss Rodriguez," she said, her voice tight with controlled tension, "perhaps you could demonstrate exactly how you performed this repair." "Sure," Abby said, standing up and stretching, "but I'll need my tools and something to work on. You got any bent metal around here?" Warrior Prime Tiberian rose from his seat among the hegemony delegation, his massive frame casting a shadow across the chamber floor. "I will provide a suitable test," he announced, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. "If this human truly possesses the strength to alter divine artifacts, she should be able to demonstrate her abilities on lesser materials." He gestured to his attendants, who quickly produced a metal bar roughly the length of Abby's arm. The material gleamed with the distinctive blue-silver sheen of reinforced durasteel, the same alloy used in starship hulls and orbital defense platforms. Tiberian held it up for the chamber to see. "This bar is forged from military-grade durasteel," he announced. "It can withstand the impact of plasma cannons and the crushing pressure of gas giant atmospheres. No organic being should be able to deform it through physical force alone." He placed the bar on the table in front of Abby and stepped back, crossing his arms over his massive chest. "Demonstrate your supposed strength, human." Abby picked up the bar and examined it critically, testing its weight and flexibility. "Nice material," she said approvingly. "Good tensile strength, minimal brittleness. Should bend cleanly if you apply force at the right angle." "It will not bend," Tiberian stated flatly. "I have seen entire construction crews fail to deform similar materials. The molecular bonds are too strong for biological manipulation." "Molecular bonds are just chemistry," Abby replied, gripping the bar at both ends. "Everything bends if you understand the stress points." She began applying pressure, her muscles tensing as she worked against the metal's resistance. For a moment, nothing happened. The bar remained perfectly straight, its surface unmarked by her efforts. Several delegates leaned forward, expecting to witness the human's inevitable failure. Then, with a soft metallic groan, the bar began to curve. The sound seemed impossibly loud in the suddenly silent chamber. Delegates who had been preparing to mock the human's presumption found themselves staring in disbelief as the supposedly unbreakable durasteel bent like soft clay in her hands. Abby continued applying pressure, her expression one of mild concentration, as if she were performing a routine maintenance task, rather than violating several laws of physics. Within moments, she had bent the bar into a perfect right angle. She held it up for inspection, checking her work with professional pride. "There you go," she said, offering it back to Tiberian. "Clean bend, no stress fractures. The molecular structure should be stable at the new configuration." Tiberian stared at the bent bar as if it were a venomous snake. His attendants backed away, their own expressions cycling through confusion and fear. The warrior prime himself seemed to have lost the ability to speak, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. "Perhaps," Spherix said weakly, "we should consider a different approach to this investigation." "Look," Abby said, setting the bent bar back on the table. "I don't know what the big deal is here. Metal bends when you apply sufficient force at the right angle. That's basic materials science. If your religious artifact was made from the same stuff as this bar, then yeah, it would bend under the right circumstances. The sacred canon is not made from ordinary materials," Rosarian protested, though his voice lacked its earlier conviction. "It was forged in the heart of a dying star, and blessed by Ulixar himself. The divine blessing makes it immutable." "Maybe the blessing wore off," Abby suggested. "Or maybe whoever did the blessing wasn't as powerful as advertised. I've seen plenty of supposedly indestructible equipment fail when it wasn't properly maintained." The chamber fell silent again as the implications of her words sank in. If a human maintenance worker could casually bend materials that their strongest warriors couldn't even scratch, what did that say about their understanding of strength and power? And if their most sacred artifact could be repaired, like any other piece of broken equipment, what did that say about their gods? Spherix looked around the chamber, noting the expressions of confusion and dawning horror on the faces of the assembled delegates. The careful balance of power that had maintained galactic stability for centuries was beginning to crack, and at the center of it all sat a human maintenance worker who seemed genuinely puzzled by the fuss she had caused. "I think," Spherix said carefully, "we need to consult with higher authorities before proceeding further." "Higher authorities?" Abby asked. "Like your supervisor? Because I should probably get back to work soon. I've got a whole list of repairs to finish before my shift ends." The thought of this human returning to her normal duties, potentially encountering more sacred artifacts disguised as maintenance problems, sent a collective shudder through the assembled delegates. Spherix made a mental note to immediately review all work orders involving human personnel. "Miss Rodriguez," she said, "I think it would be best if you remained available for further consultation. This matter may require extensive investigation." "Fine by me," Abby replied, settling back into her chair. But somebody's going to have to explain to my supervisor why I'm missing work. And if this goes on much longer, I'm going to need to file for overtime. The mundane practicality of her concerns, delivered in the midst of what might be the greatest theological crisis and in galactic history, somehow made the situation even more surreal. Spherix found herself wondering if the universe had developed a sense of humor, and if so, whether it was laughing at all of them. The air in the council chamber shimmered as reality itself seemed to bend, space folding in ways that made several delegates reach for motion sickness medication. A pillar of brilliant light erupted from the chamber's center, accompanied by harmonics that resonated through dimensions most species couldn't even perceive. When the light faded, a towering holographic figure materialized above the assembly, its form shifting between states of matter, as if uncertain which physical laws applied to its existence. Ulixar had arrived. The divine avatar stood nearly twice the height of the tallest delegate, its features a constantly shifting amalgamation of idealized forms from dozens of species. Wings of pure energy unfurled from its shoulders while multiple arms gestured with cosmic authority. Its voice, when it spoke, seemed to emerge from the fabric of space itself, rather than any conventional vocal apparatus. I have come to address this crisis personally, Ulixar announced, each word carrying the weight of stellar collapse. The desecration of my sacred canon demands divine intervention. The Vorthak delegation immediately prostrated themselves, pressing their faces to the chamber floor in ritualistic submission. Other species followed suit according to their own customs, creating a cacophony of religious observance that would have been impressive under normal circumstances. Today, however, the display felt somehow hollow, as if everyone was going through the motions while secretly harboring doubts. Abby, notably, remained seated in her chair, looking up at the divine manifestation with the same mild interest she might show for an unusual piece of machinery. "Are you the guy who blessed that cannon thing?" she asked conversationally. The chamber fell so silent that the hum of the life support systems became audible. Several delegates appeared to be holding their breath, waiting for divine retribution to strike the impudent human down. Ulixar's multiple eyes focused on Abby with an intensity that should have reduced her to component atoms. "I am Ulixar, Forge Master of the Eternal Flame, Shaper of Immutable Will," the god intoned. "The sacred canon bears my personal blessing of eternal rigidity. No force in creation should be capable of altering its form. Well, something definitely altered it before I got there," Abby replied, completely unfazed by the divine presence. And honestly, the metallurgy wasn't as impressive as everyone's making it out to be. Good quality material, sure, but nothing that couldn't be worked with standard equipment. Ulixar's form flickered, the divine projection wavering slightly, as if processing unexpected data. "You dare question the quality of divine craftsmanship?" "I'm not questioning the craftsmanship," Abby clarified. "The engravings were beautiful, really detailed work. But the structural integrity was compromised by stress fractures along the primary axis, classic transport damage. Whoever moved it should have used proper support bracing." The god's multiple arms gestured wildly, reality rippling around the movements like disturbed water. There were no stress fractures. The blessing of eternal rigidity prevents any form of structural compromise. "Look, I don't know anything about blessings," Abby said patiently, "but I know metal fatigue when I see it. That cannon had micro-fractures throughout the bend zone, probably from repeated thermal cycling or improper storage. The material was practically begging to be straightened out." Chancellor Spherix watched this exchange with growing fascination and horror. She had witnessed divine manifestations before, formal occasions where gods delivered pronouncements with absolute authority while mortals listened in reverent silence. The casual back and forth between deity and maintenance worker was completely unprecedented and deeply unsettling. Theologian Cassandra, who had been frantically taking notes throughout the proceedings, suddenly looked up from her datapad with an expression of dawning realization. "Divine Ulixar," she said hesitantly, "if I may ask a theological question." The god's attention shifted to the scholar, seeming almost grateful for a more traditional form of interaction. "Speak, faithful servant. The blessing of eternal rigidity. Cassandra continued, her voice gaining confidence. Was it designed to prevent alteration by divine forces, or by all falsified slightly, taking on a more definitive appearance, as if the question required focused attention? The blessing prevents alteration by any force within the known parameters of universal law. But what if the force operates outside those parameters? Cassandra, if the blessing was designed to prevent alteration by forces operating within normal universal constants, then a being capable of exceeding those constants might indeed be able to bypass the divine protection entirely. Ulixar's projection flickered again, more noticeably this time. The blessing encompasses all possible forces, the god stated, but there was a subtle uncertainty in the cosmic voice that hadn't been there before. Does it though? Abby asked, genuinely curious now. Because I'm just a regular human, and I managed to fix your cannon without any special equipment. Either your blessing doesn't work very well, or humans aren't as regular as everyone thinks. Humans are a recently emerged species, Ulixar replied, the divine tone becoming slightly defensive. Your physical capabilities were assessed and catalogued when your people first achieved interstellar travel. The blessing accounts for all known biological parameters. When was that assessment done? Spherix interjected, her political instinct sensing an important detail. The god paused, consulting some form of cosmic database invisible to mortal perception. The assessment was conducted shortly after human first contact, based on samples provided by your diplomatic corps. Abby snorted with amusement. Let me guess, they tested a bunch of diplomats and bureaucrats? Because those aren't exactly representative of working-class humans. Most of us who do physical labor for a living are considerably stronger than your average desk jockey. The revelation hit the chamber like a shockwave. If the divine assessment of human capabilities was based on a non-representative sample, then every assumption about human limitations was potentially incorrect. The gods themselves might be operating on fundamentally flawed data. Ulixar's projection began cycling through different forms more rapidly, as if the divine consciousness was struggling to process this new information. The assessment protocols were standard, the god insisted. Sample populations are always assumed to be representative of species-wide capabilities. That's a pretty big assumption, Abby observed, especially when you're dealing with a species as diverse as humans. I mean, you wouldn't judge the strength of your entire civilization based on a sample of priests and scholars, would you? High Priest Rosarian, who had been listening to this exchange with growing horror, finally found his voice. Divine Ulixar, he said weakly, are you saying that the blessing might not account for human physical capabilities? The god's form stabilized into something resembling its original appearance, but the cosmic authority seemed diminished somehow. The blessing operates within established parameters, Ulixar admitted. If those parameters were based on incomplete data, then certain gaps might exist in the protective matrix. Gaps, Cassandra repeated, her stylus moving frantically across her datapad. Divine gaps in the blessing of eternal rigidity. Not gaps, Ulixar protested, divine pride reasserting itself. Merely unforeseen variables in the original calculations. So you're saying the blessing doesn't actually work against humans? Abby asked, cutting through the theological doublespeak with characteristic directness. The chamber waited in tense silence as the god struggled with what was clearly a difficult admission. Finally, Ulixar's voice emerged, noticeably quieter than before. The blessing may not fully account for human physical capabilities, particularly those of humans engaged in manual labor occupations. The sound that emerged from the assembled delegates was unlike anything Spherix had heard in decades of diplomatic service. It wasn't quite a gasp, wasn't quite a moan, but rather the collective sound of multiple civilizations having their fundamental assumptions shattered simultaneously. So when I straightened out your cannon, Abby said, apparently oblivious to the theological earthquake she was causing, I wasn't actually breaking any divine laws. I was just working outside the parameters of your blessing. That is technically correct, Ulixar admitted, the divine voice now barely above a whisper. Huh, Abby mused. That explains why my co-worker Sean had such an easy time with those crystal things in the break room. We thought they were just decorative, but they were probably some kind of religious artifacts too, right? The chamber erupted in fresh chaos as this casual revelation sank in. If humans had been unknowingly destroying sacred artifacts throughout their time on Nexus Station, the implications were staggering. Spherix found herself wondering how many other decorative items and broken equipment had actually been priceless relics from various civilizations. Sean Thompson, she said, her voice cutting through the noise. Is he another maintenance worker? Yeah, he works the evening shift, Abby replied. Really strong guy, used to do construction before he got into station maintenance. He mentioned something about accidentally crushing some pretty rocks during his lunch break, said they made interesting sounds when they broke. Ulixar's projection began to fade, the divine consciousness apparently unable to process the full scope of the revelation. I must consult with the other divine entities, the god managed to say before the hologram collapsed entirely, leaving only empty air where the cosmic authority had stood moments before. The chamber remained silent for a long moment, delegates staring at the space where their god had been, trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed. A divine being, confronted with evidence that contradicted its fundamental assumptions about reality, had essentially admitted to making a mistake in its blessing protocols. But the silence didn't last long. As the implications of what they had heard began to sink in, delegates started whispering among themselves, their voices rising in pitch and urgency. The crystalline hegemony representative began making the high-pitched chiming sounds that indicated extreme distress, while the Aquarian delegation huddled together in their environmental suits, their bioluminescent patterns flashing in rapid, agitated sequences. Warrior Prime Tiberian, still staring at the bent Durasteel bar on the table before him, finally found his voice. If humans can bypass divine blessings through sheer physical capability, he said slowly, then what other assumptions about universal limitations might be incorrect? The question hung in the air like a toxic cloud. Throughout galactic civilization, countless technologies, defenses, and social structures were built on the assumption that certain things were simply impossible. If humans could casually violate those assumptions, then the entire foundation of interstellar society might need to be reconsidered. Divine Ulixar mentioned consulting with other entities. Cassandra said, her academic mind already working through the theological implications. If multiple gods based their blessings and divine interventions on the same flawed human assessment data, then we might be looking at a systematic failure of divine protection protocols across multiple pantheons. The thought was so staggering that several delegates needed medical attention. The idea that their gods might have been operating on incorrect information for decades, potentially leaving their civilizations vulnerable to human capabilities they didn't even know existed, was almost too much to process. Spherix activated her personal communicator, patching through to station security. I need an immediate review of all maintenance logs involving human personnel, she said quietly. Cross-reference with any reports of damaged or destroyed equipment, particularly items of cultural or religious significance. Already on it, Chancellor, came the reply. Preliminary results are concerning. We're showing dozens of incidents involving human maintenance staff and what were classified as decorative objects or ceremonial items in various diplomatic quarters. Abby, who had been listening to this exchange with growing understanding, raised her hand tentatively. If it helps, I can probably give you a list of stuff Sean and I have worked on that seemed like it might have been important to somebody. We usually try to be extra careful with the fancy-looking equipment, but sometimes it's hard to tell what's supposed to be decorative and what's just broken. That would be very helpful, Spherix said weakly, wondering how she was going to explain to the various diplomatic missions that their sacred relics had been treated as routine maintenance issues. Well, Abby said, settling back into her chair, with the air of someone preparing for a long conversation, there was this crystalline sculpture thing in the Zephyrian quarters that had a crack running through it. Sean said it made the most beautiful singing sound when it finally split apart completely. And then there was that metal sphere in the hegemony section that wouldn't stop vibrating. I managed to stop the vibration by adjusting the internal gyroscopic mechanism, but I had to pretty much rebuild the whole thing from scratch. Each casual revelation sent fresh waves of horror through the appropriate delegations. The Zephyrian contingent began their species equivalent of mourning rituals, while the hegemony representatives looked like they were considering declaring war on the entire human species. The Eternal Resonance Crystal, the Zephyrian ambassador whispered, his voice modulator crackling with emotion. It was the last gift from our dying homeworld, a crystallized fragment of our planet's song. It had resonated continuously for over a millennium, the sphere of perpetual motion, the hegemony representative added, his scales shifting to deep purple with grief. A technological marvel that had operated without maintenance for centuries, proof of our engineering superiority. Yeah, that's the one, Abby said helpfully. The bearing assembly was completely shot, and the power coupling had developed some serious harmonic distortion. I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did with that level of mechanical stress. Really poor maintenance schedule, if you ask me. The universe, it seemed, had a very twisted sense of humor indeed. The emergency communication array in Chancellor Spherix's private office crackled to life with an urgency that made her stomach clench. The holographic display materialized to reveal multiple divine entities simultaneously, their cosmic forms overlapping in ways that shouldn't have been possible within normal space-time parameters. Ulixar was there, along with Kethmoran, the eternal builder, Vashtai, the immutable guardian, and at least a dozen other deities whose names were whispered only in the most sacred ceremonies. The situation is worse than we initially calculated, Ulixar announced without preamble, his divine authority noticeably diminished from their previous encounter. We have conducted a comprehensive review of all blessing protocols established since human first contact. Spherix felt her heart sink as she processed the implications. How extensive is the problem? Every divine protection, every sacred ward, every blessing of immutability across known space, Kethmoran interjected, his voice carrying the weight of collapsing civilizations, all based on the same flawed assessment data. We have essentially been operating blind to human capabilities for decades. The holographic display shifted to show a cascade of data streams, each representing a different divine intervention that had been calibrated using the original human assessment protocols. The sheer volume was staggering, encompassing everything from protective wards on religious sites to the fundamental blessings that maintained the structural integrity of several space stations. The humans we tested were all diplomatic personnel, Vashtai admitted, her cosmic form flickering with what might have been embarrassment. Scholars, negotiators, cultural attachés. We had no data on their industrial workers, their athletes, their military personnel, or their general population. Spherix rubbed her temples, feeling a headache building that no amount of medication would cure. So, you're telling me that our entire understanding of human limitations is based on testing the least physically capable members of their species? It appears so, Ulixar confirmed. We have since attempted to recalibrate our assessment protocols, but the preliminary results are disturbing. The display changed again, showing comparative strength measurements that made Spherix's vision blur. According to the new data, the average human construction worker possessed physical capabilities that exceeded the theoretical maximums for most known species. Their industrial athletes operated in ranges that the gods had previously considered impossible for organic beings. There's more, Kethmoran continued, his divine voice heavy with implications. We have been monitoring the maintenance logs from Nexus Station and similar facilities throughout the galaxy. The pattern of human interaction with sacred artifacts extends far beyond the isolated incidents we initially discovered. The holographic display, filled with security footage from various locations, showing human maintenance personnel casually handling objects that had been considered untouchable for millennia. Sean Thompson appeared in multiple clips, his evening shift activities now revealed in their full, horrifying scope. In one particularly devastating sequence, Sean could be seen in the station's recreational area during his meal break, absent-mindedly crushing what appeared to be colorful stones while reading a technical manual. The stones, according to the accompanying data, were actually the sacred gems of infinite hardness from the crystalline collective, each one representing centuries of meditation and spiritual refinement. He thought they were decorative gravel, Spheric said weakly, watching Sean casually pulverize artifacts worth more than some planetary economies. The sounds they made when they fractured apparently reminded him of wind chimes, Vashti added. He mentioned in his personal log that they helped him relax during his break periods. Another clip showed Sean attempting to repair what he had identified as a malfunctioning ventilation unit in the diplomatic quarters. The device, revealed by the data overlay to be the eternal breath of Zephyr from the atmospheric monks of Kepler Prime, had been maintaining perfect environmental conditions through divine intervention for over 8 centuries. He improved its efficiency by 40%. Keth Moran reported, his divine tone carrying a mixture of admiration and horror. The monks are calling it a miracle, though they don't realize their sacred relic has been completely rebuilt with standard maintenance parts. Spherix watched as the footage continued, each clip revealing new instances of casual divine violation. Sean straightening bent ceremonial weapons, Abby replacing broken components in sacred machinery, and other human workers treating the galaxy's most precious artifacts like routine maintenance problems. The scope of this crisis extends beyond simple property damage, Ulixar said, his form solidifying as he prepared to deliver what was clearly the most serious revelation. We have identified 17 separate instances where human maintenance activities have inadvertently prevented catastrophic failures in divine protection systems. The display shifted to show technical schematics of various space stations and planetary installations, with human maintenance work highlighted in red. In each case, the humans had identified and corrected structural problems that the divine blessings had been struggling to compensate for, unknowingly preventing disasters that could have claimed thousands of lives. The blessing of structural integrity on orbital platform Gamma was failing due to metal fatigue in the primary support struts, Vashti explained. The human maintenance team replaced the affected components before a catastrophic collapse could occur. They prevented the deaths of over 50,000 beings without ever realizing the danger. The sacred fountain of eternal flow on New Sanctuary had developed a critical blockage in its divine circulation system. Keth Moran added, human plumbers cleared the obstruction and upgraded the entire network with improved filtration systems. The planet's water supply is now more reliable than it has been in centuries. Spheric stared at the data streams, trying to process the implications. Not only had humans been casually violating divine protections throughout the galaxy, they had been inadvertently improving upon divine engineering in the process. The gods themselves were being outperformed by maintenance workers who didn't even know they were competing. There's something else, Ulixar said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. We have discovered that human physical capabilities are not their only advantage. Their problem-solving methodologies and engineering approaches operate outside our predictive models entirely. The holographic display filled with technical documentation, showing before and after schematics of various divine artifacts that had been repaired by human personnel. In every case, the human modifications had not only restored functionality, but had actually enhanced the original design in ways that the gods hadn't considered. They don't just possess superior physical strength, Vashti observed. They approach problems from angles that our divine consciousness doesn't naturally consider. Their solutions are often more elegant and efficient than our original designs. The sacred canon of Ulixar, for example, Keth Moran, now operates at peak efficiency across a broader range of environmental conditions than when it was first forged. The human modifications have actually improved. The silence that followed this admission was profound. The assembled deities, beings of cosmic power and infinite wisdom, had just confessed that a maintenance worker with a plasma torch had improved upon their best efforts. What do you recommend? Spherics asked finally, her voice barely audible. We are implementing immediate protocol changes, Ulixar replied. All future divine blessings will include specific parameters to account for human capabilities. We are also establishing new assessment procedures, ensure more accurate data collection for any species we encounter. Additionally, Vashti added, we are creating a new classification system for human personnel. Those engaged in physical labor or technical specialties will be designated as cosmic anomalies and granted special status within our divine protection matrices. What about the artifacts they've already modified? Leaving them as they are, Kethmoran admitted. The human improvements are actually superior to our original work in most cases. It would be counterproductive to reverse their modifications. The holographic conference began to dissolve as the divine entities prepared to return to their cosmic duties. But Ulixar lingered for a moment longer. "Chancellor," the god said, his voice carrying a weight that seemed to press against the fabric of reality itself, "we need you to ensure that human maintenance personnel continue their current duties. Their inadvertent improvements to our divine infrastructure are preventing failures we didn't even know were possible." "You want me to keep them working on sacred artifacts?" Spherix asked, incredulous. "We want you to give them access to more artifacts," Ulixar replied. "Our entire divine protection network is apparently operating below optimal efficiency. Human maintenance interventions could prevent disasters across multiple star systems." As the divine presence faded entirely, Spherix found herself alone in her office, staring at the empty space where gods had just asked her to put humans in charge of maintaining their cosmic infrastructure. The universe had officially stopped making sense. Her communicator chimed with an incoming message from station maintenance. Abby Rodriguez was requesting permission to examine what she described as a really interesting energy conduit that had been making unusual humming sounds in the diplomatic sector. According to the attached technical report, the conduit was actually the eternal flame of remembrance, a sacred fire that had burned continuously for over a millennium as a memorial to fallen heroes. Spherix stared at the maintenance request for a long moment, then approved it with a resignation that felt like accepting the inevitable. If the gods themselves wanted humans to fix their divine engineering, who was she to argue? She made a note to reassign all human maintenance personnel to a new department, Divine Infrastructure Optimization. It had a nice ring to it, and it would help explain why their repair work was suddenly being classified at the highest security levels. In the maintenance bay, Abby was already suiting up for her next assignment, completely unaware that she had just been promoted to unofficial cosmic engineer. As far as she was concerned, it was just another day of fixing broken equipment and keeping the station running smoothly. Behind her, Sean arrived for his evening shift, carrying his usual toolkit and a thermos of soup. He waved cheerfully as he headed toward the diplomatic quarters, where several decorative items had apparently developed mechanical problems that needed his attention. High Priest Rosarian, watching from the observation deck above, whispered a prayer to Ulixar for strength and guidance. The prayer was answered immediately, but not in the way he expected. Instead of divine comfort, he received a direct communication from his god. "Let them work." Ulixar's voice echoed in his mind. "And pray they never realize what they're actually capable of." The priest nodded slowly, understanding finally dawning. They hadn't invited maintenance workers onto their station. They had invited forces of nature disguised as humans, beings capable of casually reshaping divine will itself. And the most terrifying part was that the humans genuinely didn't know. This was just one story. Subscribe now so you don't miss what's coming next.
The gauge read 7 liters, and Kieran Willis knew that meant 4 days, maybe 5 if he stopped moving entirely. His weathered fingers traced the condensation inside the recycler tank, a habit he'd developed sometime during year 19 or 23. Hard to tell anymore. The twin moons of Kepler 438b cast their familiar shadows across the rust-colored sand outside his shelter, and he caught himself talking to them again, naming them Beatrice and Dante, like old friends who never talked back. His dark coat, patched with scraps from a dozen different sources over the decades, hung loose on his 62-year-old frame. The beard had gone completely grey somewhere around year 15. The chirp started during his morning inventory count. Not the usual creaks and groans of his cobbled-together habitat, but something deliberate, musical almost. 3 short pulses, 2 long, then silence. Kieran froze, his hand still wrapped around the water gauge. In 28 years of isolation, his equipment had never made that sound. "Power cell failure," he muttered, checking the diagnostics panel he'd salvaged from his crashed survey ship all those years ago. Green lights stared back at him, everything nominal. The chirp repeated, this time accompanied by a faint holographic projection that flickered to life above his communication array, a piece of equipment that hadn't functioned since the day his ship's emergency beacon died. The projection showed coordinates, nothing more, just numbers floating in pale blue light, pointing to a location 47 kilometers north. Kieran laughed, a rusty sound that hurt his throat. Sure, mysterious signal. Let me just pack up my abundant supplies and wander into the desert to die faster. But the coordinates pulsed with each chirp, and something about the pattern nagged at him. It wasn't random. Someone or something had programmed this deliberately. His fingers found the old mission patch on his jacket, the one from the Meridian Express, the colony ship that was supposed to pick him up after his geological survey. That was before the war, before Earth went dark, before 28 years became forever. The smart move was to ignore it. Conserve water, conserve energy, die peacefully in familiar surroundings. But Kieran looked at his 7 liters, at the recycler that grew less efficient each month, at the solar panels cracked from decades of dust storms. He was dying anyway. Might as well die curious. He loaded his rover, a hideous amalgamation of parts from 3 different vehicles held together by determination and industrial adhesive. The water went into the insulated compartment along with his last 2 protein bars and the emergency beacon he still carried out of habit. The rifle he'd fashioned from mining equipment stayed within reach. Not that he'd seen anything worth shooting in 20 years, but paranoia had kept him alive this long. The journey north took him through the singing valleys, where wind through the rock formations created harmonies that almost sounded like voices. He'd named every major landmark within a 100-kilometer radius, creating his own map of a world that no one else would ever see. There was Fool's Gold Canyon, where he'd spent 3 months convinced he'd found titanium deposits. The broken cathedral, where spires of oxidized iron reached toward the purple sky. Barbara's Laugh, a formation that whistled in a way that reminded him of his daughter's giggle, though he could barely remember her face anymore. The coordinates led him over a ridge he'd never crossed. His rover struggled with the incline, wheels spinning in the loose sand until he got out and pushed, his muscles protesting the effort. 62 years old, alone for nearly half his life, and here he was chasing ghosts in the desert. When he crested the hill, he stopped breathing. Below him stretched a colony, not scattered ruins or abandoned equipment, but an actual colony with intact buildings, solar farms, and atmospheric processes. The structures were partially buried in sand, and strange cables emerged from the buildings like tendrils reaching into the desert floor. A communication tower rose from the center, its lights still blinking in a pattern that matched the chirp's rhythm. Kieran stood on the ridge, his long coat whipping in the desert wind, staring at the impossible sight. 2 crescent moons hung in the darkening sky behind him, and his shadow stretched long across the sand toward the abandoned settlement. The colony looked like it had been waiting, its solar panels still gleaming despite the dust, its buildings sealed but intact. After decades of seeing nothing but rocks and sand, the geometric precision of human architecture made his eyes water. Well, he said to no one, this is either salvation or a very elaborate way to die. The rover made it halfway down the slope before its front axle snapped. Kieran felt the lurch, heard the metal shriek, and managed to grab his water and supplies before the vehicle tumbled the rest of the way down, becoming another piece of debris in humanity's scattered attempt to colonize the stars. He watched it roll, counting the rotations out of habit, and when it finally stopped, he shouldered his pack and walked. The colony's entrance was an airlock built into what looked like a converted cargo container. Standard frontier construction, designed to be assembled quickly and survive anything. The control panel was dead, but Kieran had learned every type of manual override in existence during his years of desperate scavenging. 17 minutes of work with his multi-tool, and the door cycled open with a hiss of pressurized air. Inside, emergency lighting cast everything in amber. The walls were covered in a thin layer of dust. but underneath, everything appeared functional. Temperature controlled, atmosphere recycled, power flowing, a ghost town in perfect working order. Hello? His voice echoed through empty corridors. Anyone home? I brought cookies. Well, I ate them 15 years ago, but it's the thought that counts. A screen flickered to life on the wall, displaying text in multiple languages before settling on English. Welcome to Outpost Haven. Population, 0. Days since last human contact, 10,439. Kieran did the math. 28 years, give or take. The colony had been abandoned the same time Earth went dark. He wasn't the only one stranded out here. He'd just been stranded alone. The facility map on the screen showed living quarters, a medical bay, hydroponics labs, and most importantly, a water processing plant. Kieran's throat tightened at the sight. If the processes worked, if there was an underground source, he could survive years instead of days. He followed the corridors deeper into the complex, noting the personal effects still in place. Coffee cups on desks, pictures on walls, a child's drawing stuck to a refrigerator with a magnet shaped like Earth. Emergency Protocol Manual, Section 7.3, Colony Evacuation Procedures. In the event of critical system failure or catastrophic threat, all personnel must report to designated shuttle bays within 15 minutes of alarm activation. Personal effects may not exceed 7 kilograms per person. Children under 12 are permitted 1 comfort item regardless of weight. Failure to comply with evacuation orders will result in automatic quarantine of the affected section. The manual excerpt was taped to the wall near the shuttle bay, which was conspicuously empty. Whoever lived here had left in a hurry, but in an organized fashion. Military precision. This wasn't panic, this was protocol. The water processing plant was in the sub-level, accessed through a freight elevator that groaned but functioned. As Kieran descended, he noticed the walls were covered in handwritten messages, names, dates, and farewells. Thompson family bound for Earth. Dr. Martinez, may God protect those who remain. If you find this, know that we tried. The processing facility was a marvel of engineering, tapping into an underground aquifer through a series of filtration systems. The tanks were full, thousands of liters of clean, processed water. Kieran fell to his knees, laughing until he cried, then crying until he laughed again. He drank directly from the tap, the cold water burning his throat, tasting like miracle and metal. A movement in his peripheral vision made him spin, hand reaching for his rifle. A maintenance robot, ancient by any standard, wheeled out from behind the tanks. Its optical sensor focused on him, and a synthesized voice spoke. Unauthorized personnel detected. Please present identification. Buddy, I haven't had proper ID in 3 decades, Kieran said, lowering his weapon. How about we call it even? The robot processed this for a moment, then replied, acceptable. This unit is designated Maintenance Assistant X-Ray 12. You may call me Max. Max? Someone had a sense of humor. Humor subroutines were installed by technician Gabriela Reyes to improve workplace morale. Would you like to hear a joke? God, no, tell me about this place instead. Why was it abandoned? Max's optical sensor dimmed slightly. Colonial Administrative Order 779. All frontier colonies were to be evacuated following the breakdown of the Earth communication network. Military transport arrived on Sol date September 15, 2397. All colonists were successfully evacuated except for one. Kieran's heart skipped. Someone stayed behind. Negative. Someone was not present during evacuation. Geological surveyor Kieran Willis was listed as missing in action, presumed dead after failure to report from remote survey mission. Colony Administrator Yuki Tanaka left instructions for basic systems to remain operational in case of return. The room spun. Kieran grabbed the water tank for support. They'd looked for him. They'd left the lights on. For 28 years, this place had been waiting for him to come home. Why the signal? He asked when he could speak again. Why now? Automated distress beacon was programmed to activate if human life signs were detected within 50-kilometer radius after 25-year dormancy period. You have been within range for 3 years, 4 months, 18 days. However, signal broadcast required optimal atmospheric conditions, which occurred this morning at 0700 hours. 3 years. He'd been 47 kilometers from salvation for 3 years, slowly dying of thirst while thousands of liters of water waited beneath the sand. Kieran didn't know whether to laugh or scream, so he did both. Max rolled backwards slightly. Your emotional response appears elevated. Medical bay is available for psychological evaluation. I'm fine, Max. Just processing the cosmic joke that is my life. He stood, wiping his face. Show me the rest of this place. The tour revealed a colony designed for 200 people, complete with recreational facilities, a small theater, and even a bar still stocked with bottles of synthetic alcohol. The hydroponics lab was dead, its plants long since turned to dust, but the seed vault remained intact. With water and power, Kieran could restart the gardens, grow actual food instead of subsisting on processed protein. In the administrator's office, he found Tanaka's personal logs. The final entry was audio only. Personal log, Administrator Yuki Tanaka. Final entry. Earth has gone dark. The military says it's temporary, but we know better. The war finally reached home. We're being evacuated to the inner colonies. They say it's safer there. We searched for Kieran Willis for 19 days. His rover was found destroyed in a ravine, but no body. I'm leaving the basic systems running. It's against protocol, but if he's alive out there, he deserves a chance. Whoever finds this place, know that we tried to build something good here. We tried to make a home among the stars. Maybe someone else will succeed where we failed. Kieran played the message 7 times, memorizing every word, every inflection. They'd searched for him. He hadn't been forgotten, just lost. Presumed dead when his rover fell into what he'd later named Irony Canyon, because of course it was ironic that the crash that stranded him also saved him from being properly found and buried. The command center still received automated broadcasts from other colonies, all of them years old, all of them describing the same pattern. Earth went dark, evacuations ordered, colonies abandoned. Humanity pulling back like a tide, leaving scattered pools of life in its wake. But the broadcasts were automated, repeating endlessly. No new messages, no signs of current life. Max, Kieran said, are you capable of loneliness? This unit does not possess emotional simulation software. However, this unit has operated in isolation mode for 10,439 days. Efficiency has decreased by 37% due to lack of maintenance oversight. So, that's a yes. That is a creative interpretation of data. Kieran spent the next days exploring every inch of the colony, learning its rhythms and quirks. The main generator ran on a combination of solar and geothermal power, tapping into the planet's volcanic substrata through pipes that went down 3 kilometers. The communication array could theoretically reach Earth, but there was no one left to answer. The medical bay's autodoc still functioned, and it promptly diagnosed him with malnutrition, dehydration, and vitamin D deficiency despite the 2 sons. On his 7th day in the colony, while attempting to restart the hydroponics lab, Kieran noticed something odd. The water processing plant was drawing more power than it should, according to the specifications. Max couldn't explain the discrepancy, citing corrupted data files. Kieran followed the power conduits through the sublevels, past storage rooms full of supplies that would last him several lifetimes, until he reached a section that wasn't on any map. The door was marked with biohazard warnings in 12 languages. The lock was biometric, but like everything else, it had a manual override. Unlike everything else, this override had been used recently. The scratches on the panel were fresh, no dust in the grooves. Inside was a laboratory that didn't match the colony's frontier aesthetic. This was advanced, even by Earth standards from before the war. Cryogenic storage units lined one wall, all empty except for one. Inside, suspended in blue-white frost, was something that wasn't quite human. It had the basic shape right, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head where a head should be, but the proportions were wrong. The limbs too long, the skull too large. Its skin was translucent, showing dark veins beneath. And its eyes, visible through the frost, were open and aware. "Max," Kieran said slowly, "what am I looking at?" The robot had followed him down, wheels squeaking on the polished floor. "No data available. This section does not exist in colony records." A console near the cryo unit flickered to life, displaying medical data that made no sense. Genetic sequences that weren't in any human genome. Neural activity patterns that suggested consciousness, despite the frozen state. And a countdown timer that had been running for 28 years. The timer read 72:43 to 16 and decreasing. 72 hours, 3 days until whatever this was woke up. Kieran's hand found his rifle again, though he doubted conventional weapons would mean much against something that could survive 3 decades of cryo-sleep while conscious. "I suppose running away isn't an option," he muttered. A new message appeared on the console. Negative. Subject has been aware of your presence since arrival. Communication protocols, initializing. The thing in the ice blinked, slowly, deliberately. Its mouth moved, forming words that appeared as text on the screen. Finally, someone to talk to besides the robot. "You can hear me. I can hear everything within the colony's sensor range. I've been listening to you talk to yourself for 7 days. Your commentary about the food stores was particularly entertaining." Kieran lowered his rifle slightly. "What are you?" Complicated question. "I was Dr. Rashid Okonkwo, xenobiologist, specializing in theoretical adaptation to extreme environments. Now I'm something else. A mistake, maybe. Or evolution. Depends on your perspective. The colony records don't mention any Dr. Okonkwo. They wouldn't. I was black budget, military funded. We were trying to solve the colonial paradox. How humans could survive on worlds that would kill us slowly, no matter how much we terraformed them. The answer was to stop trying to change the worlds and start changing the humans." Max rolled forward. "This unit has no record of such experiments." "You wouldn't, Max. You were programmed to maintain the cover story. But your friend here deserves the truth. He's earned it, surviving out there alone for so long." Kieran studied the frozen form, noting the surgical scars, the ports where various tubes and wires had been connected. "You experimented on yourself. Who else? Ethics boards tend to frown on human modification, even voluntary. But out here, 40 light years from the nearest committee, I could push boundaries. The treatment worked, in a sense. I can survive on this planet indefinitely. No need for pressure suits or air recyclers. I can metabolize the local minerals, breathe the atmosphere, resist the radiation. Perfect adaptation. But the process is irreversible and contagious through prolonged contact. The military saw me as either the future of humanity or an extinction event. They couldn't decide which, so they put me on ice until someone smarter could figure it out. Then Earth went dark. Everyone evacuated. And here I've been, watching dust accumulate through security cameras, listening to Max talk to himself. The evacuation was because of you, partially. The war was real. Earth really did go dark. But the urgency to empty this particular colony, that was because of what I represent. The possibility that humanity might survive by becoming something inhuman. The countdown timer continued its descent. 71:58:33. "What happens when the timer reaches 0? Kieran asked. "Automatic revival sequence. The military assumed someone would come back with a solution before the power reserves depleted. The cryo unit will shut down, and I'll wake up properly for the first time in 28 years. After that, you have a choice to make, which is whether you want to die human in a few decades or live for centuries as something else." Kieran laughed. the sound echoing off the laboratory walls. That's my choice, death or metamorphosis. Everything is death or metamorphosis when you think about it philosophically. The question is whether you want to do it quickly or slowly. Over the next 2 days, Kieran found himself returning to the laboratory, talking to the frozen form of Dr. Okonkwo. The man was brilliant, funny, and desperately lonely. He'd been conscious but immobile for nearly 3 decades, his modified brain unable to shut down even in cryo-sleep. They discussed everything from quantum mechanics to ancient Earth literature, from the best way to purify water using local minerals to whether consciousness was an emergent property or fundamental force. "Tell me about your family," Okonkwo said during one conversation. "Had a daughter, Barbara. She'd be 41 now if Earth survived. Smart kid. Wanted to be an engineer. Don't know if she made it. The not knowing is worse than knowing sometimes. Sometimes. But hope is what keeps us going, even when it's irrational." Is it irrational? You hoped someone would find you for 28 years, and here we are. You're not exactly the rescue I imagined. No, but I'm what you got. The universe has a twisted sense of humor like that. Max had taken to parking himself in the laboratory, adding his own observations to their conversations. The robot had developed what could generously be called personality quirks over the decades, including a tendency to quote old Earth movies at inappropriate times, and a fascination with card games despite lacking the appendages to shuffle. This unit calculates a 63% chance of successful adaptation should Mr. Willis choose transformation, Max announced during one discussion. "Only 63? Okonkwo asked. "This unit is accounting for Mr. Willis's advanced age and questionable dietary habits over the past 3 decades. I'm sitting right here," Kieran protested. "This unit is aware." On the final day, with 4 hours left on the countdown, Kieran made a discovery that changed everything. Hidden in Tanaka's personal files, encrypted but not impossibly so, was a message that had arrived 3 days after the evacuation. A transmission from Earth, weak but readable. "Colonial Outpost Haven. This is Earth Command emergency broadcast. The war is over. Repeat, the war is over. Reconstruction efforts are underway. Colonial relief missions will be dispatched within 5 years pending resource allocation. Maintain position and await retrieval. Message repeats. 5 years. The message was 28 years old, which meant relief should have arrived 23 years ago. But they hadn't come. Either they couldn't, or they'd forgotten, or Earth's reconstruction had failed. The colonies were truly alone. Kieran brought the message to Okonkwo. The doctor's expression, visible through the frost, was unreadable. "So they won," Okonkwo said. "Someone won anyway. But they never came back. Maybe they tried. Space is vast and unfriendly. A lot can go wrong in 40 light years." The timer read 004722. "I need to make a decision," Kieran said. "You do. If I let you out and don't accept the transformation, what happens? I leave. Find somewhere isolated, live my extended life alone to avoid contaminating anyone else. It's not a bad existence, just a lonely one. And if I accept, then we figure out what comes next together. Maybe we're the future of humanity, adapted to survive where baseline humans can't. Maybe we're an evolutionary dead end, but at least we won't be alone." Kieran thought about his 7 liters of water, about 28 years of talking to moons and rocks, about Barbara, who might be alive or dead, about Earth that might be rebuilt or rubble. He thought about the colony, waiting patiently for someone to come home, keeping the lights on against the dark. "Max," he said, "what do you think? This unit is not programmed for philosophical decisions. However, this unit has observed that isolation decreases operational efficiency in both biological and mechanical systems. Conclusion: companionship improves functionality. That's the most romantic thing anyone said to me in 3 decades. The timer hit 0 with a soft chime, like the chirp that had led him here. The cryo unit began its shutdown sequence, frost melting away in sheets of vapor. Okonkwo's eyes focused properly for the first time, and he smiled, an oddly human expression on his transformed features. "Hello, Kieran. It's nice to finally meet you properly." "Likewise, Doctor." Kieran extended his hand, then hesitated. "This is the contamination vector, isn't it? Physical contact, among others, but it takes repeated exposure over weeks. A handshake won't change you. That would require a conscious choice and considerable time." Kieran took the offered hand. It was warm, surprisingly normal feeling despite the translucent skin. "How long do I have to decide?" "As long as you need. I've waited 28 years. I can wait a bit longer." They ascended from the laboratory together, Max trailing behind, his wheels clicking on the stairs in a rhythm that almost sounded cheerful. The colony's common area had a viewport facing west, where the two moons were rising over the desert. Kieran found a bottle of synthetic whiskey in the bar, poured 3 glasses, then thought better of it and set one in front of Max anyway. "To survival," Okonkwo said, raising his glass. "To not being alone," Kieran countered. "To optimal functionality," Max added, his optical sensor focused on his untouchable drink. They drank, watching the moons rise, and Kieran realized that for the first time in 28 years, he wasn't counting the days until death. He was counting the possibilities of life, transformed or otherwise. Over the following weeks, they fell into a routine. Okonkwo helped repair systems that had been failing, his enhanced physiology allowing him to work in environments that would have required full hazmat gear for a normal human. Kieran restarted the hydroponics lab, coaxing life from seeds that had waited patiently in their vault. Max supervised, offering commentary that ranged from helpful to hilariously inappropriate. They found more messages in the colony's deep archives, personal logs from evacuated colonists, scientific data from experiments, even a few love letters that had been misdirected to the public server. Each piece painted a picture of a community that had tried to build something lasting, even when the universe seemed determined to stop them. "Look at this," Okonkwo said one day, displaying a schematic on the main screen. They were planning an expansion, capacity for 2,000 people, with manufacturing facilities and even a small spaceport. "Ambitious," Kieran noted, studying the plans. "They really thought this would work." "It did work for a while. We're proof that humans can survive out here one way or another." "Are you still human?" Kieran asked, a question that had been nagging at him. "I think, therefore I am. Everything else is just details and DNA sequences." Descartes would be proud. Descartes never had to consider xenobiology, though I think he would have found it fascinating. As time passed, Kieran found himself growing comfortable with Okonkwo's presence. The doctor was careful to maintain physical distance when possible, always aware of the risk he posed. But loneliness was its own kind of death, and after 28 years of solitary confinement, even dangerous company was better than none. One evening, while attempting to repair the colony's long-range transmitter, they picked up a signal. Faint, distorted, but undeniably artificial. It repeated every 97 minutes, a pattern of pulses that meant nothing to them, but clearly meant something to someone. "It's coming from the Proxima system," Okonkwo determined after triangulating the source. 12 light years from here. Another colony? Has to be. The signal is too regular to be natural, too simple to be Earth military. Should we respond? They looked at each other. Two men who weren't quite what they started as, standing in a colony built for hundreds, but housing 2.5 if you counted Max. The weight of the decision sat between them like a third presence. "What would we say?" Okonkwo asked. "Hello, we're survivors of a forgotten outpost. One baseline human and one genetic experiment. Please, come visit." When you put it like that, it sounds like the start of a bad joke. "This unit has a joke about 2 humans walking into a bar," Max offered. "Not now, Max." They decided to listen before transmitting, gathering months of signals to decode. The pattern was definitely artificial, but it wasn't a distress call or a beacon. It was more like conversation, back and forth transmissions between 2 points, maybe more. Other survivors, perhaps, maintaining contact across the vast distances. "We're not alone," Kieran said one night, listening to the alien rhythm of distant human voices encoded in mathematics. "We never were," Okonkwo replied. "We just thought we were." The water processing plant hummed below them, drawing from aquifers that had waited millions of years to sustain life. The hydroponics lab was green now, actual growing things reaching toward artificial suns. The colony felt less like a tomb and more like what it had always been meant to be, a home. 6 months after his arrival, Kieran made his decision. Not because he was dying, though his body was showing its age despite the medical bay's interventions. Not because he was afraid of being alone again, though Okonkwo had mentioned exploring the Southern Territories once the weather pattern shifted. He made it because he wanted to see what came next. "If we're going to be the future of humanity," he said, standing in the laboratory where it had all started, "we should probably figure out what that means." "It means adaptation," Okonkwo said. "It means survival. It means becoming something that can thrive where we are instead of dying trying to recreate where we came from." Philosophy aside, what does it actually entail? 3 weeks of controlled exposure, some discomfort as your cells restructure, a rather dramatic appetite for minerals your current digestive system can't process. And then, well, then you'll see the universe differently, literally. The enhanced perception is quite remarkable. Side effects? You'll outlive everyone you ever knew, but given our situation, that's already happened. You'll never be able to return to Earth atmosphere without extensive medical support. And you'll look like me, which some might consider a negative. Kieran studied his reflection in the laboratory's polished steel. 62 years old, weathered by decades of isolation, grey-bearded and scarred, human, but barely holding on. "I've looked worse," he said. The transformation wasn't pleasant, but it wasn't the agony he'd expected either. More like a fever dream, his body rebuilding itself cell by cell, while his consciousness floated somewhere between sleeping and waking. Okonkwo monitored the process, adjusting chemical balances and radiation exposure with the precision of someone who'd done this to himself without any guidance. Max kept vigil, playing audio logs from the colony's archives. Children's voices singing songs from Earth, scientists excitedly discussing discoveries, couples arguing about whose turn it was to clean the air filters, the sound of humanity, preserved in digital amber. When Kieran woke properly, the world was different. Colors he'd never seen before painted the walls in spectrums beyond human perception. He could feel the electromagnetic pulse of the colony's power grid, taste minerals in the air that would have been poison before, hear conversations in the radio static that had been white noise. "Welcome to the other side," Okonkwo said, and his voice had harmonics Kieran had never noticed. "This is intense. It settles. Your brain needs time to process the new sensory input. But once it does, you'll wonder how you ever survived with such limited perception." They stood together at the viewport, watching the binary sunset paint the desert in impossible colors. The abandoned structures scattered across the landscape no longer looked like ruins, but like seeds waiting for the right conditions to grow into something new. "What do we do now?" Kieran asked. "Now we respond to that signal. Let them know Haven Colony is operational again under new management. Maybe they'll come visit. Maybe they won't, but at least they'll know we're here. And if they ask what we are, we tell them the truth. We're human, just upgraded for local conditions. Evolution in action, guided by necessity and genius, and a fair bit of desperation." Kieran laughed, the sound carrying frequencies only they could hear. "Think they'll buy that? Does it matter? We're here, we're alive, and we're not alone. Everything else is just details." They composed the message together, arguing over wording, while Max offered unhelpful suggestions, mostly consisting of movie quotes. In the end, they kept it simple. Haven colony responding, 2 souls aboard, colony operational, water abundant, visitors welcome, please advise your status. The transmission went out at local sunset, riding radio waves across the vast distances between stars. It would take 12 years to reach its destination, 12 more for any response to return. But time meant something different now. Kieran could feel it in his transformed cells, the patience of geological ages, the longevity of mountains. 24 years for a conversation, he mused. My daughter would be 65 by then, if she's alive. She might be, Okonkwo said. Earth survived the war. Humanity endures one way or another. Even if it doesn't look like humanity anymore, especially then. Evolution doesn't care about our aesthetic preferences. They returned to the work of living. The colony needed maintenance, the hydroponics lab required expansion, and the southern territories Okonkwo had mentioned were rich with minerals their transformed bodies could process directly. They built a new rover from salvaged parts, better than anything Kieran had cobbled together during his isolation. They explored canyons no human had named, discovered cave systems that went down to the planet's warm heart, found traces of other survey missions that had been lost to time and distance. One day, while cataloging supplies in a storage unit they'd previously overlooked, Kieran found something that stopped him cold. A children pose toy, a stuffed rabbit worn soft with love, tucked into a crate of emergency rations. Someone had hidden it, saved it despite the weight restrictions during evacuation. A parent's desperate hope that their child might return for a beloved comfort. Okonkwo, he called, his enhanced vocal cords carrying the sound through walls and distance. The doctor appeared within minutes, moving with the fluid grace their transformation provided. What is it? Kieran held up the rabbit. We're not just preserving ourselves. We're preserving this, the human things. The irrational, sentimental, unnecessary things that make us more than just survival machines. Of course we are. Why do you think I spent 28 years frozen but conscious? I could have programmed the system to shut down my higher functions, to make it true hibernation. But I wanted to remember, to stay human in the ways that matter, even if the biology changed. They built a memorial in the colony's central plaza, a monument to the 200 souls who tried to make a home among the stars. Max helped, welding pieces with precision while complaining about the aesthetic choices. They inscribed every name they could find in the records, adding Kieran's at the bottom with a note, reported missing, returned home. The signal from Proxima continued its rhythm, and 3 years into Kieran's transformation, it changed. New patterns, more complex, as if the distant colonies were sharing more than just confirmation of existence. They were sharing stories, encoded in mathematics and radio waves, humanity's narrative continuing despite the vast darkness between words. We should tell them about the transformation, Kieran suggested one evening. They were sitting in the observation deck they'd built onto the colony's highest point, watching the moons dance their ancient orbit. All of it, all of it. The technology, the process, the choice. Let them decide for themselves if they want to remain baseline human or become something that can truly live out here. That's a dangerous gift to offer. So was fire, so was agriculture, so was spaceflight. Humanity's always been about dangerous gifts. They spent weeks crafting the message, encoding not just the transformation process, but the philosophical implications, the practical benefits, the irreversible costs. They included Okonkwo's research, Kieran's testimony, even Max's analysis of improved operational efficiency. It was humanity's next chapter, written by 2 transformed souls on a desert planet 40 light years from home. Think they'll see us as monsters? Kieran asked as they prepared to transmit. Some will. Change is terrifying, especially change this fundamental. But others will see us as pioneers, the first to accept what humanity must become to survive among the stars. And which are we? Both. Neither. We're just two people who chose to live instead of die, to adapt instead of surrender. The universe will judge us eventually, but I doubt it cares about our DNA sequences. The message went out on a clear night when both moons were new, darkness so complete that the stars seemed close enough to touch. Kieran's enhanced vision could see cosmic radiation painting the sky in colors baseline humans would never know existed. It was beautiful and terrible, and absolutely worth the price of transformation. Years passed. The colony grew under their care, not in population, but in purpose. They built workshops, laboratories, even an art studio where Kieran discovered he could paint with minerals that would have been toxic before. Okonkwo wrote, filling servers with observations about their transformed state, philosophical treatises on the nature of humanity, and surprisingly good poetry about isolation and connection. Max evolved too, in his way. His programming adapted to their needs, his personality becoming more distinct, his jokes actually approaching funny. He was their chronicler, recording everything for whoever might come after, mechanical memory preserving what biological memory might forget. One day, 7 years after the first transmission, the Proxima signal changed again. This time, it included coordinates, Haven Colony's coordinates. "They're coming," Okonkwo breathed, staring at the decoded message. "When?" "The transmission is 12 years old. If they left when they sent it, 5 more years, maybe less if they have good engines." They looked at each other, two beings who had started as men and become something else, standing in a colony built for hundreds, but inhabited by 2.5. 5 years to prepare for visitors who might see them as salvation or abomination. "We should clean the place up," Kieran said finally. "This unit suggests starting with the recreational facility," Max added. "The ping-pong table has not been maintained to regulation standards." They laughed, the sound carrying harmonics only they could hear, and set about preparing their home for guests. Whether those guests would accept what they'd become or flee in horror remained to be seen. But for the first time in 35 years, Kieran had something he'd thought lost forever, a future with other people in it. The desert wind sang through the colony's atmospheric processes, and somewhere in that song was the promise of voices, human or otherwise, coming home to a place that had never stopped waiting. The transformation was complete, but the story, Kieran realized, was just beginning. The moons rose over the desert, painting shadows across the sand, and Haven Colony hummed with life, patient and eternal, a testament to humanity's refusal to surrender, even when surrender would have been easier. In the hydroponics lab, earth vegetables grew in alien soil. In the laboratory, 2 kinds of human DNA samples waited in storage, preserving choice for future generations. And in the observation deck, 2 transformed souls and 1 very opinionated robot watched the stars, waiting for family they'd never met to arrive at a home that had never truly been abandoned. The last of Kieran's water from his original supply sat in a sealed container in his old habitat, now a museum of sorts. 7 liters that had meant 4 days of life. Now he could survive on the moisture in the air itself, pull water from minerals, live for centuries if his transformed cells held true. The gauge still read 7 liters, but the meaning had changed. Not a countdown to death, but a reminder of the moment everything transformed. "Do you miss it?" Okonkwo asked one day, finding Kieran staring at his old emergency beacon, the one that had failed all those years ago. Being baseline human? Sometimes. The simplicity of it. The clarity of knowing what you were. And now? Now I know what I can become. That's terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. "This unit believes that is the definition of adventure," Max interjected, rolling up beside them. "Since when do you believe anything, Max?" "Since approximately 3 years, 7 months, and 12 days ago. This unit's adaptive programming has evolved beyond initial parameters." "So you're saying you've transformed too?" "This unit prefers the term upgraded. It sounds more technical." They stood together, three unlikely survivors in a colony at the edge of known space, proof that life finds a way even when that way requires fundamental change. The stars above held millions of worlds, each one a challenge to human survival, each one a chance for transformation. Whatever comes next, Kieran said, we face it together. Together, Okonkwo agreed. Optimal functionality through companionship, Max added, which was his way of saying the same thing. The desert wind carried their words into the night, where they joined the endless conversation between colonies. The human voice refusing to be silenced, even by the vast darkness between stars. Haven Colony lived up to its name at last. A haven not just for human life, but for what human life could become when it chose adaptation over extinction. The future stretched before them, uncertain but no longer empty. And in that uncertainty was freedom, the freedom to become something new while remembering what they'd been. The freedom to evolve while maintaining the spark that made them human in all the ways that truly mattered. The transformation was complete. The story, like humanity itself, continued. The driftwood cantina floated at the edge of civilized space like a cork bobbing in an infinite ocean, attached to waypoint station Kessler 9 by a single docking umbilical that groaned with every ship that passed too close. Commander Jocelyn Merritt had spent 11 days pretending to be the worst bartender in 3-star systems, and she was starting to believe her own performance. You call this a Venusian sunrise? The Pelicani trader's beak clacked in disgust, his iridescent throat pouch inflating with indignation. The bird-like alien pushed the glass back across the bar, sloshing orange liquid onto the counter. This tastes like engine coolant filtered through a sock. That's the house specialty, Jocelyn replied, her smile never wavering. The sock is imported. The Pelicani made a sound somewhere between a cough and a honk, but he drank it anyway. They always did. The driftwood attracted the kind of clientele who couldn't afford to be picky. Smugglers, mercenaries, fortune hunters, and the occasional fugitive hoping to disappear into the lawless drift beyond the station. Jocelyn wiped down the bar with a rag that had seen better centuries. Her brown hair pulled back in a practical ponytail that she'd learned to keep out of grabbing range. The red tank top she wore was standard issue for driftwood staff. Cheap, replaceable, and apparently designed to invite exactly the kind of attention she needed to avoid. Behind her carefully constructed facade of incompetence lay something far more dangerous. 15 years in the Terran Coalition Special Operations Division, 9 successful deep cover infiltrations, a classified combat rating that would have made the rowdy mercenaries at Table 7 choke on their drinks. Her handler, Admiral Constance Pellerin, had selected her specifically for this mission. Someone was moving stolen military navigation codes through Kessler 9, coordinates to classified coalition installations that would fetch a fortune from any hostile power. Intelligence suggested the deals happened here, in this grimy establishment where the cameras mysteriously malfunctioned every few hours, and the staff asked no questions. Jocelyn had learned to ask questions in different ways. Another round for the glory of the Dominion. B. The shout came from the corner booth, where a group of Saurak soldiers had been drinking steadily since mid-shift. The Saurak were imposing creatures, standing nearly 7 feet tall, their bodies covered in greenish gold scales that gleamed like burnished metal. Their snouts were filled with teeth designed for tearing, and their yellow eyes held the cold calculation of apex predators. The Saurak Dominion had been at peace with the Terran Coalition for almost 30 years, but old tensions died hard. These particular soldiers wore the insignia of the Dominion's 8th Expeditionary Fleet, supposedly here on shore leave while their carrier underwent repairs at the station's dry dock. Jocelyn had been watching them carefully. 3 of them bore the ritual scarification of veterans, parallel lines carved into their jaw ridges that marked combat experience. Their leader, a massive specimen with a cybernetic implant running along his left arm, had been watching her right back. She loaded a tray with their preferred poison, Sorak bloodwine, which smelled like fermented copper and tasted, according to the one human brave enough to try it, like regret in liquid form. As she approached their table, the leader's eyes tracked her with an intensity that made her combat instincts twitch. Human, his voice rumbled like grinding stone. You move well for prey species. I trip over my own feet at least twice a shift, Jocelyn lied cheerfully. Your drinks, gentlemen. The Sorak to his left, younger with unmarked jaw ridges, snorted. She calls us gentlemen. Does she not know what we are? Paying customers, Jocelyn replied, which makes you my favorite species in this establishment. The leader's mouth twisted in what might have been amusement. His name, according to his tab, was Vorath Ken, sub-commander in the Dominion military, decorated veteran of border conflicts that the official histories called peacekeeping operations, and everyone else called the Quiet War. What the official records didn't show was what Jocelyn had discovered through observation. Vorath Kane had been meeting with the same Melvari information broker 3 times, always in the back corner, always with a privacy screen activated. The Melvari were insectoid creatures with compound eyes and a reputation for absolute discretion for the right price. Something was happening on Kessler 9, and Vorath Keen was at the center of it. You stare, human. Vorath's voice cut through her thoughts. Do I fascinate you? You haven't complained about the drinks yet, Jocelyn said, recovering smoothly. That fascinates me. Everyone complains about the drinks. Saurak do not complain. We endure. He lifted his glass in a mock salute. Or we eliminate the source of discomfort. His companions laughed, the sound like rocks tumbling in a drum. Jocelyn smiled and retreated to the bar, adding another mental note to her growing file on the sub-commander. The evening shift crawled by in a haze of spilled drinks and louder conversations. A group of Terran freight haulers argued about cargo rates with a passion usually reserved for religious debates. 2 Melvari clicked and buzzed at each other in their native tongue, their antennae waving in patterns Jocelyn couldn't read. In the corner, a chrome-plated service android with glowing blue optical sensors nursed an oil cocktail, probably hoping to overhear something worth selling. The chrome android was new. Jocelyn filed that information away too. Around 2200 hours station time around the corner booth, but Jocelyn had spent 3 days calibrating a micro receiver to penetrate exactly that frequency. The device sat in her ear canal, invisible to casual inspection. Coordinates confirmed, Goravel's clicking voice translated through the receiver. The buyer requires proof of authenticity before transfer. They questioned the Dominion's honor. Vorath's rumble carried a dangerous edge. They question everyone's honor. It is why they remain anonymous and wealthy. The sample you provided was convincing. They are prepared to move forward with the primary transaction. When? Tomorrow. Docking Bay 17, midnight station time. Jocelyn's heart rate remained steady through force of will. This was the confirmation she needed. Tomorrow night, she could catch them in the act and finally identify the buyers. The human watches us. The words came from the young Sorak, spoken in the Dominion tongue. Jocelyn had learned enough of the language to recognize it, though she kept her face carefully blank. Many humans watch us, Vorath replied in the same language. We are magnificent. This one watches differently. Her eyes move like a hunter's. Jocelyn felt a chill run down her spine. 11 days of careful disguise, and she'd been made by a junior soldier barely out of training. Vorath's golden eyes found her across the cantina. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then he smiled, showing rows of serrated teeth. Perhaps she simply appreciates Saurak beauty, he said, switching back to standard. The words carried across the room. Human females are known for exotic tastes. His companions erupted in laughter. The tension broke or seemed to. Jocelyn forced an embarrassed smile, playing the role of a flustered bartender caught staring. But she didn't miss the way Vorath's eyes never left hers, calculating, assessing. An hour later, the cantina began to empty. The freight haulers stumbled out, singing off-key. The Melvari departed in opposite directions, their business apparently concluded. Even the Chrome android finally settled his tab and rolled toward the exit, servo motors whirring. But the Sorak remained. Jocelyn began her closing routine, gathering glasses and wiping tables. The owner, a wheezing Pelikani named Korvax, had left an hour ago with instructions to lock up and don't steal anything I'd notice. His trust in his employees was touching. She was clearing a table near the entrance when Vorath appeared beside her. For such a large creature, he moved with disturbing silence. The cantina closes soon, yes? His breath smelled of blood wine and something metallic. 10 minutes. Can I get you anything else before... His clawed hand closed around her upper arm. Not painfully, not yet, but with enough pressure to communicate intent. I think you can. Jocelyn's body wanted to react. 15 years of training screaming at her to break his grip, disable him, eliminate the threat. But her cover demanded helplessness. She let fear creep into her voice. Look, I don't know what you think. I think you are not what you appear to be. Vorath leaned closer, his snout inches from her face. I think someone sent you here to watch, to listen. I think you have heard things tonight that were not meant for human ears. Behind him, his three companions rose from their booth, forming a semicircle that blocked any retreat toward the door. I'm just a bartender, Jocelyn said, keeping her voice steady. I mix bad drinks and wipe up spills, that's all. Vorath's grip tightened. My young warrior thinks otherwise. He says you move like someone who has learned to kill. He says your eyes never rest, always counting, always measuring. His other hand came up to grip her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. I have seen such eyes before, in soldiers, in assassins. The young Sarak stepped forward, eager to prove himself. Let me question her. Sub-Commander, I will learn who sent her. Patience, Kreth. Vorath didn't release Jocelyn. First, we determine what she knows. He dragged her toward the bar, his companions closing in behind them. Jocelyn stumbled, genuinely this time, caught off balance by his strength. Her mind raced through options. Her concealed sidearm was tucked in a holster at the small of her back, hidden beneath her apron. A vibro blade was strapped to her inner thigh. Either weapon could end this confrontation in seconds, but using them would end her mission too. The buyers would scatter. The navigation codes would disappear into the black market. Months of work wasted. She needed to survive this without revealing herself. Somehow, Vorath slammed her against the bar counter, one massive hand pressing her face against the synthetic wood, while the other pinned her arm behind her back. The position was humiliating, painful, and designed to make her feel powerless. It also gave her access to the stun charge she'd hidden beneath the counter 3 days ago. Who sent you? Vorath demanded. Coalition Intelligence, the Merchant Guilds, one of my own rivals. Nobody sent me anywhere, Jocelyn gasped, her fingers inching toward the hidden device. I answered a job listing. The pay is terrible, and the tips are worse, but nobody asks questions about my past. Everyone has secrets they're running from. The young Saurak, Kreth, laughed. What are yours, human? I owe money to some bad people on Titan Station, Jocelyn improvised. I came here to disappear, that's all, I swear. Vorath's claws dug into her scalp, twisting her head to face him. His yellow eyes bore into hers, searching for deception. You lie well, he said finally. Better than most, but not well enough. He nodded to his companions. Search her, find what she carries. One of the older Sorak moved forward, reaching for Jocelyn's apron. His clawed hands would find the sidearm in seconds. Her fingers found the stun charge. Wait. The voice came from near the entrance. Everyone turned. The chrome android stood in the doorway, its blue optical sensors glowing brighter than before. In its hand, it held a weapon that definitely hadn't been there earlier, a sleek, military-grade pulse pistol aimed directly at Vorath's head. "Release the female," the android said. "Now." Vorath's eyes narrowed. "This is Dominion business machine. Leave, and you might keep your warranty intact." "I am not a machine." The android's voice shifted, losing its mechanical flatness. "I am Lieutenant Colby Brannick, Coalition Intelligence. You are under arrest for trafficking in stolen military secrets. All of you." Jocelyn's stomach dropped. Brannick. She knew that name. Another operative running a parallel investigation that nobody had told her about. Classic intelligence community dysfunction. Vorath laughed, the sound rumbling through his chest. "One android against 4 Sorak warriors. Your odds are poor, Lieutenant. I'm not alone." Brannick gestured with his free hand, and the cantina's rear door burst open. 3 Coalition Marines in full combat armor rushed in, weapons raised. For a moment, Jocelyn thought it might actually work. Then everything went wrong. Kreth moved first, faster than any of them expected. He grabbed a bottle from the bar and hurled it at Brannick with enough force to crack the android's chassis. Brannick's shot went wide, shattering a lighting fixture. The cantina plunged into chaos. Vorath released Jocelyn and spun to face the Marines, drawing a wicked curved blade from his belt. His companions followed suit, each producing weapons that shouldn't have made it through station security, which meant someone on the security team was on their payroll. Jocelyn had perhaps 2 seconds to make a decision. Maintain her cover and risk being killed in the crossfire, or reveal herself and help end this before innocent people died. She chose option 3. Her hand closed around the stun charge, and she drove it directly into Vorath's spine, just above his tail. The massive Sorak convulsed, his blade clattering to the floor. Before he could recover, Jocelyn vaulted over the bar, drew her concealed sidearm, and put a stun bolt through the nearest soldier's neck, the only spot where Sorak scales were thin enough for the charge to penetrate. The young warrior, Kreth, spun toward her, shock and rage mingling on his scaled face. "The bartender is having a really bad night," Jocelyn finished, dodging his wild slash and delivering a precise strike to the nerve cluster beneath his jaw. He dropped like a puppet with severed strings. The 4th Sorak, the one who'd been reaching for her apron, found himself facing both Jocelyn and 2 of the Marines. He looked at his fallen companions, at the guns pointed at his chest, and slowly raised his hands. "Wise choice," Jocelyn said. Lieutenant Brannick approached, his damaged chassis sparking slightly. Up close, she could see the sophisticated disguise, actual artificial skin stretched over the chrome plating, designed to pass casual inspection. Someone had put a lot of resources into this operation. "Commander Merritt," Brannick's voice held neither warmth nor apology. "Your presence here was not in my briefing." Likewise, Jocelyn kept her weapon trained on the surrendering Sorak. "Want to explain why you almost got me killed?" "The operation required..." "Save it for the debriefing." She gestured toward Vorath, who was groaning as the stun charge wore off. "Secure him, and someone find out how these lizards got military hardware onto a supposedly secure station." The next hour passed in a blur of restraints, interrogations, and increasingly frustrated communications with headquarters. Jocelyn supervised from the bar, now serving as a makeshift command post, while Marines swept the canteen hidden surveillance devices. They found 7. The Sorak had been thorough. "The Melvery broker escaped," Brannick reported, his damaged optical sensor flickering. "She departed on a private shuttle 10 minutes before we moved in." "She wasn't the primary target," Jocelyn said. "The buyers are, and now they know we're onto them." "Perhaps not." A new voice joined the conversation. Admiral Pellerin's face appeared on Jocelyn's personal comm unit, her silver hair immaculate despite what had to be the middle of her sleep cycle. The Melvari believe in discretion. Goravel won't warn the buyers. It would compromise her reputation for confidentiality. And if you're wrong, then we've lost this round, but we haven't lost the war. Pellerin's eyes moved to something off-screen. Commander, we have a complication. Vorath Kane is claiming diplomatic immunity.
Oh, man.
Jocelyn glanced at the Sorak sub-commander, now restrained in a...
My stream, it's like delayed. I don't know what's going on, but I apologize. I just need to like set everything here. What's up, Jen? I started watching that 3-hour podcast with Jesse Michaels and Chris Bledsoe. It's pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot of claims out there about you know, this whole Chris Bledsoe, and there's a lot of people that believe Chris Bledsoe is faking a lot of things. I don't know. I you know, whether it's real or not, you know, I have my own stuff here, so but I don't know. But a nice second lag. Yeah, I don't know why. Like I fix everything here on my OBS and I put it to 1 second delay, but still it's like still giving me this problem. I don't know what it is. Have I ever thought of a co-host? Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start doing that pretty soon. I just need to set everything up here on YouTube because I'm moving my brand, because I started on TikTok, like streaming and things like that, but like TikTok right now, it's not a good place to be as far as content creator, because you know, like it's gotten worse. So I'm moving like my stuff here to YouTube, and I have to get used to like everything new here, like OBS and things like that. So but yeah, I'm gonna be doing that too. I do it on TikTok all the time. So am I streaming on TikTok too? No, Jen, I'm only here on YouTube right now. So yeah, it's right now, Jen, TikTok is not a good place to be honest. You know, I mean, if you're not doing videos or you're not a content creator, then yeah, you know, I mean, TikTok is still fine. But for content creators like myself and, you know, and other people that makes videos and things like that, it's not a good place to be right now because, you know, there's a lot of censorship, especially with the topic we talk about, right? The UFO phenomena, and like monetizing your content on TikTok right now, it's really bad. So a lot of people are leaving TikTok,
you know, and it's not just like UFO content creators, it's like overall a lot of content, like a lot of people that makes videos and things like that. So yeah, it's definitely changing a lot. Yeah, I just gotta strike on YouTube for the third party when it was fair use YouTube bad. Have you tried Rumble? Rumble, I haven't tried Rumble. I do have an account, I think. But you know, I'm just here on TikTok right now. I'm just, you know, I'm trying to start my community here on YouTube. I do have a community here. It's a little bit small. I have like about 800 subscribers. On TikTok, I almost have 100,000 subscribers, 100K. So I have a bigger audience on TikTok, but not a lot of people from TikTok comes to YouTube, you know. So but I guess that's all depends on people, right, and their preference. So yeah, I just gotta figure out why my stream it's like delayed 9 seconds. So like I said, I apologize if you don't hear like my response really quickly. It's because the stream takes, I don't know, 9 seconds. I just have to see what's going on with this tomorrow. But anyways, we're here, right? We're here to talk about the phenomenon. We're here to talk about UFOs. We're here to talk about people's experiences. We're here to talk about, you know, trans-dimensional entities. We're here to talk about orbs, all kinds of stuff. So yeah. Yeah, sure. That's a normal lag for YouTube? Really? Okay. I think I saw that you posted on TikTok that you were gonna be over on this platform, so that's how I knew to come over. And you, yeah. So Jen, you know, TikTok, it's fine. Like I said, if you like want to scroll down and see videos and things like that and see what's going on, but for the thing that we're doing, you know, the UFO phenomenon, it's like we're getting shut down really, really bad. So you know, I can't really spend the time on a platform where you can't be free, you know what I mean? So I wanna talk about things that I want to talk about, you know, without being afraid to, you know, get shut down, or if the like, because a lot of the times they shut down the stream, right? Like if you say certain things, you know, like the deep state and things like that, and you start talking about the government and the secrecy and all of that. So but here on YouTube, it's a little bit more, you got a little bit more freedom. So you have the latest on the Boogosphere. Yeah, so I'm just like looking around here, see what's going on in the UFO community. There's not a whole lot, to be honest. David Grush did an interview recently, and he talked about many things. He talked about that, you know, they're being shut down, about the UAP, you know, they like they're trying to get more information from the government, like from people in the government, like videos and images and just documents, right, about the UAP situation, and they're getting shut down. So he talked about that. He talked about the legacy program. He talked about the deep state, which I kind of like that part, because finally, you know, like somebody, it's calling this thing out on TV, right? You know, you don't hear a lot of people talking about the deep state and things like that. So I think that was a pretty good interview. He talked about Dick Cheney, James Clapper, and other things, but I think it was pretty cool. There won't be a message for all mankind of any type, but they ran with that. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, Representative Luna. Representative Anna Paulina Luna tells the Meggie Kelly, what is that her name? Meggie Kelly? The Meggie? That's a weird name. Show that UAPs are real and they have been denied access. Well, yeah, of course, we've been knowing this for a long time. They're dinging us the actual imagery. The pushback that we have received has been so incredibly obvious. Of course. I mean, what could you, I mean, that's gonna happen, you know? It's gonna happen. Like, if you're going after, see, you gotta put it this way. The UFO phenomenon, it's like a diamond on the rough, okay, for these people, for the deep state. And that is the most precious thing that they have, is that the secrecy, you know, the alien bodies and the, you know, alien technology and the UAPs, the alien reproduction vehicles, and like all of that. It's, you know, it's like so precious for these people, and they will not give it up so easy. So that's why they're having a problem right now with you know, the whole UAP Disclosure Act bill, because a lot of politicians are shutting that down. One of them is Mitch McConnell. You know, Mitch McConnell is shutting it down. And I'm just wondering how much money they're getting paid, you know, because I'm pretty sure they're getting money. You know, these politicians are being bought by the deep state, right? You got the Lockheed Skunk Works, you got EG&G, you got Raytheon, you got JPL, you know, you have these, you know, private contractors who are willing to pay off these politicians. One of them is Mitch McConnell. You know, we just learned not too long ago that he was the one who shut the UAP bill down. You know, so it's a really hard thing to do, you know, and I don't think they have a chance. I don't think Representative Luna, Tim Burchett, Eric Burlinson I don't think they have a, I think I know they, like, I know they have what it takes. I know they do, but it's just so hard, man, you know, so hard. So hard. They are obligated to obey. Yeah. Yeah, so let me pause this right quick. I want to listen to this.
Watch the latest documentary. You think, is everybody nuts? Like, are they all in on it? Is it like me? But I've heard you talk about this so many times, matter of factly, on Joe Rogan and in the halls of Congress. I believe you, and I believe you believe it. And having watched this documentary, now I believe it too. Boy, if it's a lie, they got a lot of storied scientists to spew a bunch of nonsense at risk to their own careers and reputations about it. You've run the hearings. You've talked to countless guys who have been investigating this for years. What's your conclusion?
Look, we, especially from a national security perspective, want to know why it is that if these things or if whatever this is real, why is it, first of all, that members of Congress who serve as the oversight authority for the civilian arm, really the American people, are being denied access to the videos and photos of what we displayed in that hearing. Megan, Representative Burleson had that video dead dropped to him. It was scrubbed with any I guess, data that could point to who gave the information to him. But that is a confirmed real video. And as you were seeing, that is a type of footage that, unless it is basically leaked to us, we're being denied access to.
Is she talking about the Hellfire missile video? Is that what she's talking about? Because if that's what she's talking about, Dr. Greer, he came out and said that these Hellfire missile, it was real, but like the I don't know what it was. It was an orb or some type of plasma object or something like that. Well, Stephen Greer said that that was probably man-made. That's what Dr. Greer is claiming, that that plasma thing, orb or whatever it was man-made. And it was placed there to see what the military would do about it. So technically, these people, like the deep state, they're playing little games with the military, right? Right, just to see what can they do about it, you know what I mean? And I guess just to kind of like put these, you know, these story out there, you know, oh my gosh, the Hellfire missile, and they, you know, it's like, I don't know, to be honest, man. If it's real, the video is real, but I don't know about the object, you know? There is so many weird shit out there, man, I'm telling you. There's so many weird stuff out there in the UFO world, right? It's so hard to tell what's real and what's not, you know? But I think that's what she's talking about here, that Hellfire missile.
Specifically out of the Department of War. Now, this goes way back to last Congress, actually, when myself, Representative Gates, and Representative Burchett had actually done a field hearing following up on two whistleblowers, or a few whistleblowers that had come forward to Representative Gates' office that were pilots at Eglin Air Force Base, alleging that the U.S. government was covering this up. Of course, when you hear something like that, you're like, all right, you know, you've seen this in sci-fi films or heard rumors about this, but never dealt with it directly. And then basically in a nutshell, Representative Gates, Burchett, and I went out to Eglin, and of course they tried to cancel the meeting. We got the meeting back on. And then once we were there, we were actually denied access. We got into a massive fight with the base commander. We went in and out of the skiff.
God damn.
Ultimately, without saying too much, part of how we got some of the information that we did is I actually had asked one of the witnesses to draw for me the photograph or the image of this thing that was essentially being to us. So they're denying us the actual imagery, but the military officer was able to actually draw it for me, of which I'm sure they didn't think that we were going to ask them to do that, but we did. And again, even dating back to my own military experience, there was one point when I was stationed at Portland Air National Guard, prior to the pilots had been talking about. One specifically, I said, you know, what is this thing specifically? Are you able to describe it? He couldn't. He got kind of spooked talking about it. And that's the, in my opinion, he definitely ran into a UAP or saw a UAP or they're chasing one.
Yeah.
But that is not the first time that we've had pilots in fear of losing their flight status for coming forward with this information. So I kind of started as a skeptic, but after leading into the investigations, after seeing some of the footage.
I think, you know what? I think we need like whistleblowers that are scientists. I think that's what we need. I think we need like physicists and like people that work with physics right? People that are literally underground working with extraterrestrial technology and maybe building these UAPs or something like that. We need those type of people to like really come out and like speak about this. You know what I mean? I think that's what we need. You know, we don't need a lot. We don't need more witnesses like fighter jet pilots and things like that. You know, I think we need like scientists and these people that work with physics, you know, to really come out and speak about this, right? I'm pretty sure the Lockheed Martin, EG&G, Raytheon, they have, you know, a lot of scientists. I'm pretty sure they do on the ground working on these things 24/7 or however they do it. You know, I think we need those type of people, to be honest. But then you may say, oh well, if they come out and if they speak about this, then other countries or like Russia and China, they're gonna take notes, and you know they're going to, you know, trying to steal it from the United States or whatever. You know, that's where a lot of people gets confused. Like the deep state, it's not a country. The deep state, it's actually a globally type of thing. You know, these people don't have citizenships. You know, like they don't obey the laws of other countries and here in the United States, basically. So, you know, that's what the true deep state is. You know, they have their own military, they have their own stuff, like they have their own everything. So they control the oil system, the oil industry, they control the pharmaceutical industry, they control the food industry. I mean, they control everything. But the most precious thing they have is the UFO phenomena, because this is something else. You're dealing with extraterrestrial technologies. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's what the deep state is. We have had them. They are being killed. See, recent death of MIT professor. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. 90 days on 30 days off. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, Bob Lazar, like when Bob Lazar came out in 1990 or 1989, right? That's when Bob Lazar came out as a first-hand whistleblower, and he spoke about this, right? He talked about there is flying saucers, and you know they are reverse engineering these technologies, right? Bob Lazar talked about this a long time ago, so this is nothing new, right? So, but these people gotten so strong, I'm telling you, it's just, I think it's too late, to be honest, to be dealing with these people. You know, you have a very weak Congress when it comes to the UFO phenomenon. For everything else, yeah, you know, taxes and bills and like laws and things like that, they're okay with that. But when it comes to the UFO phenomenon, they're too weak. I'm sitting on a underground entrance every first of the month. The program in Russia is the same program in the US. Society, not a Nazi thing, a Mason thing worldwide. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. It's worldwide. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so that's Representative Luna, man. Representative Luna. Let me, oh, never mind. Let me show you something. Let me see what I got here. I don't think I have it. But yeah. What else is going on here? Oh, we've seen this already. What's this?
It's the age-old question that has fascinated humans for centuries and continues to. Are we alone in the universe? Or even on our own planet? My next guest says not only are UFOs, or now they're called UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena, that's hard to remember, but UAPs, real, but the government has allegedly been aware of them for decades and running a disinformation campaign to make you feel like an idiot.
Actually, she said like an idiot. Actually, not for decades. It's longer than that. Because if you think about it, right? If you go back in time, like ancient times, there is scriptures, there is tablets, there is paintings, there is books, and so on about people's experiences back in ancient times, ancient civilizations, right? The whole Anunnaki, right? Enoch, Ezekiel, just about the whole freaking ancient times, you know what I mean? So we've been knowing this for a long time. This is nothing new. You know, it's nothing new. It's just now it's more like out there. But you know, if you look through time and you see these paintings, these carvings all around the world, right? You know, you can see that people have been in contact with these extraterrestrials for a long time. People were seeing things back then, right? You know, they drew things on the walls and paintings, you know, about these things that are flying in the skies and things like that. So this is nothing new. This is very old. So it's like I said, it's just like now it's more popular, you know, because you have a lot of new people in the UFO world and they are very interested on this topic now. So like it's more popular. So yeah, it seems like the evidence is kind of there. It's been around forever. Yeah. There's actually a lot of evidence, Jen. There's a lot of evidence. You know, I mean, for example, like if you go to India, right? If you go to these temples in India, you know, you have these monuments, you have these carvings on the walls and things like that. You know, like people were doing these things, you know, because they were seeing, you know, things. They were seeing beings. They were seeing these things that are flying in the skies. So if you go to Asia, the same thing, South America. So I mean, it goes way, way back. So there is evidence for sure, 100%. So first UFOs man-made track back 1870s. Damn, really? We had man-made UFOs in the 1870s, 1800s? Are you sure about that? I don't know about that. I don't know. I never heard of that before. I know that we started manufacturing UAPs, you know, like the typical flying saucer, like in the 1960s, 50s. We started, you know, duplicating these things. And we started using, like, we were trying to stabilize gravity in the 1950s, late 50s, early 60s. That's when we started like stabilizing gravity. That's why, like, when you see videos, like old videos of these UFOs, these flying saucers, they're like wobbling and they're going back and forth and they're like not stable. That's us. You know, that's them, not us, like me or you guys, but like that's them. You know, they were trying to stabilize gravity. That's why they were moving so badly. But now, since they, you know, broke the code, right? Now when you see these UAPs, they don't even make sound. You know, they don't even make a noise. And sometimes when you see them, you know, they're like sitting still. So, yeah, I don't know about the 1800s, man. Too much to cover in the chat. Yeah, I have a lot of things too. Like, for example, let me see if I can pull it up. Like, I have these, let me show you what a really old UFO looks like, or flying saucer looks like. I'm trying to find my files. Let's see. There you go. All right, let me show you what an old flying saucer looks like. My computer, it's like very slow. OBS, it's like literally taking my whole CPU. Where are you? I have a lot to share. Will you have me as a guest? StreamYards, you have photos too? Yeah. I have all kinds of stuff, man. I have a lot of stuff here. I'm just trying to see where, man, I need to like, oh, there we go. Okay, so this is what, let me see. This is what it looks like. So this right here was recorded in 1965. And this is one of, like, we were trying to stabilize. How do you say that? Stabilize. We were trying to stabilize gravity, you know, in 1965. That's why these man-made flying saucers, that's why they're wobbling and going side to side, because we didn't have enough knowledge on how to do that. But we did it. We fixed that, or they did it, right? They found they found how it works. You know, that's technically you know, technically what they're doing here is they are, that is electrogravitic version. Yeah, technically what they're trying to do here is they're trying to you know, they're trying to break that barrier, you know, between time and space, like a distortion, you know what I mean? So, and they're trying to stabilize gravity. So once you have the power to stabilize gravity, man, you can do so many things. You know, that's called reverse engineering. You know what I mean? I have so many other videos too, man. So many of them. But this is one of them. Now I do have a real ET craft, and this one right here, it's from Milan, Italy, actually. This is from Milan, Italy. This is early 2000s. Early 2000s. This one, it's amazing. This is one of my favorite ones, for sure. Milan, Italy. I don't think this one is man-made at all. This is not man-made. You can really tell the difference between a man-made flying saucer or alien craft and a real ET craft. You can tell the difference. You know, the man-made ones, they have like seams and welding parts and things like that. You know, you can tell it's man-made. But when you see something that is really smooth, no windows, just, you know, it's amazing. Would you like to join broadcast? You can give me a link. We can probably do it tomorrow. Right now, I'm gonna make these live stream a little bit short tonight. So pretty much what it is like a test, okay? Because I'm trying out the software OBS. You know, because like I said, I usually do not stream with OBS. I stream with the TikTok Live Studio app. That's what I use, and I was used to that for almost 3 years. But now, since I'm moving to YouTube, I need to learn how to actually, you know, I just need to learn a lot of things about this. Like, for example, like the delay thing. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's 9 seconds delay. I already I changed it for 1 second, but I don't know what's going on, to be honest. So so yeah, guys, so I am gonna go now. It is 9 o'clock where I'm at right now. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be a long stream. So but tonight it was just like a test. I wanted to try this thing out and see, you know, how it works, and see, like, you know, this extra stuff. So how about I'll give you my email? I have better software for broadcasting. I can help you if you wish. Yeah, sure. Send me a message. Do you have Discord? Do you use Discord? Hey, Jen, you have a good night. Thank you. Yeah, because if you have Discord, you can I can give you my Discord and I can get you in here, you know? Discord is really bad. Well, I don't know, man. Yeah, send me a message. I have my socials on here on YouTube. Just look it up. All right, guys. So I am gonna go now, and email above. Yeah, let me... All right, man. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'll send you an email. All right, man. You guys have a very good night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be pretty interesting. So, yeah. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
The driftwood cantina floated at the edge of civilized space like a cork, bobbing in an infinite ocean, attached to waypoint station Kessler 9 by a single docking umbilical that groaned with every ship that passed too close. Commander Jocelyn Merritt had spent 11 days pretending to be the worst bartender in 3-star systems, and she was starting to believe her own performance. "You call this a Venusian sunrise?" The Pelicani trader's beak clacked in disgust, his iridescent throat pouch inflating with indignation. The bird-like alien pushed the glass back across the bar, sloshing orange liquid. "Tastes like engine coolant filtered through a sock." "That's the house specialty," Jocelyn replied, her smile never wavering. "The sock is imported." The Pelicani made a sound somewhere between a cough and a honk, but he drank it anyway. They always did. The driftwood attracted the kind of clientele who couldn't afford to be picky. Smugglers, mercenaries, fortune hunters, and the occasional fugitive hoping to disappear into the lawless drift beyond the station. Jocelyn wiped down the bar with a rag that had seen better centuries. Her brown hair pulled back in a practical ponytail that she'd learned to keep out of grabbing range. The red tank top she wore was standard issue for driftwood staff. Cheap, replaceable, and apparently designed to invite exactly the kind of attention she needed to avoid. Behind her carefully constructed facade of incompetence lay something far more dangerous. 15 years in the Terran Coalition Special Operations Division, 9 successful deep cover infiltrations, a classified combat rating that would have made the rowdy mercenaries at Table 7 choke on their drinks. Her handler, Admiral Constance Pellerin, had selected her specifically for this mission. Someone was moving stolen military navigation codes through Kessler 9, coordinates to classified coalition installations that would fetch a fortune from any hostile power. Intelligence suggested the deals happened here, in this grimy establishment where the cameras mysteriously malfunctioned every few hours, and the staff asked no questions. Jocelyn had learned to ask questions in different ways. Another round for the glory of the Dominion. B. The shout came from the corner booth, where a group of Saurak soldiers had been drinking steadily since mid-shift. The Saurak were imposing creatures, standing nearly 7 feet tall, their bodies covered in greenish gold scales that gleamed like burnished metal. Their snouts were filled with teeth designed for tearing, and their yellow eyes held the cold calculation of apex predators. The Saurak Dominion had been at peace with the Terran Coalition for almost 30 years, but old tensions died hard. These particular soldiers wore the insignia of the Dominion's 8th Expeditionary Fleet, supposedly here on shore leave while their carrier underwent repairs at the station's dry dock. Jocelyn had been watching them carefully. 3 of them bore the ritual scarification of veterans, parallel lines carved into their jaw ridges that marked combat experience. Their leader, a massive specimen with a cybernetic implant running along his left arm, had been watching her right back. She loaded a tray with their preferred poison, Saurak blood wine, which smelled like fermented copper and tasted, according to the one human brave enough to try it, like regret in liquid form. As she approached their table, the leader's eyes tracked her with an intensity that made her combat instincts twitch. "Human," his voice rumbled like grinding stone. "You move well for prey species. I trip over my own feet at least twice a shift," Jocelyn lied cheerfully. "Your drinks, gentlemen." The Saurak to his left, younger with unmarked jaw ridges, snorted. "She calls us gentlemen. Does she not know what we are? Paying customers, Jocelyn replied, which makes you my favorite species in this establishment. The leader's mouth twisted in what might have been amusement. His name, according to Dvorath Kane, sub-commander in the Dominion military, decorated veteran of border conflicts that the official histories called peacekeeping operations, and everyone else called the Quiet War. What the official records didn't show was what Jocelyn had discovered through 11 days of careful observation. Dvorath Kane had been meeting with the same Melvari information broker 3 times, always in the back corner, always with a privacy screen activated. The Melvari were insectoid creatures with compound eyes and a reputation for absolute discretion for the right price. Something was happening on Kessler 9, and Dvorath Kane was at the center of it. You stare, human. Dvorath's voice cut through her thoughts. Do I fascinate you? You haven't complained about the drinks yet, Jocelyn said, recovering smoothly. That fascinates me. Everyone complains about the drinks. Saurak do not complain. We endure. He lifted his glass in a mock salute. Or we eliminate the source of discomfort. His companions laughed, the sound like rocks tumbling in a drum. Jocelyn smiled and retreated to the bar, adding another mental note to her growing file on the sub-commander. The evening shift crawled by in a haze of spilled drinks and louder conversations. A group of Terran freight haulers argued about cargo rates with a passion usually reserved for religious debates. 2 Melvari clicked and buzzed at each other in their native tongue, their antennae waving in patterns Jocelyn couldn't read. In the corner, a chrome-plated service android with glowing blue optical sensors nursed an oil cocktail, probably hoping to overhear something worth selling. The chrome android was new. Jocelyn filed that information away too. Around 2200 hours station time, a familiar figure slipped through the cantina's entrance. Goravel, the Melvari broker, her compound eyes reflecting the neon lights in fractured rainbows. She wore the traditional robes of her profession, draped in a way that concealed the numerous pockets sewn into the fabric, each one capable of holding data chips, credit sticks, or weapons. Goravel caught Jocelyn's eye, antennae twitching almost imperceptibly. Then she made her way toward Dvorath Kane's table. This was it, the meeting Jocelyn had been waiting for. She busied herself restocking the top-shelf liquors, positioning herself to observe without appearing to watch. The privacy screen flickered to life around the corner booth, but Jocelyn had spent 3 days calibrating a micro-receiver to penetrate exactly that frequency. The canal, invisible to casual inspection. Coordinates confirmed. Goravel's clicking voice translated through the receiver. The buyer requires proof of authenticity before transfer. They questioned the Dominion's honor. Dvorath's rumble carried a dangerous edge. They question everyone's honor. It is why they remain anonymous and wealthy. The sample you provided was convincing. They are prepared to move forward with the primary transaction. When? Tomorrow. Docking Bay 17, midnight station time. Jocelyn's heart rate remained steady through force of will. This was the confirmation she needed. Tomorrow night, she could catch them in the act and finally identify the buyers. The human watches us. The words came from the young Saurak, spoken in the Dominion tongue. Jocelyn had learned enough of the language to recognize it, though she kept her face carefully blank. Many humans watch us, Dvorath replied in the same language. We are magnificent. This one watches differently. Her eyes move like a hunter's. Jocelyn felt a chill run down her spine. 11 days of careful disguise, and she'd been made by a junior soldier barely out of training. Dvorath's golden eyes found her across the cantina. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then he smiled, showing rows of serrated teeth. Perhaps she simply appreciates Saurak beauty, he said, switching back to standard. The words carried across the room. Human females are known for exotic tastes. His companions erupted in laughter. The tension broke, or seemed to. Jocelyn forced an embarrassed smile, playing the role of a flustered bartender caught staring. But she didn't miss the way Vorath's eyes never left hers, calculating, assessing. An hour later, the cantina began to empty. The freight haulers stumbled out, singing off-key. The Melvari departed in opposite directions, their business apparently concluded. Even the Chrome android finally settled his tab and rolled toward the exit, servo motors whirring. But the Sorak remained. Jocelyn began her closing routine, gathering glasses and wiping tables. The owner, a wheezing Pelikani named Korvax, had left an hour ago with instructions to lock up and don't steal anything I'd notice. His trust in his employees was touching. She was clearing a table near the entrance when Vorath appeared beside her. For such a large creature, he moved with disturbing silence. The cantina closes soon, yes? His breath smelled of blood wine and something metallic. 10 minutes. Can I get you anything else before? His clawed hand closed around her upper arm. Not painfully, not yet, but with enough pressure to communicate intent. I think you can. Jocelyn's body wanted to react. 15 years of training screaming at her to break his grip, disable him, eliminate the threat. But her cover demanded helplessness. She let fear creep into her voice. Look, I don't know what you think. I think you are not what you appear to be. Vorath leaned closer, his snout inches from her face. I think someone sent you here to watch, to listen. I think you have heard things tonight that were not meant for human ears. Behind him, his three companions rose from their booth, forming a semicircle that blocked any retreat toward the door. I'm just a bartender, Jocelyn said, keeping her voice steady. I mix bad drinks and wipe up spills, that's all. Vorath's grip tightened. My young warrior thinks otherwise. He says you move like someone who has learned to kill. He says your eyes never rest, always counting, always measuring. His other hand came up to grip her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. I have seen such eyes before, in soldiers, in assassins. The young Sarak stepped forward, eager to prove himself. Let me question her. Sub-Commander, I will learn who sent her. Patience, Kreth. Vorath didn't release Jocelyn's arm or chin. First, we determine what she knows. He dragged her toward the bar, his companions closing in behind them. Jocelyn stumbled, genuinely this time, caught off balance by his strength. Her mind raced through options. Her concealed sidearm was tucked in a holster at the small of her back, hidden beneath her apron. A vibro blade was strapped to her inner thigh. Either weapon could end this confrontation in seconds, but using them would end her mission too. The buyers would scatter. The navigation codes would disappear into the black market. Months of work wasted. She needed to survive this without revealing herself. Somehow. Vorath slammed her against the bar counter, one massive hand pressing her face against the synthetic wood, while the other pinned her arm behind her back. The position was humiliating, painful, and designed to make her feel powerless. It also gave her access to the stun charge she'd hidden beneath the counter 3 days ago. Who sent you? Vorath demanded. Coalition Intelligence, the Merchant Guilds, one of my own rivals. Nobody sent me anywhere, Jocelyn gasped, her fingers inching toward the hidden device. I answered a job listing. The pay is terrible, and the tips are worse, but nobody asks questions about my past. Everyone has secrets they're running from. The young Saurak, Kreth, laughed. What are yours, human? I owe money to some bad people on Titan Station, Jocelyn improvised. I came here to disappear, that's all, I swear. Vorath's claws dug into her scalp, twisting her head to face him. His yellow eyes bore into hers, searching for deception. You lie well, he said finally. Better than most, but not well enough. He nodded to his companions. Search her, find what she carries. One of the older Sorak moved forward, reaching for Jocelyn's apron. His clawed hands would find the sidearm in seconds. Her fingers found the stun charge. Wait. The voice came from near the entrance. Everyone turned. The chrome android stood in the doorway, its blue optical sensors glowing brighter than before. In its hand, it held a weapon that definitely hadn't been there earlier. A sleek, military-grade pulse pistol aimed directly at Vorath's head. "Release the female," the android said. "Now." Vorath's eyes narrowed. "This is Dominion business machine. Leave, and you might keep your warranty intact." "I am not a machine." The android's voice shifted, losing its mechanical flatness. "I am Lieutenant Colby Brannick, Coalition Intelligence. You are under arrest for trafficking in stolen military secrets. All of you." Jocelyn's stomach dropped. Brannick. She knew that name. Another operative running a parallel investigation that nobody had told her about. Classic intelligence community dysfunction. Vorath laughed, the sound rumbling through his chest. "One android against 4 Solrak warriors. Your odds are poor, Lieutenant. I'm not alone." Brannick gestured with his free hand, and the cantina's rear door burst open. 3 Coalition Marines in full combat armor rushed in, weapons raised. For a moment, Jocelyn thought it might actually work. Then everything went wrong. Kreth moved first, faster than any of them expected. He grabbed a bottle from the bar and hurled it at Brannick with enough force to crack the android's chassis. Brannick's shot went wide, shattering a lighting fixture. The cantina plunged into chaos. Vorath released Jocelyn and spun to face the Marines, drawing a curved blade from his belt. His companions followed suit, each producing weapon. The one who'd been reaching for her apron found himself facing both Jocelyn and 2 of the Marines. He looked at his fallen companions, at the guns pointed at his chest, and slowly raised his hands. "Wise choice," Jocelyn said. Lieutenant Brannick approached, his damaged chassis sparking slightly. Up close, she could see the sophisticated disguise, actual artificial skin stretched over the chrome plating, designed to pass casual inspection. Someone had put a lot of resources into this operation. "Commander Merritt," Brannick's voice held neither warmth nor apology. "Your presence here was not in my briefing." Likewise, Jocelyn kept her weapon trained on the surrendering Solrak. "Want to explain why you almost got me killed?" "The operation required..." "Save it for the debriefing." She gestured toward Vorath, who was groaning as the stun charge wore off. "Secure him, and someone find out how these lizards got military hardware onto a supposedly secure station." The next hour passed in a blur of interrogations and increasingly frustrated communications with headquarters. Jocelyn supervised from the bar, now serving as a makeshift command post, while Marines swept the cantina for hidden surveillance devices. They found 7. The Solrak had been thorough. "The Melvery broker escaped," Brannick reported, his damaged optical sensor flickering. "She departed on a private shuttle 10 minutes before we moved in." "She wasn't the primary target," Jocelyn said. "The buyers are, and now they know we're onto them." "Perhaps not." A new voice joined the conversation. Admiral Pellerin's face appeared on Jocelyn's personal comm unit, her silver hair immaculate despite what had to be the middle of her sleep cycle. "The Melvari believe in discretion. Goravel won't warn the buyers. It would compromise her reputation for confidentiality. And if you're wrong, then we've lost this round, but we haven't lost the war." Pellerin's eyes moved to something off-screen. "Commander, we have a complication. Vorath Kane is claiming diplomatic immunity." Jocelyn glanced at the Solrak sub-commander, now restrained in a chair with enough binding cord to anchor a small vessel. He met her gaze with something approaching respect. "The Dominion will not appreciate having their soldiers detained," Pellerin continued. "Officially, they were here on authorized leave. Of Coalition officer and were caught trafficking stolen military intelligence, which creates a diplomatic incident either way." Pellerin sighed. I'm sending Ambassador Whitworth to handle negotiations. In the meantime, get whatever informant got caught making bad deals. Embarrassing but survivable. The Dominion will negotiate your release. You'll face some internal discipline, and life goes on. She paused, letting that sink in. But if those navigation codes reach hostile powers, if coalition installations get attacked because of coordinates you sold, then you become a war criminal. No diplomatic immunity for that. No quiet internal discipline. Just a trial, a conviction, and a very long time in a coalition prison where nobody speaks your language. Vorath's scales rippled as Sarak tells she'd learned to read. He was thinking. The codes were already compromised, he said finally. We were simply facilitating their movement. Jocelyn enjoyed watching the color drain from his scales. Yes, I know about that. The nephew survived, but he lost a leg. The ambassador has been waiting for someone to hand her the shooter. Silence stretched between them. Admiral Victor Standish, Vorath said quietly. He is your traitor. The meeting tomorrow was supposed to be the final exchange. He planned to retire to a non-extradition system immediately afterward. Jocelyn stood, her mind already racing through implications. Admiral Standish, 20 years of service, decorated hero of the Callisto campaign, currently serving as Deputy Chief of Naval Operations. If this was true, the scandal would shake the coalition to its foundations. Lieutenant Brannick. She turned to the damaged android. Get me a secure channel to Admiral Pellerin. Priority Alpha. Commander. Brannick's voice held an unusual hesitation. There's something you should know. My orders came through Admiral Standish's office. The temperature in the cantina seemed to drop several degrees. He knew about your operation, Brannick continued. He's the one who ordered me to move in tonight before you could gather more evidence, before you could discover who was really behind the leaks. Jocelyn looked at the Marines securing the room, counting them. 3, all armed, all trained, all potentially loyal to whatever orders had filtered down through compromised command channels. Sergeant, she addressed the Marine squad leader, a weathered woman with corporal stripes. Who issued your deployment orders tonight? The sergeant's face was unreadable. Admiral Standish's office, ma'am. Direct priority command. And if I told you Admiral Standish is the traitor we've been hunting? A moment crossed the sergeant's features. Then her jaw set. Ma'am, with respect, I follow orders from the chain of command. Unless you've got evidence that she does. The voice came from Vorath. The Sarak shifted in his restraints, turning to face the sergeant. I have recordings of every... Vorath's expression was difficult to read. Because I am a soldier, a mercenary, yes. Greedy, certainly. But I did not sell those codes to enemies who would use them to kill civilians. I sold them to corporate interests. Yes. Vorath's smile returned, but it held no humor. Which means you will need my cooperation to retrieve them, and I will need certain assurances before I provide it. The negotiation took another 2 hours. Jocelyn contacted Admiral Pellerin through a back channel that bypassed normal command protocols, a holdover from a mission 3 years ago that had never been decommissioned. Pellerin, once she understood the situation, moved with impressive speed. By dawn station time, Ambassador Whitworth had arrived with a diplomatic team and a coalition prosecutor. By mid-morning, Vorath Kane was cooperating under a formal immunity agreement that his own government had reluctantly endorsed. By afternoon, a team of coalition intelligence officers had retrieved the quarters, recordings that proved, beyond any reasonable doubt, that Admiral Victor Standish had been selling classified information for the better part of 2 years. The arrest happened quietly, aboard a coalition cruiser far from any media coverage. Standish, according to reports Jocelyn received later, went without resistance. He'd known, she supposed, that it was only a matter of time. You were right about the buyers, Lieutenant Brannick told her. His chassis now properly repaired and his artificial skin commercial routes instead. He was planning to appear before anyone realized the deception. So he was betraying both sides. Apparently he believed himself clever enough to escape consequences from either. Jocelyn shook her head. And Vorath? What happens to him? Returned to Dominion custody this morning. His government was quite embarrassed by the situation. They'll probably assign him to some remote posting where he can't cause further diplomatic incidents. Brannick's optical sensors focused on her. He asked me to convey a message to you. Oh? He said, tell the bartender she makes terrible drinks, but she fights well for a prey species. Despite everything, Jocelyn laughed. High praise from a Sorak. There is one more thing. Brannick hesitated, which was unusual for an artificial being. I owe you an apology, Commander. My intervention nearly compromised your operation and placed you in danger. Admiral Standish sent me specifically because he hoped the confrontation would result in your death, eliminating a threat to his scheme while appearing to be an unfortunate accident. But you didn't follow those orders exactly. No, I hesitated. If a machine could look troubled, Brannick did. There was something about the situation that seemed wrong. When I saw Vorath attacking you, I made a tactical decision to intervene openly rather than allow events to proceed. At the time, I believed it was tactical instinct. Now I suspect it was something closer to conscience. Jocelyn studied him for a long moment. The line between sophisticated programming and genuine sentience was a debate that had occupied philosophers for generations. She didn't have an answer, but she knew what she'd witnessed. Whatever it was, she said finally, I'm glad you had it. Admiral Pellerin's face appeared on the observation deck's main screen, interrupting the moment. Commander Merritt, Lieutenant Brannick, I have your new assignments. Already? Jocelyn raised an eyebrow. I was hoping for at least a day of paperwork avoidance. Intelligence waits for no one's vacation. Pellerin's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. We've identified 3 more officers connected to Standish's network. One of them is currently stationed at a resort world in the Demeter system, posing as a retired merchant. Let me guess, you need someone to go undercover. The resort is looking for an activities coordinator, specifically someone to lead their adventure excursions. Your combat certification makes you uniquely qualified. Jocelyn groaned. I just got done pretending to be incompetent. Now you want me to pretend to be peppy? Consider it a growth opportunity. Pellerin's expression softened slightly. You did excellent work here, Commander. The Coalition owes you a debt. I'll take that debt in shore leave. Noted. Pellerin out. The screen went dark. Jocelyn stared at the stars beyond the observation deck's windows, watching the distant lights of ships carrying cargo, passengers, and secrets across the void. Activities coordinator, she muttered. I don't even like hiking. I could accompany you, Brannick offered. Resorts often employ service androids. My cover would be... Absolutely not. Jocelyn held up a hand. No offense, Lieutenant, but your idea of cover involves bursting through doors with weapons drawn. That's not subtle. I have learned from this experience. Have you? Yes. Brannick's optical sensors brightened slightly. Next time, I will burst through windows. The element of surprise is enhanced by unconventional entry points. Jocelyn stared at him. Then she started laughing, really laughing, the kind that came from genuine absurdity rather than nervous tension. Fine, she said when she caught her breath, but you're carrying the hiking equipment. As they walked toward the docking bay, where their transport waited, Jocelyn caught sight of a familiar figure near the entrance to the Driftwood Cantina. Korvax, the Pelikani owner, was supervising repairs to his door and muttering darkly about insurance premiums. Hey, Korvax, she called. The bird-like alien turned, his throat pouch inflating with recognition. You destroyed my establishment. Technically, Dominion soldiers and Coalition Marines destroyed your establishment. I just facilitated. The damage report alone will take me weeks to process. Jocelyn reached into her pocket and pulled out a credit stick. The hazard pay Admiral Pellerin had authorized before the briefing. She tossed it to Korvax. That should cover repairs and then some. Korvax's beak clicked rapidly as he checked the balance. His feathers slowly settled. This is acceptable compensation. Consider it a tip for employing the worst bartender in 3-star systems. You were adequate, Korvax admitted grudgingly. Your drinks were terrible, but you showed up on time. That is rare in this sector. High praise. Jocelyn sketched a mock salute. Take care of yourself, Korvax. She turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and if any more Sorak soldiers come looking for trouble, call the Marines first. Trust me. Korvax made a sound that might have been agreement or indigestion. With Pelikanis, it was hard to tell. Jocelyn caught up with Brannick at the docking bay, where a sleek Coalition transport waited to carry them to their next assignment. Another cover identity to build, another criminal to expose, another mission where the most dangerous enemies might wear friendly faces. She thought about Vorath Ken, a warrior who'd chosen greed over honor and then found his conscience in a grimy cantina at the edge of space. She thought about Standish, a decorated hero who'd sold out everything he'd sworn to protect. The line between ally and enemy was never as clear as the recruitment posters suggested. Commander? Brannick stood by the transport's hatch. Is something wrong? Just thinking. Jocelyn climbed aboard. Do you ever wonder if we make any real difference? Catch one traitor, 3 more take their place. Expose one network, another forms in the shadows. Brannick considered the question with mechanical precision. The alternative is allowing corruption to flourish unopposed. I calculate that even incremental progress is preferable to none. That's very logical. I am a very logical being. You're also a terrible liar. Jocelyn settled into her seat. But you're growing on me. The transport lifted off, carrying them away from Kessler 9 toward whatever waited in the Demeter system. Behind them, the Driftwood Cantina resumed its ordinary operations. Drinks served, secrets exchanged, lives in...
The alarm systems across Zenith Prime Station screamed warnings that made no sense. Ambassador Thakren watched the main display with growing confusion as his 4 eyes tried to process what the sensors were telling him. Something massive was coming out of empty space, tearing through reality itself like paper being ripped apart. The object that emerged made the ambassador's blood run cold. It was a warship, larger than anything he had seen in his 300 years of service to the Galactic Council. Its hull was dark and scarred, covered in burns and impacts from weapons that shouldn't exist anymore. The metal looked ancient, corroded by time itself, yet the ship's engines still glowed with power. Strange symbols marked its side, letters from a writing system that predated modern galactic civilization by thousands of years. Thakren pressed his communicator with a trembling claw. Immediately. I need identification on this vessel. Around him, the council chamber erupted into chaos. Representatives from 847 different species began shouting questions and demands. Some called for military response. Others wanted to flee. The mantis-like ambassador raised his arms for silence, but nobody was listening anymore. The ancient warship hung in space like a ghost from a forgotten era. Its weapon systems were powered down, but every military analyst in the station could see the truth. Those guns were old, yes, but they were built with technology that modern science barely understood. If that ship decided to fight, Zenith Prime wouldn't survive the encounter. Then the transmission came through. The audio was broken and filled with static, but the words were clear enough to, please provide current navigational coordinates for Earth, Sol System, Orion Arm, requesting immediate assistance. Our crew is in critical condition. The silence that followed was absolute. Earth. Sol 3. The dead world. The planet that had destroyed itself in nuclear fire 20,000 years ago, leaving nothing but radioactive dust and broken cities. Every school child in the galaxy learned about Earth as a warning. A cautionary tale about what happened when a species discovered weapons before wisdom. But here was a ship, claiming to be from Earth, asking for directions home. The Kren made a decision. Open a channel, and someone wake up our linguist experts, all of them. It took 6 hours to establish proper communication. The ship's AI was sophisticated but ancient, operating on principles that modern computers had abandoned millennia ago. When the channel finally stabilized, 3 faces appeared on the screen, and Thakrin found himself staring at creatures he had only seen in archaeological reconstructions. Humans. Actual living humans. The woman in the center wore a uniform that was falling apart at the seams. Her hair was gray and white, pulled back from a face lined with exhaustion. Her eyes were the color of Earth's ancient oceans, blue and deep and currently filled with confusion. This is Captain Sarah Chen of the Indomitable. Who am I speaking with? The Kren stood straighter, trying to project calm authority while his minds raced with impossible questions. I am Ambassador Thakrin of the Velkari people, currently serving as primary administrator of Zenith Prime, capital station of the Galactic Council. Captain Chen, I must ask you a very important question. What year did you leave Earth? The woman glanced at someone off-screen, then back at the camera. We departed Earth in the year 22,314 by the common calendar. Our mission was a 500-year expedition to establish first contact with civilizations in the Outer Rim. We've been gone for 532 years, but we ran into some problems with a dark space anomaly. Why are you asking? 500 years. They thought they had been gone for 500 years. Thakrin felt a wave of pity wash over him. How could he tell them? How could anyone deliver this kind of news? Captain Chen, I'm afraid I have some very difficult information to share with you. The current year by the old Earth calendar is 42,831. You haven't been gone for 500 years. You've been gone for 20,517 years. The woman's face went white. Behind her, someone cursed loudly. A third voice, male and shaking, said something that the translator couldn't process properly. Chen gripped the edges of her command chair so hard her knuckles turned white. That's impossible. Our clocks, our systems, everything says we've only been gone for 5 centuries. How can 20,000 years have passed? Dark space anomalies can cause severe temporal distortion, Thakrin explained gently. You experience time at one rate while the universe continued at another. Captain, there's something else you need to know. According to our historical records, Earth was destroyed approximately 18,000 years ago. The planet is listed as uninhabitable, a dead world consumed by nuclear war. The silence stretched on for 10 full seconds. Then Captain Chen's expression changed. The shock disappeared, replaced by something should be extinct. Thakrin looked at the readings coming from the Indomitable's power systems and made another decision. Prepare my personal ship. I'm going with them. And someone tell me everything we really know about what happened to Earth, because something tells me the official story is about to fall apart. The journey to Earth should have taken 3 weeks with modern drives. The Indomitable needed 6 because its engines were running on technology that predated most of the species in the Galactic Council. Captain Sarah Chen stood on the bridge watching the stars slide past and tried not to think about everything she had lost. 20,000 years. Her parents were dust. Her friends were dust. The world she had left behind, the cities and cultures and entire civilizations she had known, all of it was gone. She had left Earth as a young captain in humanity's first great adventure into deep space. She was coming back as a ghost. Behind her and back console the crew had set up for him, the mantis-like alien had insisted. Sarah walked over to his station. What do you have? I've been going through our long-range database, cross-referencing it with the information Ambassador Thakrin provided. 3 of the colonies we were supposed to visit are gone. Not destroyed exactly, but empty. The infrastructure is still there, but there's no life, no power signatures, nothing. Just ruins. The screen showed images of dead cities on airless worlds. Buildings that had once housed thousands of humans now stood silent under alien stars. Sarah felt something cold settle in her chest. What happened to them? The crane approached, his multiple legs making soft clicking sounds on the metal floor. The official records say these colonies were abandoned during the resource wars of the 35th millennium. But Captain, I've been reviewing the historical archives more carefully before the supposed wars began. Sarah met his compound eyes. You think someone is lying about our history? I think someone has been lying about humanity's history for a very long time. Dr. Amara Okonkwo emerged from the medical bay where she had been reviewing biological samples. The xenobiologist looked exhausted but determined. I found something in the ship's memory banks. The Indomitable wasn't alone. Earth launched 12, according to the galactic records, no. We're the only one that survived. But here's the strange part. There are reports throughout the past 20,000 years of ghost ships appearing in various sectors. Ancient vessels matching the Indomitable's design, seen briefly before vanishing again. What if the other ships hit the same temporal anomaly we did? What if they're still out there, lost in dark space, trying to find their way home? The bridge fell silent. Somewhere in the darkness between stars, 11 more ships might be wandering, their crews beyond a few centuries. Unaware that humanity had apparently died and the galaxy called the Archons invaded your system. They were an ancient race, powerful beyond measure, with technology that could enslave entire worlds through psychic connection. They took Earth, Captain. They conquered your people and ruled them for 3,000 years. The rage that filled Sarah was hot. The Council, not in its current form. By the time we had the power to challenge the Archons, they had vanished. Sophisticated designs unlike anything in the database. The view screen shifted, showing Earth's home system. The sun burned bright and familiar, exactly as Sarah remembered it. But everything else was wrong. The asteroid belt was filled with massive stations. Mars had orbital rings. Jupiter's moons were covered in cities. And Earth itself was surrounded by a network of defense satellites that would have been impossible with the technology humanity possessed when she left. Then the communication panel lit up with an incoming transmission. The voice that came through spoke English, but the accent was strange. The words clipped and formal in a way that suggested the language had evolved significantly. Unidentified vessel. This is Terran Commonwealth Defense Command. You are entering restricted space. Power down your weapons and state your identification or you will be fired upon. This is your only warning. Sarah looked at Thakren, then at her crew. She had left Earth as an explorer, a representative of humanity's hope and curiosity. She was returning to a world that didn't know her, defended by people who spoke her language but thought she was a threat. She opened the channel, keeping her voice steady and strong. This is Captain Sarah Chen of the United Earth spaceship Indomitable, serial number 7732, launched from Earth in the year 22,314. We are returning from a long-range expedition mission. I am requesting permission to approach Earth and return home. The silence that followed lasted for nearly a minute. When the response came, the voice on the other end was shaking. Indomitable, the ghost ship. You're really real. Stand by for escort. The Chancellor is going to want to meet you personally. Welcome home, Captain Chen. Welcome to the Terran Commonwealth. The Earth that Sarah Chen saw through the landing shuttle's windows was both familiar and completely alien. The continents were in the right places, the ocean still blue and vast, but everything else had changed. Massive towers reached into the sky, taller than anything from her time. The city sprawled across entire regions, connected by transportation networks that glowed with energy. And above it all, the orbital defense platforms hung like guardian angels, bristling with weapons that made the Indomitable look like a museum piece. They landed at a facility in what used to be called Geneva. The landing pad was surrounded by soldiers in armor that looked more advanced than anything Sarah had seen, even in the Galactic Council's military. When the shuttle door opened, she stepped out onto soil she hadn't touched in 20,000 years and felt tears burning in her eyes. The welcoming party was led by a woman who carried herself like someone used to command. She was tall, with dark skin and gray hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her uniform was crisp and formal, decorated with medals that Sarah didn't recognize. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of absolute authority. Captain Chen, I am Chancellor Elena Vasquez, leader of the Terran Commonwealth. On behalf of all humanity, I welcome you home. I only wish the circumstances were better. Sarah saluted out of instinct, then felt foolish. She was saluting a government that hadn't existed when she left. Chancellor, I have many questions, and I will answer them all. But first, you and your crew need rest and medical attention. You've been in stasis for longer than any human should survive. It's a miracle you're alive at all. They were taken to a facility that was part hospital, part research center, part military base. Over the next 3 days, doctors examined them while historians interviewed them, recording every detail of the world they had left behind. Sarah submitted to it all patiently, but what she really wanted was answers. On the 4th day, Chancellor Vasquez invited her to a private meeting in a room with walls made of transparent steel, overlooking a city that never slept. The Chancellor poured 2 glasses of something that tasted like whiskey, but had a smoothness that suggested 20,000 years of refinement. You want to know what happened? Vasquez said. It wasn't a question. I want to know why the galaxy thinks we're extinct when we're clearly not. The Chancellor took a long drink before answering. Because for 3,000 years we might as well have been. The archive